Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business environment, having a robust financial system is essential for success. Today, we are going to dive into the fundamentals of SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909. SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909 is an advanced software solution that optimizes financial processes, which enhances efficiency and enables business to make informed strategic decisions. SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909 is designed to meet these needs, offering advanced features and capabilities. SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909 transforms global businesses. Users see a 30% drop in financial closing time. It's not just a software, it's a strategic asset. Streamlining finances liberates time and resources, empowering focus on growth and innovation. So, in this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909, from its core functionalities to advanced features. We have got you covered. Whether you are a seasoned financial professional or just starting your career, this course is designed to provide you with the knowledge and skills to excel today's digital landscape. But before we begin, please make sure to subscribe to our ZaranTech YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Let us now look at the agenda for today's video. First, we will look into SAP S/4HANA introduction. After that, we will look into OLAP and OLTP. Once we are done that, we will dive into the row-based and column-based. After that, we will look into parallelization and partition. And at the end, we will conclude our video with data architecture of ACDO. So before any further ado, let's get started.
The most important before we start any financial classes, as I told you that about 10 to 12% of the questions are going when we are writing a certification. 10 to 12%, okay, 10 to 12% of the questions, okay, you will expect some basics on SAP S/4HANA and SAP HANA and SAP HANA. Very, very important. We will cover from SAP basics from SAP S/4HANA and SAP HANA. 10 to 12% of the questions will come from the basics. So, before we start the financial classes, before we start actual financial classes, so there will be 6 to 7 classes. There will be up to 6 to 7 classes. We are going to be having on the introduction on SAP S/4HANA and SAP HANA. So, there are a little bit of slides I've been bringing out. Okay, these slides are very, very important. Okay, I'll be sharing all the slides with you, all of you. So, we have started the journey with SAP S/4HANA in 2015. In 2015 is the first SAP S/4HANA on-premise release. On-premise is nothing but it is completely very, very important. It's a completely on the ERP-based scope. We call it the on-premise. I'll tell you basical. I tell you in depth when we go into the classes. Okay. So 1979, we already discussed, okay, in the demo class, we came out with the R2 architecture. In 1992, R3 architecture. In 2004, it is the ERP-based application. And 2015, it is called as SAP S/4HANA. And how many SAP S/4HANA on-premise releases as of now? There are several on-premise releases have come, okay? So SAP S/4HANA, very, very important, has been segregated into 2 deployment options. One is on-premise. I'll tell you all these differences between what is on-premise, what is the cloud, everything we are going to discuss in the coming classes. Don't worry about it. And there is one more version we are going to be calling for SAP S/4HANA. We call it as the cloud. We call it as the cloud. Cloud, SAP S/4HANA, and on-premise, SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important here. So when you come to the cloud, again, there are, okay, the cloud was, again, they have divided the versions into 2 different cloud versions. One is going to be called as, very, very important, private cloud, and the second one we call it as the public cloud. Public cloud, very, very important. So how many versions are there in SAP S/4HANA? In SAP S/4HANA, there are 2 versions are there. One is going to be called as the on-premise, and the second one we call it as the cloud. So before I discuss about what is the on-premise and what is the cloud and everything, what is the SAP S/4HANA? SAP S/4HANA is a next generation business suite. We call it as SAP S4 HANA is a next generation business suite. Very, very important concept this is. So I'm writing the definition here. Next generation business suite. Okay. What is this next generation business suite? What is the business suite? What is the concept of business? Why we are calling it as the next generation business suite? Very, very important here. So we know about what is the SAP ECC. SAP ECC is not a next generation business suite. SAP is called as the business suite application only. SAP is called as the business suite application. Okay. When I come to the SAP ECC, we call it as a business suite. But today we are calling SAP S4 HANA is the next generation business suite, which is fully built on, very, very important, which is fully built on, okay, means your business suite is nothing but your application. Your business suite is nothing but your application. What is the next generation? Now we are talking about two important concepts over here. What is the two important concepts? One is digital core. Digital core, very, very important. All of you, please, very, very important. Digital core. Digital core. And the second one we are going to be calling it as the digital innovation. Digital core and digital innovation. Very, very important here. So I'll discuss what is the digital core and digital innovation. Most of the people you know about the digital innovation process like IoT. IoT is nothing but Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchains, big database. These all comes under the digital innovations from the SAP side. Very, very important. Digital innovations always talks about the next generation application platforms like as I told you, the machine learning. Today, machine learning and artificial intelligence are like they are very good at the market. You believe or not? Now everything you can see, whatever the product we are going to be using now, the product is completely developed based on the artificial intelligence and the machine learning process. Very, very important. Even if you're preparing a toy, or even if you're preparing a new technology, or you're playing with your kids with something with any gadgets or something like. Completely it is developed based on the machine learning and artificial intelligence only. So this artificial intelligence and machine learning, Internet of Things, big database, these all are coming under the digital innovation from the SAP S4 HANA side. And digital core is the process of line of business. What line of businesses we are going to be covering? We'll discuss more into that. Okay, I take it on because we have a lot many sessions on the introduction part of all these things. So I call it as the next generation business suite. Next generation business suite. And the second point, which I'm going to be talking here is, which is fully built on, means your business suite is nothing but your application. Means this is nothing but my application. Okay, this is my application. If I say this is my application, what application you are using here? My application is called as S core application. Very, very important. All of you, please make a note of this. S core. S core is nothing but my earlier. What is the application you are calling in SAP ECC? Earlier, what is the application core we are going to be calling as the ECC? We are going to be calling as SAP ECC 6.0. ECC is nothing but our core application process. We call it ECC, Enterprise Central Component. Enterprise Central Component. And what is the version release number? The version release number of ECC, we call it as a 6.0. Now, the next generation business suite from SAP ECC to your SAP S4 HANA, we call it as the application core is called as S core. Very, very important, all of you, please. SAP S4 HANA is the name of the version. SAP S4 HANA is the name of your version. SAP S4 HANA on-premise or SAP S4 HANA cloud. We call it as the version name. It is called as a product name. We call it as a product name. But when you go into the application level, the application is called as S core application. Very, very important. So my system name is called as SAP S4 HANA on-premise OP. We call it as the on-premise. It is not a cloud. It is not a cloud. No. We are not working on the cloud. I'll tell you what is the cloud and on-premise. The differences. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we are coming on the classes with difference between on-premise and the cloud. So before I come to the on-premise and the cloud, first of all, we all should know about what is a SAP S/4HANA. Then only we can come to a definition. Very, very important. So we call it as a SAP S/4HANA on-premise system. It's a system name only. SAP S/4HANA is the on-premise system name. But when you go into the layer level, when we go into the layer level, there will be 3 layers will be there. Okay, we call it as the R3 architecture. There will be 3 layers will be there. The first layer is always called as the presentation layer. And the second one is always called as your application layer. And the third one, we call it as a database layer. Very, very important. We call it as the R3 architecture. We call it as the R3 architecture. Real time. R stands for real time 3-layered architecture. Okay. So this S core is a layer which is called as my application. Application. Very, very important. You have your laptop with you? Yes, I have a laptop with you. Very, very important here. Laptop, the front end, you have the front end and you have the layer which is called as the central layer, and we have a database layer in your laptop also. Because without the database, what is your current database? 1 TB database I'm using in my laptop. 1 TB database. So what is the front end application you are using? My front end application is going to be called as a Windows. Windows is nothing but my front end application, and other applications are also working in my same site. So here my application is called as S core application. Very, very important. S core is nothing but your application. And what is the application version number? Very, very important. Version number. Today we are working with 104. Very, very important. 104 is our SAP S core application number. This is called the portal for SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important. SAP S/4HANA portal. Now, totally, we see that SAP S/4HANA has emerged in year of 2015. SAP S/4HANA, earlier we are working on SAP ERP with R3 architecture and with R2 architecture. Today, the complete, now the on-premise has been moved from the ERP to the next generation business suite. We are going to be calling it as the SAP S/4HANA. So SAP S/4HANA has been introduced in the year of 2015. 2015 is a year where SAP S/4HANA has released with the first version. We call it as the 1511. First SAP S/4HANA first version, we are going to be calling it as the 1511. 1511 is nothing but SAP S/4HANA on-premise and the cloud release. Very, very important, my dear friend. What is the first SAP S/4HANA release? 1511. What is the 15? 15 is nothing but a year, and 11 is nothing but a month. 11 is always called as a month. So 2015, in the month of November 26th, I think. Okay, still I remember. So SAP has introduced the next generation business suite. We call it as the SAP S/4HANA, and this SAP S/4HANA was released for both deployments, for on-premise and for the clouds. So we have nomenclature it as the 1511 for both. And then later on-premise was participated on the innovation cycles, okay? Because every year SAP is coming out with the new innovations with simplification process. So on-premise has participated in yearly innovation cycle. Very, very important. On-premise is participating in yearly innovation cycle. So it's a spelling mistake, yearly, okay? Yearly innovation cycle, whereas the cloud is always participating in quarterly innovation cycle, quarterly. Quarterly innovation cycle. So every year in the month of September or October, SAP, what it will do, SAP is going to release the new innovation for on-premise releases. What are the new things we have added as a simplification process from the previous SAP S/4HANA on-premise release to current SAP S/4HANA on-premise release? What are the new innovations which have done? What new in SAP S/4HANA as per the current release? So every year, SAP is going to release the new innovation simplification items. Very, very important. So first, SAP S4 on-premise was with 1511. And the second one came out with the 1610. 1610, we call it as SAP S4 on-premise. 2016 in the month of October. And after that, after exactly 1 year, 1709 has come and 1809 has come and 1909 has come. Today, we are talking about the new version called as 2020. Very, very important, my dear friend. 2020 has been released last 1 week back, 5 days back. Last 5 days back, 2020 release has hit in the market for on-premise SAP S4 on-premise. Very, very important. As we are talking, the first one is always called as the 1511. And now today we are talking about the 2020. It is not a 2019. They have nomenclatured it as a 2020 because of, we know that the pandemic situations, everything, it has to be remembered forever. So 2020 has been nomenclatured. It has actually earlier it was planned for 2019, but now they've changed it to 2020. So totally as on today, we can see how many SAP S4 HANA on-premise releases have come. Totally, if I see there are 6 releases have come as of now. 1511 to 2020, all are going to be called as. So these, very, very important here. If I come to the SAP portal, if I come to my SAP portal, this is my SAP portal actually. So there are the latest one we are going to be seeing, SAP S4 HANA 2020 latest one. So if I click on this drill down arrow mark, see what are the previous versions are there? What are the previous versions are there? 1511, 1511 Future Service Pack 01, 1511 Future Service Pack 02, and 1610, 1719, 1819, 1919, and 2019. Yes, my dear friend, 2019 is the current on-premise release in SAP S4 HANA as of now. 2019 has come on, it is in. But so a customer, if they want to get use of 2020, they have to wait till the next 1 month, or because the SAP has to release its server to the customers. The demo server has to get released, and the customer has to know all the new innovations in SAP S4 HANA 2029. They are going to compare with 21 and everything. So there is the one document we are going to be calling it as very, very important document here. This is the document SAP press release document, which we call it as SAP S4 HANA 2020 Future Scope Document Description. Very, very important. As an SAP best practice, now I would like to know what are the new feature scopes which are going to be simplified in 2020 release. My dear friends, we are seeing a lot of Windows versions, Windows 8, Windows 9, Windows 10, Windows XP, like that. Why the Windows is coming out with the new versions? Because new simplifications are going on adding. So latest one is Windows 11, Windows XP is running in the market. Why do I want to go with the latest one? Because there are new advanced versions have come in Windows 11 and Windows XP. I don't want to use the Windows 8 or Windows 9 now, because I want to go with an advanced version with a lot of simplifications. New enhancements have come in the Windows 11 or Windows XP. Access process. Same thing. Every year, SAP will release it, SAP simplification process for on-premise release. Now, current year, we are working with 2020. So, feature scope document. What are the new innovations which have done from the finance side? Most especially from the finance side. What are all the new innovations have been done? Okay, what are the new innovations have been done? So, you're comparing this document with old version. What is your older version? 1919. I know what is the 1919. We all know that what are all the simplifications items and what are all the advantages if I go with the 1919, because already we have implemented with SAP with the 1919. I know how 1919 will work. But today SAP is coming out with a new version called as the 2019. Before I want to go for the 2019, before a customer decides if I want to start my journey with the 2019, so 2020, sorry, 2020, not 21, 2020. First of all, he has to understand. Blindly, I cannot tell him to go with the 2020 because already you have implemented SAP with the 1919. So you already started your journey in 2019. So if you want to upgrade your system, now I'm coming to the point. If you want to upgrade your system from the 1909 to 2019 or 2020, you are already an existing customer, Mr. Mahesh. So you want to upgrade your system from 1909 to 2020? Yes. But if you want to upgrade, have you gone through the future scope document? Have you gone through the future scope document? Why should I go with the feature scope document? Because in the feature scope document, it will give you all the new features which are going to be added in the 2020, which is not available in 1909, which is not available in 1909. Very, very important. This is very, very important. So being as a customer, first of all, I want to know whether there are advantages are there if I go for 2020 or whether the same thing. There is no changes as per the existing process. So this document helps you to understand what are the new innovations have been done in 2029. If you study the future scope description from the finance side, what the new innovations have brought from 1909 to 2020, from the human resource point, HR related, from the manufacturing side, from the R&D side, lockdown, all these documents are there. If something, there are new innovations are there, I want to migrate. Now I decided to go from migrating. I want to upgrade my system from 1909 to 21, and then you can decide and you can upgrade your system. If there are no improvements out there, nothing as so there are no benefits out there if I go for 2020, you can continue a journey with the 1909 only. No need to get upgrade your system to 2020. So very, very important document. This is very, very important document here. This is very, very important document. If you want to know what are the feature scopes which are introduced in year 2020, very, very important here. And the second point number two, and the point number two here is, if I come to the implementation side, these all are the guidelines. These are all the guides, which are the guides are nothing but the documents. Which are guides are nothing but we call it as the documents. Very, very important, all of you. Guides are nothing but the documents. Mahesh, okay, I want to start my journey with SAP S4 HANA 2020. I don't want to start my journey. I'm a very new customer to the SAP S4 HANA. Yes, I want to start with a new version of SAP S4 HANA on-premise release called as the 2020. Can you please tell me the installation guides and can you tell me now, okay, how the system simplifications are done, everything. So this is the site I'm going to take you out. So this site, if I go to the implementation side, what are the guidelines and what are the guides? How the system installations can be done, how you can upgrade your system from 1909 to 2020, how you can do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA, what are the security guidelines you have to use, what are the operation guidelines, what is the front-end guidelines you have to use, and what is the simplification items we have in SAP S4 HANA 2020. These all are very, very important actually. These all are very, very important. You can download these documents and we can go through the documents independently without any accessing to the SAP. So before I start the journey, I need to understand, being as a consultant, it is my responsibility to understand all these documents so that I can go and sit in front of the client or a customer. I can give all the clarifications, whatever the questions are asked by my client, so that whether the client can decide whether he can start with journey with 2020 or whether he's already an existing customer, whether I can give him a suggestion whether you can get migrated, you can upgrade your system from 1909 to 2020. So how do I know what simplifications? If I open this particular site, if I go to the latest site, I have all these documents with me and I can download and I can go into the simplification list. I can focus on what needs to be considered in an implementation and the migration project from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA. Definitely, my dear friend. Without knowing what are all the simplifications are there in SAP S4 HANA, how do I convert my system? How do I convince my clients to convert your system from SAP ECC? For example, I'm taking a one customer. Okay. A customer, we can call it, he's an existing customer. He is completely on SAP Business Suite. He's completely on SAP Business Suite. He's completely on SAP Business Suite. My dear friends, very, very important. I'm talking about. He's completely on SAP Business Suite with SAP ECC. ECC, not SAP S4 HANA. Way back in 2010, 2009, He has started the journey with SAP. At that time, the latest version was SAP ECC only. There is no SAP S4 HANA. Okay. So now there are three layers we are talking. The first layer is always called as the front end. We are going to be calling it as the presentation. The second layer we always called it as the application now. Okay. So now presentation and the application. And below one, what is the below one? Anybody can tell me what is the below one?
Database.
Very good, very good. Database. Okay, database. Three layers we are working. The front end is always installed with application called as GUI, graphical user interface. I'll tell you all these things. Okay, don't worry. Okay, I'll take care of this. We call it as the GUI. GUI is our front end server for graphical user interface. And what is your application? The application we are working. We call this application as. One second. We call this application as the front end application we are going to be. So what application you are going to be using? This is called as the middle layer. We call it as the kernel level application. KERNEL, kernel level application. We call it as, what is the application? We call it as KERNEL, kernel level application. So earlier, when I call it as the SAP Business Suite, I call it as the application called as my ECC. That is nothing but ECC 6.0 application with EHP5, or there are a lot of enhancement packages have come. EHP is nothing but enhancement package. The enhancement package 6, 7, 4, 5, like we have come out with the ECC 6.7 or ECC 6.0. ECC is something like, okay, ECC 6.0 with the enhancement package. So this ECC is nothing but enterprise central component, which is completely built on ERP application. ERP is nothing but enterprise resource planning. So this application layer, this complete application layer, I call it as a business suite. Very, very important, my dear friends. I call it as a business suite. So when I call it as a business suite, you're not talking from the SAP S4HANA point of view. No, we are not talking from the SAP S4HANA point of view. We are going to be talking on very, very important vanilla flavor application. We are going to be calling it as the ECC application. So the customer has already started the journey in 2010. Way back in 2010 or 2009, he has started his journey. He has implemented with SAP. Now today we are in 2020. So now the customer, he has decided to start the journey with SAP S4HANA, which is called as the next generation business suite. We call it as a next generation business suite now. Now, what are all the deployment options now? First of all, yes, Mahesh. Okay. So you just now you told that, okay, so there are two versions of SAP S4HANA releases. One is going to be calling it as the on-premise, and the second one we are going to be calling it as the cloud. Okay, now can you please tell me what are all the deployment options we have in SAP S4HANA? First of all, let me know first of all deployment option, then I will decide whether I need to go with option 1 or option 2 or option 3. Then in that case, what are the deployment options? There are 3 deployment options are there. One is going to be called as on-premise deployment option. You can go with on-premise. Second one, you can go with the cloud. Again, the cloud, there are 2. And third one, we have called as the hybrid. Third one, we call it as the hybrid. 3 deployment options. Hybrid is the combination of on-premise and the cloud. Hybrid is the combination of on-premise and the cloud. So these are going to be called as the deployment options. Deployment options in SAP S4HANA. Very, very important. Please make a note of this point. What are all the deployment options we have in SAP S4HANA? There are 3 deployment options. There one is on-premise, second one is called as the cloud, and third one we are going to be calling it as the hybrid. So when you are an existing customer to an SAP, so which deployment option is going to be suited? I'll tell that you have only one option. You have to go with on-premise. You cannot go with the cloud or you cannot go with the hybrid. Why? Because you are doing a system conversion. It is not a greenfield implementation. Very, very important. So you are doing a system conversion. We are going to be calling it as a conversion. We are going to be calling it as a conversion. No, it is not a greenfield implementation. You are not a new customer to my SAP. You are already an existing customer to my SAP. So what I will do here, you can choose an option called as the on-premise. Why? Because your system cannot be supported to the cloud or hybrid, because there is no conversion from ECC to cloud, ECC to hybrid. No, you cannot do the system conversion. You can only do the system conversion from ECC to SAP S4HANA on-premise, because conversion is not available to the cloud and everything. No, I want to go with the cloud then. I decided, Mahesh, I want to go for cloud. I don't want to go with on-premise. Then you have to start your journey with cloud as a new implementation process. No, you cannot do this conversion, because cloud is a cloud applications. You are going to be working as a new innovation process. So now I'm clearly telling to the customer, hey Mahesh, you cannot go with a cloud or hybrid, because already you are an existing customer. If you want to convert your application from ECC to SAP S4HANA, the conversion is only possible to the on-premise, not for the cloud or hybrid. But if I want to start with my cloud means, then completely you have to go with a greenfield implementation, because the conversion is not suitable for you, because there is no conversion to the cloud or hybrid. So you have to completely go with a greenfield implementation, fresh implementation. Fresh implementation. Very, very important. I'll tell all this. Important topics are there in the coming classes. Don't worry about that. Okay, we are going to discuss everything. So one is going to be called as the greenfield, and the second one is going to be called as the brownfield implementation. Brownfield. So this conversion is called as the brownfield. This conversion. Greenfield implementation is nothing but you're a very new customer to the SAP. You're starting your project from the scratch, from the data collection requirement to the goal, that is called the greenfield implementation. I'm using one methodology called the activity methodology. There is a roadmap is there. I need to follow the steps based on the roadmap, and I have to successfully implement SAP for you. That is called the greenfield implementation. Your brand new construction, we call it as the brand new construction from the layout. So brownfield implementation is nothing but you are already an existing customer. You are already an existing customer. So you are decided to convert your ECC application to SAP S4HANA completion. The same box, you are taken a license to the new application called as SAP S4HANA. So what I will do here, the same box, I'll convert to the new application, next generation business suite application called as SAP S4HANA. So now your front end will be there, and your middle layer will be there, and your database will be there. Now I'm not going to change your box. Your box is remain same. But what I'm going to do here, I'm just doing the conversion. Only this part I'm doing the conversion. Only this part, what I will do here. So the database is going to be the SAP HANA database only. SAP HANA database with 2.0. Okay, and your front end is going to be a presentation with UI5 application, new application I'm bringing. Earlier we are using the GUI. Now today we are bringing a new front end application is going to be called as the UI5 application. And the application you are doing the changes from ECC to SAP S4HANA. This is called as the conversion. So there is a tool called as SUM tool, SUM, Software Upgrade Manager. There is a tool called as Software Upgrade Manager, very, very important. So this is the SAP provided tool. Using this tool, what I will do here, I will convert your application from ECC to new SAP S4HANA application. We call it as S-Core application. S-Core application to the latest one. The latest one in the market is 2020, or if you want to go with the 1909, very, very important. The latest one is 105, 2020. My dear friends, as I told you that these all are the version number. These all are the SAP S4HANA on-premise version. 1511 is the first SAP S4HANA. What is the application number for 1511? It is the 100. 100. For 1610, the application number ECC 6.0. How I am going to be calling as ECC 6.0? For the same thing for SAP S4HANA, these are the application numbers we call them. For 1610, it is called as 101. For 1709, we call it as a 102. For 1809, it is going to be calling it as a 103. For 1909, we call it as a 104. Today, we are in 2020, we call it as 105. This is the application number, application version number. What is your application version? What is the application? We call it as S core. Very, very important. Earlier, we are calling it as ECC. Today, we are going to be calling it as S core. S core is nothing but your application for it. So, latest version is 105. Earlier, it was 104. So, now here you can see here, I'm converting your system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA 105. So, in this case, if I see here, there is a conversion guide. SAP press release conversion guide is there. You can see here, SAP press release conversion guide here. So if you read this guide, if you go through this guide, the SAP will clearly explain to us how to do the system conversion from the ECC to SAP S4HANA 2020. So these all are very, very important documents for us. These all are very, very important documents before we understand what is the 2020. Every consultant has to understand about all these documents. This is about the process of a brownfield implementation. We are going to be calling it as a brownfield implementation, where we call it as a conversion project.
But I'm just wondering here, when the conversion is for the existing customer.
Okay.
Why are you saying that it's the on-premise is preferable?
Not preferable.
Cloud or hybrid.
No. Yeah. If I put a wrong thing, it's a tongue slip. I'm extremely sorry for that. It is not advisable, not recommendable. It is only the option. I'm telling. It is only the option you have. If you are there you already there a customer with SAP with ECC 6.0. or something like that older version, if you want to start the journey with SAP S4HANA, then we are going to convert your system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, but it is only suitable for on-premise only. You cannot do the conversion to the cloud or hybrid, because cloud is completely on the different application process. We call it as a SaaS application. We call it as a SaaS. Okay, we can call it as a SaaS. There is a complete difference. Whereas your on-premise and the cloud, whereas your ECC and the on-premise both are working on the same application called as ERP only. So that is the reason, that is what exactly is completely based on ABAP stock, ABAP stock. ABAP is a development system. We are going to be calling it development. Advanced Business Application Programming means you're going to build the logic completely on the ABAP programming, not on the SaaS programming. So your applications, whether it is a ECC application or whether it is a S4 application, completely built on which application platform? ABAP application platform only. So that is the reason I'm telling you can only do the system conversion to the on-premise, not to the cloud or not to the hybrid, because cloud is not an ABAP based. Cloud is completely on the SaaS base, so I cannot do the conversion.
All the versions that we are talking about, right? So they are, so either way, the solution is set up at a later stages, whether it's on-prem or cloud. All these versions they apply to both of them, right?
No, sir. This is only for on-premise we are talking, not for the cloud.
Okay.
For the cloud, I told you, sir. For the cloud, actually, we are participating on quarterly innovation cycle. So when I call it as a quarterly innovation cycle, every year there will be 4 quarters will be there. So in 2020, if you take already cloud, it has come out with 2 releases. 2003 it has come, and 2002 already 2002 has already released. 2005 has come, and recently it has come out with 2009 has come, sir.
Okay.
So these all are cloud, sir. These all are cloud. We can easily identify between the cloud and on-premise. Cloud and on-premise. Cloud is participating in the yearly. So whatever the portal I'm showing for SAP S4HANA site, sir, these all are related to the on-premise, not to the cloud.
Okay.
Because cloud is on-premise is participating yearly. See, 1511 is the first one, 1610 second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, and sixth. Totally, how many on-premise releases we have come, sir? 5.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thanks for clarification. Yeah.
Exactly. So you're absolutely right. This is what exactly we need to understand from the point.
One more question about the cloud. There are like, different options. For example, Google also offer Google Cloud, Amazon Cloud. It doesn't matter. The cloud is all based on the SaaS, right?
Correct. You're absolutely right. But these cloud applications are completely built on SAP solution. You can have something like Amazon Cloud, you can have a Google Cloud. Those are the different applications. We have something like I think you might have known about this company called as Ariba. Ariba is one of the cloud application. Ariba is completely the cloud application we are using for the material procurement process. Okay, and we have called as Success Factor for HR applications, Field Glass, Concur. These all are nothing but the cloud applications. Okay, we can integrate those cloud. And one more important also, can I participate in the hybrid? Like, to be very frank, what I'm telling here, there is the one cloud application already working on the top of my ECC. What is the cloud application? Ariba. Okay, I'll talk it is Ariba. Okay, Ariba. Ariba is completely related to the procurement side. Actually, what is the procurement? When we are procuring a raw material from the vendor. So all these procurements are going to be happen in the Ariba. So already we have took a license of Ariba, Mahesh. Okay, already we are working on this cloud application called as Ariba. So now I want to go with the on-premise. Okay, in on-premise also we have a concept called as the MM module, material management module. Okay, apart from Ariba. So I don't want to use the MM module in SAP S4HANA because already I have a license for Ariba. So can I do the procurement process in Ariba and can I integrate this Ariba to my SAP S4HANA like this? Definitely. We call it as the digital core with the digital innovation. No? Definitely, my dear friends. Yes, you have already took a license of Ariba, I think one of the cloud application you're working earlier. Now the same cloud application you want to interface or you want to have a connectivity through your on-premise, definitely I can show the connectivity and you can work on it. This is called as the hybrid. Okay, this is about the small example which I explained only on the basics of what is SAP S4HANA. But we are not gone to the deeper level about the concepts of discussing about the SAP S4HANA in a detailed way. So tomorrow we are going to discuss about the concepts of how the SAP S4HANA has been emerged. What is the roadmap we have followed before that? It's not a new portion that we are directly SAP has come out in 2015 and told that this is SAP S4HANA, come on, start using SAP S4HANA. No, I need to understand the roadmap. What versions you have worked earlier? What is the roadmap you have followed? So we'll start with 2011 with SAP HANA database and we'll go with 2012, 2013, 2014 and we'll step down to the 2015 and we'll talk about the 2020. Okay?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which functionality is included in Central Finance feature of SAP S4HANA Finance 1909? And your options are data aggregation from multiple systems, inventory management, supply chain management, and production planning. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP S4HANA Finance 1909 training? Our course is here to guide you through. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S4HANA Finance 1909, your go-to tool for financial management. It's like a Swiss Army knife for handling finances, from tracking supplies to ensuring they reach their destinations smoothly. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and tackle any queries you have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP S4HANA finance skills? Enroll on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so let me cover something about SAP HANA. So now we are coming at the first important class called as the SAP HANA. So we all know that SAP HANA is a database. SAP HANA is a database actually. It is not application. We are going to be calling it as a database. SAP HANA is going to be called as a database. And there are a lot of advantages also there when we come to the SAP HANA DB to Oracle DB. Earlier, if we go back to our SAP ECC, the underlying DB we are using as any other DB. So we are using Oracle DB or SQL DB or Microsoft DB. So there are different types of DBs are available, RDBMS, DBMS, and everything. But now from 2011, so 2011 is in a year where SAP HANA DB has been introduced. Now SAP has recommended for all the existing ECC customers, go with the SAP HANA as a DB, which will have more effective and efficient process than comparing with the other DBs. Very, very important concept actually. Today, these classes are very, very important to understand. Okay, so how the SAP HANA DB is going to work for me. The first most important thing. Okay, so before that, we need to discuss about two things. Okay, so one is going to be calling at the concepts. Okay, so when I go for a traditional approach, okay, in the traditional approach, we have two systems. One is going to be called as the operating system. Another one we are going to be calling it as a decision support system actually. Very, very important topic. This is very, very important topic. We have two systems. One is purely called as OLTP system. We normally call it as the OLTP system, and this is going to be calling it as the OLAP system. OLAP system. OLTP is nothing but online transactional processing, and OLAP is nothing but online analytical processing. This is very, very important. You will expect one or two certification questions from this topic today's class. Very, very important here. So one is called as the operation system, and one is going to be called as analytical system. We call it as the decision support system. Okay, now I'll take a R3, same thing. I'm going to be taking the R3 that is going to be called as the real-time 3-layer architect. This is my one server, and this is another server we are going to be using for the analytical purpose. Okay, so if I want any report has to be get executed. When we call it as the analytics is mainly useful for your reporting purpose, mainly useful for the reporting purpose, whether it is the fact sheet reporting or whether it is the basic reporting or whether it is the analytical reporting. Okay, so all the reports are going to be executed from another system called as the OLAP system, which we call it as the online analytical processing system. So you might have heard about the system name called the BW. Everybody. Okay, so BW is nothing but business warehouse information system. Business warehouse system. We call it as the business warehouse system. Now I want a report in my company. Okay, I want a report where exactly I want about customer aging report. Customer aging report. Okay, very, very important. Customer aging report. So this customer aging report, I want the report from the date of, okay, from the previous year to the current year. Means I want this report from 2019 to till the date of 2020 October. I want till the October 2020. I want the report. There are nearly about 500 to 600 customers are there. Maybe more than 500 to 600 customers are there. It depends upon the requirement. Okay. So I want the report where the report is going to be calling as the customer aging report. We call it as the aging report. This is the report I'm expecting. Okay. So normally what is happening in my OLTP system, this OLTP system, normally we have very limited data. Approximately we have about 1.5 year data, not more than that in the OLAP system, in the OLTP system. Because this is where exactly we call it as the online transactional processing system. We call it as the online transactional processing system. So we have very limited data. And the database which we are going to be using is going to be called as the disk processing database. I'll tell you what is the disk processing. Disk processing. It is called as a disk processing database. We call it as a disk processing, where we don't have the real database approach earlier. Till 2011, I'm talking. Till up to the date of 2011. So it is a completely disk processing. We have very limited data in the database. Every 3 months, we are archiving the data from the database and we are moving to another database system. So now my management is asking me, can you please execute this customer aging report from 2019 January to till the date, means approximately approximately it is very nearly to 20 months of data we are expecting, 20 months of informative report. This is the fact sheet report. Actually, we call it as a fact sheet report. Very, very important. Analytical fact sheet report we are going to be calling. So there is a processing where we are going to be calling it as the ETL processing. Earlier, what we will do, ETL processing. ETL is nothing but we are extracting the data, we are transferring the data, and we are loading the data. We call it as the ETL processing. Earlier, in our SAP traditional database approach, we call it as the ETL processing actually. ETL is nothing but extraction, transformation, and loading. We call it as extraction, transformation, and the loading. So what we will do here, we will extract the data. Why? Because as I told you that, okay, we have very limited data in the OLTP system. It is completely called as online transactional processing system. All the day-to-day transactions are going to be entering into the system, and it will go and store in the database. All the transactions, from the procurement of the raw material till the goods have been sold to a customer, various number of transactions, numerous number of transactions we are going to be entering. Thousands of transactions we are entering as a day-to-day process. So all these transactions, where it will go and store in the database in a form of a tables. It will go and store in the form of a tables actually. So what I will do here, every 3 months or something, like, depends upon the volume of the data. What I will do here, I will extract the data and I will transfer and I will load the data to another system where we are going to be calling it as the OLAP system. We call it as the online analytical processing. It is only for the reporting system. We are not going to be posting a real-time data. No data is getting posted. No data, no transactions are going to be entered directly into the OLAP system. It is only for the reporting purpose, for the management decision-making system. Very, very important concept. That is the reason we call it as the OLAP system, called as the OLAP, nothing but online analytical processing, where we call it as the BW system, business warehouse system. Now, the report which I want here is nothing but I cannot directly execute. I cannot directly execute from the OLTP system. Why? Because we have very limited data. Even though the data is available, it is completely on the disk processing. So where I cannot develop and I cannot compile the report directly in my OLTP system because of the disk processing. So what I will do here, I will do this extraction, transformation, and loading the data from the OLTP system to OLAP system. So I will extract all the data from this OLTP and I will transfer the data and I will load the data here in the OLAP system here. I request my BW consultants. BW consultants are going to be calling it as them as a warehouse consultant, data warehousing consultant, very, very important, business warehouse consultant. So what I will do here, now the data is available in the OLAP system. Now I extracted the data and I loaded the data into the OLAP system. Now my BW consultants, what they will do here, because we are using this system is completely for the analytical reporting. We are using this system completely for the analytical reporting here. So now what I will do here, I will request my BW consultants so to extract this report, to develop this report in the BW and give the report to me. Because I cannot extract the report from directly from the OLTP system because of insufficient data is available, and even though the data is available, I cannot compile the report in my OLTP system because this is completely I'm using for the online transactional processing, not for the reporting purpose. So here my landscape is completely different. I'm using 2 hardware and 2 software systems for the reporting and for the analytical purpose. So now my BW consultant, what they're going to do, they are going to develop this report. They're going to write some cubes so that they will develop the report based on the data which is available in the BW system. And in 2009, we have introduced a concept called as the BWA, where we call it as the business warehouse accelerators. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important. in 2009, 2010, we have introduced a new tool called as the BWA. We call it as a Business Warehouse Accelerators. What do you mean by accelerators? Accelerators are nothing but which improve the performance, which improve the speed of generating the report actually. So earlier, before the accelerator, the same report, it is taking me up to 30 minutes to develop the report and give the report back to you in BW system. Now, once I introduce this accelerator, the latency has come down. The latency has been come down up to 15 minutes, at least, okay, 50% latency I can see. At least 50% latency I can see here in the generating the report. Very, very important. So now, the BW people, what they will do, this is a separate system actually. OLTP is a separate system and OLAP is a separate system. Now the BW consultants, they're going to develop the report in the BW system using the accelerators, and they will develop and they will give the report to me to the management decision-making purpose. Only the report is mainly useful for your decision-making purpose only. So for one report, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be using three different data. One is going to be calling it as transactional data, very, very important. How many data you are going to be transactional data? And second one, we are going to be using the accelerations. And third one, we are going to be using the analyticals. Okay, with third one, we are going to be using the analytical. 3 copies of data are going to be executed. 3 copies of data are getting executed for a report which I want to generate from the BW system, which we call it as the business warehouse system. So additionally, earlier, we are going to be calling it as a multi-approach database system. Earlier, before HANA database has come, we call it as a multi-approach database system. Because what is the multi-approach? In one approach of the database, I'm using a transactional process. In another approach, I'm using the database for the analytical purpose. There is no common database approach. Actually, earlier, there is no common database approach. Earlier, there is no common database approach where I can get both the transactional plus analytical processing in one database system. Very, very important here. So today's data, we are getting, today's report we are executing in tomorrow's process. Means it is a completely, I can call it as a post-mortem report. Completely, I can call it as a post-mortem report. Because I want the report to be executed today for the decision making. But due to the database approach, because of different databases approach, where we don't have the common database approach, which will combine both OLAP and OLTP together. So earlier, my landscape is completely designed. One landscape I'm designing for the OLTP and one landscape I'm designing for the OLTP. So now to extract the report and to develop the report, very, very important, I'm using a 2 different landscapes. So now, when I call the SAP HANA database, which has been introduced in the year of 2011, 2011 is the year where I came out with the SAP HANA database. Very, very important, my dear friends. SAP HANA database is also called as the in-memory database also. We call it as the in-memory. What is in-memory? I'll discuss that. I'll discuss everything. So in 2011, we brought a database which we call it as a common database approach now. In 2011, we called a database called as the SAP HANA database. We call it as a common database approach. Now, no need to do the extraction, transformation, and loading the data to another OLAP system from today. So what I'm telling here to all my business clients, so now you can, I'm recommending you, now you can shift from the Oracle DB, which is called as the Oracle DB, which is called as the disk processing DB. Now you can migrate the DB from the Oracle to the SAP HANA DB. SAP HANA DB. Let me open a new point, okay? Let me open a new field, okay? See here. This is my OLTP system. Very, very important again, okay? Because the diagram is the OLTP system. Now, what I'm telling in 2011, once the SAP HANA database has been introduced, okay? Now, you do a trial version with SAP HANA database, okay? You can take it as a secondary database like this, okay? Okay, very good, okay. So you can take it as a secondary database. Your primary database always will be your Oracle DB only. Your primary DB always will be your Oracle DB only. This is my presentation. And this is your application data, where the application, as I told you yesterday, this is called as my application. And this is your Oracle DB. This is your Oracle DB. This is your Oracle DB. Now, Oracle DB completely, I call it as a disk process. I'll tell you what is the disk process. Okay, disk processing. Okay, we call it as a disk processing. I'll tell you there is a very important classes we have in the coming days. Very, very important. Okay, I'll tell all this. What is the disk processing? What is the latency? What is the throughput? Everything, because there are a lot of information is going to be hidden in the backend of the HANA database. Okay. Now, because of the disk processing, the latency is very, 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 very low, and the throughput is very, very low. Latency and the throughput. Throughput is very, very low. Very, very latency and the throughput is very, very low because of the disk processing. What is the disk processing? I'll explain you the concept called as the parallelization and the partitioning. We have a concept called as the parallelization and the partitioning in the HANA database. In the parallelization and the partitioning topic, okay, I'll explain you what is the disk processing. Okay. Now, what is SAP is telling me now? Okay, now what is SAP is telling me? Use the Oracle DB, also use the SAP HANA DB as the secondary DB for you. Okay, the primary DB always will be your Oracle DB only. Don't change the Oracle DB. Just connect your application. Just connect your application to the underlying DB called as Oracle, and at the same time, you will have a one more DB, which is the sidecar approach for the same application. For the same application, two DBs are getting connected to the same process. Very, very important. Same process. Okay. Now, what I will do here, whatever the day-to-day transactions I am making in the OLTP system from today onwards, the day-to-day number of numerous number of transactions you are posting in SAP. So what I will do here, the transactions you are getting entered into your Oracle DB, and the same transactions I am also asking to enter into the SAP HANA DB also. So parallelly, the transaction is getting posted in the Oracle DB and in SAP HANA DB. Very, very important. Very, very important here. Very, very important. So now what I'm going to be telling here, now coming point. Okay, let me park this particular, let me park this topic here, and I'll go back to my OLAP and OLTP. Now, earlier we don't have the common database approach. The common database approach for what purpose? Where I can combine both OLTP plus OLAP, both. Very, very important. Earlier, we don't have a common database approach where I can combine both OLTP and OLAP in a single database system. So earlier, I'm using the same traditional approach. OLTP is going to be serving me for the transaction processing, and OLAP is going to be serving me for the analytical reporting purpose. And I'm using three different copies of the data: transactional data, and I'm using the acceleration data, and I'm using the analytical data. Three copies of data are going to be executed earlier. So what I'm telling now I'm going to bring you one database. The database name is going to be calling it as the SAP HANA DB. Very, very important. Now I'm going to bring you the concept called as SAP HANA DB. Now you can use this SAP HANA DB where I am going to be combining both OLAP and OLTP together from today onwards. No need to have a separate database for the analytical reporting, because SAP HANA database itself is designed for your analytical reporting from today onwards, and it is a very big database. No need to do any kind of extraction, transformation, and loading the data from the OLTP system to OLAP system from today onwards. No need to use any kind of extraction ETL processing. Why? Because now I'm going to be combining both OLTP plus OLAP in one single database from today onwards. So one common database approach, we call the concept called as a one common database approach, where you can do both OLAP and OLTP together in one single database system from today onwards. So how many copies of data you require? Now only one copy of data, that is called as the reporting data only. I don't want any other data now. Why? Because the reporting is a very important tool where the business is going to be expected. I don't want how many number of transactions I'm posting. But at the end of the day, if I want the report has to be get executed with a systematically. Every customer will look out from the reporting point of view. If the reporting is going to satisfy, definitely I'll accept your database. So based on the concept of the design, I designed my SAP HANA database completely based on the transaction plus analytical reporting. So I call my SAP HANA DB is the combination of both OLAP and OLTP together, where we are going to be calling as a common database approach. So today onwards, what I'm going to tell you, No need to use this OLAP system separately. Now I'm coming to the point. Now from today onwards, no need to use a separate extractor. Now no need to use the separate extractor for the OLAP. So whatever the BW systems you have earlier, you can only use only one BW extractor. Remaining all the BW extractors are not going to be required because I don't have this ETL process concept when I'm using SAP HANA as the DP process to my SAP. So what I do here, now you can remove this DB. Now you can remove this DB. Now you can staple your application on the top of your SAP HANA DB from today onwards. SAP HANA DB. Very, very important. So what is the advantages? One is real-time reporting and the second one, real-time analytics. What are the two advantages you're going to be getting? Yes, if I go with Oracle DB, if I migrate the Oracle DB to my SAP HANA DB, I'm going to get two benefits. One is real-time reporting and the real-time analytics. What is the real-time? Now, no need to do any kind of extraction, transformation, and loading the data to another database system, not to another system, another application system. No need to do. Why? Because today I don't require this separate OLAP system as a separate entity. Now I can combine that OLAP in a single common database approach. So where your transactions and where your analytical reports are going to be executed from the same single database. So one copy of data is going to be required from me to today onwards. So now what are the reporting? So real-time reporting and plus real-time analytics. Okay, so let me go to what the SAP is telling the same point. Okay, so if I come here, this is what exactly I'm explaining. This is what exactly I'm going to be explaining. Okay, so now this is what exactly I told. Separated transaction plus analysis and acceleration processing. We are going to be using a ETL processing. ETL is nothing but, as I told you, that extraction, transformation, and loading. So we are using three different types of data with a different data model. Inert the data latency and poor innovation leading to the wastage. Definitely, my dear friends, you have data in the OLTP system and you have data in the OLAP system. You are increasing your database capacity as the more, and there is the innovation leading to the wastage. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be eliminating this process completely from today onwards. No, I don't require this kind of approaches anymore. You are using a heterogeneous landscape. One landscape is for the transaction, one landscape you are using for the analytical processing. So I completely removing a heterogeneous landscape. What I will do here, I will give you one single data model from today onwards. I will give you one single data model where I have got with a new database called as the SAP HANA database, which is called as the in-memory database. Now today onwards, one automatic copy of the data for both transaction plus analysis, all is going to be performed in a single database system, which is going to be calling it as the SAP HANA database. Now your reportings and your analytics and your transactions, everything you can execute from one database. No need to have a multiple database system from today onwards. So what is the advantages? One, the advantage is nothing but it is going to eliminate unnecessary complexity and the latency. The latency is very, very high now. So you are going to be increasing the latency when you compare it with your Oracle DB to your SAP HANA DB. Very good improvement. Less hardware to manage. Definitely, my dear friends. Earlier, I'm using a separate OLAP system and separate OLTP system. Before SAP, two databases I'm going to be using, two applications I'm going to be using. The database, the hardware is very, very high. Now what I'm going to do, now I don't want the hardware separately for the OLAP system. Now I'm completely removing the OLAP system. Why? Because I'm going to get those capabilities of OLAP system directly in my SAP HANA DB now. I'm going to get OLAP system capabilities directly in the SAP HANA DB. So if that is the case, then why should I require a separate landscape for the OLAP system? No, I don't want a separate system for the OLAP. So what SAP is telling here, less hardware to manage. Okay, accelerate through the innovation, simplifications plus in-memory. Accelerations is nothing but speed. You can see the speed now. Why? Because today we are introducing the concept called as the parallelization and the partitioning. We have a concept called as the parallel. Earlier in the Oracle DB, we don't have the concept of parallelization and the partitioning. Today we have a concept called as the parallelization and partitioning. Because of the parallelization and the partitioning, we can see the improvement We can see the speed, we can see the throughput is going to be very, very, very high. And apart from that, my SAP HANA DB is also called as the in-memory DB. What is the in-memory? Definitely we are going to discuss in the coming classes. So what is SAP is telling me? Now, one single database is going to be enough for both OLTP and OLAP. Now, there is no need to have any kind of wastage, okay? So, for more than 20 years, organizations have been using specific software using with additional hardware to extract, to transform it and load the data from the transactional system. Definitely, my dear friends. So, this is what exactly I'm using for it. So, now, to dedicate a reporting system based on the technology available at the time, means before 2011 I'm talking time, this was the optimal way to provide a holistic way view of business data with a good response time, especially when you add accelerator to the software and the hardware. So what I do here, I'm adding a different tools to improve the speed actually. So we brought the accelerators. We are bringing some accelerators. Accelerators are SAP provided tools where I'm increasing the speed. Why? Because earlier the report development was taken 30 minutes. Now if I add some accelerators, the same report I will get within 20 or 15 minutes at least. Okay, so that is what exactly you mean in accelerators. And with a good response time, something like that. Online OLTP which separated from the online OLAP. Definitely both the systems are separated earlier. Okay. This reason for this lies in the database design. Why you're differentiating? Why you're differentiating between the OLAP and OLTP? Because the database approach. We don't have the common database approach which will provide me for both transaction plus analytics. No, there is no common, because the database is not going to serve me like that. The database is complete. The design process of the database is completely different. Okay, one database system I need to use for the transaction, one database system I need to use for the analytical processing. Okay, complete. The design process is completely different. Quite simple. Okay. Quite simple database model where either built for OLAP optimization or for the OLAP optimization only. So two different hardwares you're going to be using, my dear friend. One is for the transactional, another one is for the reporting purpose. Not both. Okay. So however, this brought with the complexity, very, very important. What are the disadvantages are there? Very, very important disadvantages are going to be common. We are increasing the complexity of the data transparency. And the redundancy is and the redundancy is nothing but duplication. We can see a lot of duplication. Okay. And of course, the latency is very, very low for me. Okay. So it was the usual for today business figure to only available for tomorrow's reporting. Okay. Very, very important point. This is also very, very important. What the SAP is telling? Today's business figures, whatever the postings I'm making today, whatever the transactions I'm entering today, if I want to generate a report, the report has to be get executed for tomorrow's decision, not for today. It's a completely, can I call it as a post-mortem report? Definitely I can call it as a post-mortem report. Why the system is not giving the transparency for me to see the reports as on today? I want to take some decisions. I want a report to be developed as on today's date. No, I cannot give it because the database approaches are completely different for you. So what should I do? You do the extraction, transformation, and loading the data to another hardware called as the BW system. And the BW system consultants will work on developing the report, and you will expect the report by tomorrow, not by today. And you will expect the report by tomorrow, not by the today, because of the different database approach. Okay. So what the SAP has designed for the process to overcome this kind of issues. So we are going to be bringing a concept called as a SAP HANA DB. Okay. So the database support SAP S4 HANA, very, very important. S4 HANA is nothing but your application, and SAP HANA is nothing but your database. SAP HANA is nothing but your database. Can handle both OLAP and OLTP together from today. Very, very important point. This is very, very important point. Now the database design was completely, designed completely with one database approach called as OLAP and OLTP, processing for a single data model, and therefore we do not need to move the transactional data to a separate system. Why? Because the common database approach for OLAP and OLTP. This means the transaction and analytical application runs off the same tables, and therefore the data is available in the real time at every level of detail you are going to be expecting. At every level of detail we are going to be expecting from today onwards. Why this point is very, very important means, this means the transactional and analytical applications. Earlier, we are using two different applications, my dear friends. One application is completely designed for the OLTP. Another application is completely designed for my OLAP now. So what I'm going to do now from the SAP S4HANA point of view, now I'm going to bring you for both analytical run of the same tables, and therefore, because earlier the table data structure for OLAP have a different data structure, and the table data structure for the OLAP is having a different data structure. Now both OLTP and OLAP tables are combined in my SAP HANA database system, where you can get the real-time analytics and the real-time reporting from today onwards. This is called as a common database approach by using of SAP HANA DB, my dear friends. We call it as SAP handles the transactional and analysis from the single data model from today onwards. So let me come to the second point. I'll come to the second slide. Now we have understood the basic concept. Now what the SAP is telling me, SAP is very clear, making me to understand the concept here. So you do a trial and error version for a meanwhile. Okay, don't believe on my SAP HANA database for a meanwhile. So I'll give a free trial to you. So you can staple your application. You can staple your application on the, for you normally you are using a primary database as Oracle. Let it be as it is. And I'll give a trial version as a SAP HANA DB for you for 6 months. And you can, application is going to be stapled to your both the DBs. Means the primary DB is going to be the Oracle, and the same time you have a one more DB called as the SAP HANA DB. Now do the transaction posting now. Now post the transaction. You post a transaction which is going to be entering in both HANA DB and the Oracle DB. Now whatever the data you have earlier, whatever the 1 year data from the January to till the month of September, whatever the data you are resided in the Oracle, can you please move the data? Can you please also move the data from the Oracle to the SAP HANA, so that I have the same data here also from the Jan to December, or from the Jan to September, same data is available in Oracle, same data is available in the SAP HANA. And now you can do the online transactional, where the database is going to be serving you for both the purposes. Very, very important. Now, at one time, now you have the data. Now you have the data in the Oracle database, and you have the same data in my SAP HANA database. And okay, now you start generating the report now. Now you can start generating the report and see the performance from today onwards. Now, earlier what I'm going to do, now for the reporting purpose, I need to do the extraction, transformation, and the loading. So this is the approach I'm using for the Oracle. Now, when I want the same report, now I no need to do the extraction, transformation, and loading the data. So what I done in 2012, I brought a concept called as SAP BW powered by SAP HANA. Very, very important. In 2012, there is a radical change which has been happened. So in 2012, what I told here to the SAP world, I'm going to bring you a BW system on the top of your SAP HANA DB. Very good. So earlier, your OLAP system is a completely separate legal entity, completely separate box you're going to be using. Now you bring that box of your application. Bring that box. Don't use this application here on the top of your Oracle. Here also Oracle. Bring that your BW application on the top of, very, very important, on the top of your SAP HANA DB like this. Very, very important, my dear friends. This is called as your SAP BW. This is called as your SAP BW application. Please, very, very important. And bring your SAP BW on the top of your SAP HANA database like this. Just staple your database over here like this. Very good. Okay, now you can see here. Earlier it was separated. Earlier I am using a separate box for the OLAP. Now I'm bringing that OLAP system on the top of your SAP HANA DB from today. This is what this is the very good radical change which has happened in 2012. So that is the reason I'm going to be calling it as the SAP BW powered by SAP HANA. In 2011, SAP HANA database has been introduced, which is called as the in-memory DB. Let me go to the introduction part. Okay, let me go to the slides. Here you can see 2011. In 2011, we came out with a new database called as the SAP HANA DB, where it is called as an in-memory platform. I told that in-memory we will discuss in a very detailed way. Okay. In 2012, SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. Now what you're going to do? Now your OLAP system, whatever the OLAP system you're going to be calling, now the underlying database will be your SAP HANA DB from today. Your underlying database will be your SAP HANA DB. So what the name I'm going to be keeping? The name of the system I'm going to be calling it as the SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. So what are the advantages? You will get a real-time analysis and the real-time reporting. What are the advantages? If you are bringing your BW system on the top of your SAP HANA DB, where for the same DB already my OLAP system already been connected. Earlier, before you bring the SAP BW system, already my OLAP system has already been stapled to my SAP HANA DB also. And for the same DB, you are going to be connecting your BW system also. Means only one DB, only the same common DB I'm using for both OLAP and for the OLTP. Both of them I'm using the same DB. Now, what is the advantage you're going to be getting if you're bringing the BW system on the top of your SAP HANA DB? I'm going to be getting two advantages. One is the real-time analysis and the real-time reporting. So now no need to do any kind of extraction, transformation, and loading the data from today. Very, very important, my dear friends. So earlier, because your BW system is separated from the OLAP system, you are doing the ETL processing. Now today you're bringing this OLAP system on the top of your same DB, where the HANA DB is also connected to your OLTP system. So why do I require? Means the approach look like this. The approach look like this. One database with two different applications are connected to the same. So one database, your OLAP system is connected and the OLAP system is connected. Means this is your OLAP, OLTP, and this is your OLAP, and it has been stapled to the same database here. It has been stapled to the same database here with the same HANA DB. Now, are you going to do any kind of extraction, transformation, and the loading? No, nothing. Why? Because now we have a single DB. Earlier, I'm doing the extraction, transformation, loading the DB from one DB to another DB, not from the application to application. Because the data will be resided in the database, I'm moving the data from the database to database. So this ETL processing is not from the application to application, my dear friends. It is from the database to database only. So here in this case, if you are using a single database, then why do you require this ETL processing? No, I don't require any kind of ETL processing, because now the real-time data is resided in the SAP HANA DB, where I brought the BW on the top of your SAP HANA DB, where the same OLTP application has been stapled. Now you're going to be getting two advantages. One is called as the real-time reporting. Another one is going to be called as the real-time analysis. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important point this is. So this is only the temporary solution which I'm going to be giving till 2012. So later what we have done here to tell to all the SAP clients, now this approach is also not going to be required. Now this approach, now what I'm going to do here, this approach is also not going to be required. What I'm going to do here, I will bring all these BW capabilities directly into the SAP HANA DB, my dear friends, today. There is a one more radical change. Again, we are going to be moving to one more change. What is that change? Why do you require a separate BW on the top of your SAP HANA DB? Because if you're using the BW only for the analytical reporting, so I will get that all the analytical reporting directly from your SAP HANA DB from today. I will bring all the BW capabilities. Very good. So what the new change? So BW capabilities. BW capabilities. So now I'll bring all the BW capabilities within the SAP HANA DB. Now in that case, I don't require a separate BW extractor should be required on the top of my SAP HANA DB. Now you can remove this Oracle DB disconnect this Oracle DB. Now you bring your SAP HANA DB directly as a primary DB to your OLTP system directly here. So SAP HANA DB directly you bring that. Now what is happening? One common database approach. So you are doing the transactions and you are using the HANA DB for the analytical reporting. Means OLAP and OLTP both are combined in your single database approach, which we call it as a common database approach from today onwards. Now you are bringing all the BW capabilities within the SAP HANA DB. So my SAP HANA DB is not only used for the transaction, my SAP HANA DB is also going to be using for the real-time reporting and for the real-time analytics. This is the change which was done in 2011 and in 2012. So we call it as a common database approach as a single data model where we are going to be using over. What is the advantages? I will be eliminating unnecessary complexity and the latency. Certification question. This is a certification question. I'm eliminating unnecessary complexity and the latency. Less hardware to manage, very, very important. I'm going to be, because I'm removing the BW process completely. One hardware I completely removed. Why? Because I'm bringing your BW capabilities directly in the SAP HANA DB. So less hardware to manage. And the third one, you are going to have a very high throughput with a very good latency in the system with the accelerated process. Speed is very, very high because I'm bringing a concept called as SAP HANA in-memory database for you. I'll tell you what is the in-memory in the next class. Very important topic that is. Very, very important topic. What are the advantages if I use the SAP HANA DB? The most important advantages are going to be called as my SAP HANA DB is advanced in technology with a powerful multi-core processors, with a high and affordable memory, with optimized cache with a cloud process. What is a powerful multi-core processor? What is the high affordable memory? What is these all different things? Yes, definitely we are going to have a separate class on this with a HANA DB. Why do you call it as the in-memory database? That is also very, very important for us to understand.
Now, usually in SAP, we also do archiving, right?
Exactly.
So archiving is like taking the transactional data and putting it into some other application, say for example, Documentum or something, some other DB.
Correct.
So that still continues with HANA?
That still continues, but the time frame is going to be changed. Earlier, what I'm going to do here, the concept is nothing but now I am having a very high, huge, affordable memory. The concept I'm going to be using called as a huge, affordable memory. I'm going to be using the concept. So now I can bring all your real-time data into the single database. So earlier, what we are going to do, madam, as per, so we are doing the archiving every 3 months or 6 months. We are doing the archiving and we are storing the data from one database to another database. Am I right? Now today, the same thing, because my database size has been increased, and I have an in-memory database concept. Now archiving is there, but not by based on the 3 months or 6 months. I will do the archiving at 2 years or 3 years like that. Why? Because my database I can increase up to 5 TB, 10 TB. And if you see the Apple company, they are using the 200 TB of the data within the single memory within called the SAP HANA. 200 TB is not an easy thing. So 200 TB database they are going to be using as a SAP HANA DB for Apple projects. Very, very important, madam. So there is no need to do the archiving for the next coming 5 years for them. Everything I can store the data in the single database.
And about the reports, SAP has come up with new reports or
every report I am going to be executing from the Fury, madam. From today onwards, all your analytical and the fact sheet reports, everything you will get from the Fury. Wherever you're there in the world, no need to connect to your SAP directly. If you have a mobile, okay, if you have a mobile, just download a Fury app to your mobile and give the access to the Fury to your server. And wherever you're there in the world, you can access all the reports from your mobile, or laptop, or iPod. So within a fraction of seconds, you are going to be getting the reports from your Fury. So today we are going to be using the Fury as the front end, as a UEFI application for any kind of reporting system. Very, very important topic, and very, very important thing is nothing but before I go into the details about the SAP HANA DB, I need to discuss more into the what is the powerful multi-core processor, what is the affordable memory, everything, because I'm making you to understand about the concept of HANA, and then we'll go into the real-time process.
Hey there, ready to master SAP S4 HANA Finance 1909 training? Our course is here to guide you through. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S4 HANA Finance 1909, your go-to tool for financial management. It's like a Swiss Army knife for handling finances, from tracking supplies to ensuring they reach their destinations smoothly. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and tackle any queries you have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget-friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP S4 HANA finance skills? Enroll on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
We are talking about the database. So last week we have come across various important sessions about emerging of SAP S4 HANA into this next generation business suite. What is the next generation business suite? Yes, we have explained the concept in a very detailed way. But why do I choose? Okay, there is a one common understanding here for everybody. Why should I go for SAP S4 HANA? Now, if I see this path, I'm going to be sharing this PPT after the end of the class. Definitely, I'm going to be sharing. So, in the last class, what we have understood? Yes, we have understood the travel journey. We understood the roadmap. Especially, I'm talking as a part of the roadmap. We have understood the concept of the roadmap from SAP HANA, which is called as a database from 2011 till 2015. Yes, okay. So, where we have understood the concept of SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. What is the SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA? Now, today, if I take my SAP HANA as a database, we have the real-time analytics process is going to be happened in the SAP HANA database. Earlier, the OLAP and OLTP both are separated. Now, OLAP is nothing but online analytical processing. OLTP is nothing but online transactional processing. Now, I'm bringing a common database for all the business application. Very, very important. I'm using a word called as all types of business applications. If I come to the SAP, I'm giving a one common database to all of you. That database name is going to be called as the SAP HANA database. Now, if I choose my SAP HANA database, where my underlying, very, very important, where my application is working on my SAP ECC or whether on SAP S4 HANA, any application you take, okay? So means, this is my database. On the top of your database, we have an application, definitely. Okay, this is my application. Okay. My application name is, okay, my application name is SAP. Okay, for example, to make you understand, I'm writing SAP S4 HANA, but normal we call it as S core. What application we are running? S core. The underlying database is going to be called as SAP HANA database. So now today, if I choose my SAP HANA as a database, very, very important here is nothing but, today I'm seeing here, both OLTP plus OLAP both are combined, which is called as a common database approach. Why I'm going to be calling it as the common database approach, because last class we have seen that important information about the OLAP and OLTP. Now today you can run all your business analytical reports. Very, very important here. When I'm using a word called as the business analytical reports are very, very important. Means today what is going to be happening, you have a real-time reporting with a real-time analytics. Real-time analytics. What do you mean by analytics? Something like fact sheet reports, something like analytical reports. I want to see my sales figures from past 5 years. I want to see the sales figure based on the number of customers. Okay, for example, if I take a top 10 customers from last 5 years, I want to view the sales report. I want a complete analytical report for that. I want a complete fact sheet report for that. So earlier, what is happening? You're going to get all these kind of analytical reports from the BW system. Now today, I'm going to be combining both BW system and the OLTP into the one common database approach. So today, I don't want to see on another way where I can get the BW system. Today, I'm going to get all the reports from the single database called as the SAP HANA database. Now I'll come into the basics of SAP HANA. What is HANA? HANA, we all know that HANA is the database. Okay, now I'm coming to the normal class. So this is what last class we have done it. Now, the first most important advantage, why should I go with SAP HANA as a database? The four most important point is nothing because of powerful in memory. We call it as a powerful in memory. The concept is very something as a new concept. Every database, we call it as a database only. If you take an Oracle database, if you take a DBMS database or RDBMS, Microsoft database, you take any Amazon database, you can take any databases in there. We call it as a database only. But except HANA, HANA we call it as an in-memory database. HANA always called as the in-memory. What is the in-memory? Okay. Now, I will explain you two different databases comparing with SAP HANA database. Okay, very, very important. Now I'll take one traditional database, sir. All of you, please, very, very important. Now I'm taking one traditional database, which we call it the classic database. The classic database, what I'm going to be using called as Oracle database. This is my Oracle DB. Not SAP HANA DB, this is the Oracle DB. Now, what is happening? This Oracle DB is completely running on the disk processing. We call it as the disk. We call it as a disk processing. Okay, what is the disk processing? Everything I'll explain, you know. Now, if I open any transactions from my Oracle database, we all know that, my dear friends, in a real time, many thousands of entries we are posting into the database. Lot of transactions we are entering into the database. Any transaction, if a customer is raising a sales order, if we are raising a same invoice to a customer, I'm raising a purchase order, I'm raising an invoice. If you see from the procurement of the raw material till the goods have been delivered to a customer, if you see the day-to-day transactions, there will be nearly about hundreds or thousands of transactions we are posting. Where all the transactions will go and store, all the transactions will go and store in the databases. In what form? In a table. In a table. In a table. Any database you take, my dear friends, the data formation, the data storage device is formed in the form of a table. Okay, now I'll go to the SAP now. Okay, this is the SAP. Now, if I see the SAP here, now, very, very important here, I'll go to one of the table. Okay, this is not a practical, just I'm making you explain the concept, not a practical, please. Very, very important. What is the difference between the classical database to SAP HANA database? I'm explaining the concept. I'll take one table. I'll take one table now. Okay, the table name, I'm going to be calling it as, for example, PSEC. PSEC is going to be called as a line item level table. We call in SAP S4 or in SAP ECC, we call it as a line item level table. I'll tell you what is the line item level table. I'll tell you everything. Okay. Now, where this table is available? This table is available here. Where? Here. This table is available in the database. Okay, this is my database. Oracle is the database, and we have a table called as a BSEC. BSEC is nothing but my table name. Now I'm posting one accounting entry, sir. All of you, please, very, very important. Now I'm posting customer account debit to my sales account, my sales revenue account credit. This is the transaction I'm entering. So here I can see there are two lines. The one is the debit line. This is called as the debit line item, where I'm debiting the customer and where I'm crediting my GL account, where we are going to be calling it as the revenue account, sales revenue account. So one account is getting debited, another one account is getting credited. So there are two line items. There one is the debit line item, another one is the credit line item. Now, when I enter this transaction, these transactions will go into my Oracle database, and the Oracle database, these transactions are going to be stored where? In a table. The table is going to be called as the BSEC table. Where the transaction is going to be stored, the transaction is going to be stored in a table called as the BSEC. BSEC is nothing but my table name. Now, if I go to this particular table, for example, here, if I go to this particular table, if I click on the display, this table is mainly we are going to be using for the accounting document segment. This is mainly for the accounting documents. Very, very important. This is accounting, and if I open the table, I have these many fields are available in the table. If I open the table, I have these many fields are available. Okay, now Now I want to see the data into this particular table. I want to see the data. What is the data which is stored in the table? So I can go to the content and I can go. Now I'm going to the content. I'm giving one company code and I want to see the data. I given one company code, and if I see the data, there are totally 41 entries are there in this particular table called as the basic. Means if I open this table, how many entries are there? 41 entries are there totally in this table. Okay, very good. Okay, what is the form of the table? Okay, what is the form of the table? If I go back, okay, if I can see the technical settings of this table. Okay, this table, there are two forms. Every table you see, there will be two. One is a row-based, another one is the column-based. One is a row-based, another one is the column-based. Means, if I open this particular BSEC table, I can see the data is going to be stored in the column base like this. Some tables are structured in the row base like this. Some tables are going to be structured in the form of a row base like this. Very, very important. There are two things: column based. Another one is going to be called as the row based. In my traditional DB, when I go to my Oracle DB, all the data is going to be stored in a row based, not in a column based. Very, very important, my dear friends, in a row based. In a row based. I'll tell you what is a row based and column based. Very, very important sessions are. We have a very, very important sessions we have. Okay. So there is some disadvantages are there when I'm using a row based. Why? Because I cannot compress the data. I cannot do the compression of the data if I'm going to be using the row base. Where if I'm going to be using the column base, I can do the compression of the data. What is the compression? I'll explain you. Very, very important. I tell you. So there are two forms of the table. One is the row base, another one is the column base. If I click on the DB specific properties, here you can see it's a column storage or it is a row storage. So now in SAP, when I'm using the Oracle DB, the data storage device is completely on the row base, not on the column base. Why? Because now today we are using SAP HANA as a database, SAP HANA database. So I'm shifting the storage type from the row base to the column base. So what is the advantage is there? If I'm moving from the row base to the column base, definitely very, very important advantages we have. We are going to be seeing all those advantages. Now, I'll tell you what is the undefined also. I'll tell you what is the undefined in SAP. So two important things. One is called as storage type column based. Another one is going to be called as the row based. Now, I'm posting a lot of entries in my SAP. So all the entries are going to be stored in a database in a form of a table. Okay, in a form of a table. Now, my management is asking me, can you do a favor to me now? What is the favor? Okay, can you please take a top 10 customers, only top 10 customers, take a top 10 customers. Can you send me the sales prediction report for me? Sales or otherwise aging report. Can you send me the aging report? Aging reports. I'm explaining the point number 1 in the certification. Powerful multi-core process with affordable memory. Now today we are going to see these two important points here. Very, very important. Why do the SAP HANA is called as a powerful multi-core processor and why it is called as a huge affordable memory? So when I see that multi-core processor, the multi-core processor enables the parallelism of the task, which means more throughput of the data and fast processing to give the real-time response. Very, very important. Why do I use the multi-core process? Because of the parallelization patterning. This is what exactly we call it, the parallelism of the task. What do you mean by task? I'll tell you what is the task. The first point is going to be called the multi-core processors. Okay, now come back. So now my management is asking, can you please execute the top 10 customer report? From which date to which date you want? I want from 01/01/2019 till the date of October 31st. Means completely you are asking about 12 plus 10, 22 months of data you are expecting. 22 months, no? From the January 1st of 2019 to till the date of 31st of October 2020, totally 22 months data. So I want the top 10 customers report. So I can do some analytical. So I want the aging report of this top 10. So what I do here, I will execute this query. Where you are going to be executing this query is executed in your presentation layer. This is the presentation. Your presentation layer is getting executed with a query, and the query, what it will do, it will go to your application. This is your application. From the application, the query will be pushed to where? The query will be pushed to your database. Definitely. Why? Because data is available in the database, not in the presentation, not in the application. Where you're going to store the data in your laptop, you're working in your laptop, in a personal laptop, you're storing some files and everything. Where the data is going to be stored? In a RAM. You have 1 TB of your database, 2 TB of your database. Now, if you take a Apple laptop with you, current next generation laptop with you, you have a 1 TB data. 1 TB data is going to be having a memory with you right now. So where you're going to be storing all the data is going to be stored in the RAM. RAM is nothing but your database in your Apple laptop or in your HP or in your Dell. So in the same thing, you are using the Oracle as a database for all your data processing. So now the query, where it is going to be moving, the query from the presentation, you are executing that query here. Okay, now for example here, now I'll go to the report. For example, I want the report. For example, I'm just explaining the concept here, okay? Not take as a guarantee, okay? Now I'm generating the report here. Now I want the customer balance. This is my report name. All the customer sales, this is my report name. Example. Now I'm giving the company code, and this is my presentation. All the details I'm inputting in my presentation. Top 10 customers I'll be giving, and what are the requirement, and what I will do. There is the execution here. So this is the presentation. You're able to see the data in the presentation. This is my input screen. I'm doing all the input parameters, and I'm executing this presentation. So once I execute the query, what it will do from the presentation, the query will processing to your application. Application is nothing but your server. So from the application, the query, what it will do, it will go to the database. It will go to the database. Once the query has traveled to your database, very, very important here. Now, what are all the tables are involved for this customer sales? What tables you are going to be involving? There are multiple tables are there. Okay, one report is not having with one table. So if I want to generate a report for the sales of the customer, I want the customer tables, I want the GL tables, I want some different tables. So if I compile all the tables, I will get the customer sales reports. There are different tables I want. Okay, this particular report is going to search for different tables actually, not only one table. If I see that there are multiple tables, are the table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4. Okay, table 1, this is table 2, this is table 3, table 4. Totally, it is searching for the total 4 tables actually, because the sales report is stored in 4 different tables. So now what happening once the query has reached to my table 1, table 2, table 3, where I'm going to be using called as the disk processing mechanism. Okay, what is the disk processing? Because earlier we don't have this parallelism. Earlier in Oracle database or DBML database or any database you take, we don't have the concept of parallelism. Now today we have this parallelism in SAP S4 HANA with HANA DB. Okay, now I'll take one table which is going to be called as the basic. Okay, I'll take this table out. This is the table. This is my table. Oh, very good. Okay. Now, if I take this table out, okay, this is which table you're talking? Basic. Okay, for example, only one table I'm taking as a reference. In this table, I have the different processor tasks. Task 1, processor 2, 3, like this. If you take your iPhone also, if you take your iPhone 12 now, the iPhone 12 is going to be having how many processors? iPhone 12 is going to be having about 32 processors now in your iPhone 12 now. If you take iPhone mini or iPhone something like 12 mini or 12 plus, there are 32 or 33 processors going to be working in the backend. Very important thing. This is one of the important things. Now, if I take this table, there are multi-core processors going to be hundreds of processors I can see in this table. Now, what this query will do, first of all, this query will go into the processor 1, first of all. Okay. So once the processor 1 has got activated, the processor 2, 3, 4, the remaining processor are automatically getting locked. There is a locking mechanism because earlier we don't have the partition mechanism between one processor to another processor. Earlier, we don't have the partition between one processor to another processor. So what is happening? If one processor is getting activated with a task, remaining all the processes are getting automatically locked until this activity is completed with the processor 1. So from the processor 1, I got some data, then automatically the query, what it will do, it will go to the next processing. Once it's complete, then it will go to the third processing, fourth processing, fifth processing, sixth processing, seventh, eighth, ninth, fifth, like that. There will be 100 processors going to be working. So it has to collect the data from all the 100 processes, because the table is going to be stored in the row base, not in the column base. Very, very important. Now, this is the activity which I'm going to be doing for one table, but like the same activity I need to do for the table 2, table 3, and table 4. Because earlier we don't have the concept of multi-splitting. The query is not going to be splitting into multiple queries. Earlier we don't have the splitting mechanism. Earlier we don't have the splitting mechanism where the query is going to be splitting into multiple queries. No, only one query is going to be doing this, all the activities in all each and every processor. Yes, finally I got the data from all the processes. Very, very important. From all the tasks, I got the data. Now, once you got the data from these 4 different tables, now what the database has to do, because everything is going to be happening at the process of disk processing. This is called as the disk processing mechanism. So everything is going to be happening based on the disk processing, which is very, very slow. Finally, I got the data from all these 4 respective tables. So now this query, what it will do, it will take all the data from all these 4 tables and it will move the data back to your application. It will move the data back to your application. Why the 4 tables has to go back to the application? Why? Because earlier my Oracle database or any other database is not serving my purpose of compiling the data. No, there is no understanding. There is no compiling the data in the database. I cannot compile your tables and I cannot generate the report in your database. So the compiling should be done in the application, not in the database. Before my SAP HANA database has introduced, I'm telling all these things. Very, very important concept this is. So all the 4 tables, now what it will do, it will move to your application. Application is a server. Application is not a database. Application is a server for you, all of you. So now this application, what it is going to do, it is going to compile your data now. Compiling means, okay, whatever the data you got from all these 4 tables, now that application has to do the compiling of all these 4 tables and it has to generate a report here. It has to form the report by compiling all these 4 tables. Once the compiling is successfully done, then the application, what it will do, it will move the data to your presentation. Now you can see the reports. Now you can see the report in the presentation. After I do the compiling in the application, but application is the server. Application should not do the compiling. Application is the server. Actually, compiling should be done from the database, not from the application. But earlier, we don't have this option in my database. Earlier, the databases, whatever the databases which I'm going to be using only for the storing mechanism only. There is no compiling mechanism earlier. Everything is happening in the disk processing. There is no parallelism earlier. There is no partitioning earlier. Everything is happening at the disk processing only. So I cannot do the compiling of the report here in the DB. So it is your duty to do the compiling in the application. So earlier there is no other option. Why? Because we don't have our own database system where I can do the compiling. So my application is the server. If something goes wrong in the server, entire application will collapse. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be triggering a runtime. I'm going to be triggering a runtime. My basis people, my admin consultants are there, where we are going to be calling them as a basis consultant. They're going to trigger a runtime. If the runtime is taking more than 10 minutes in the application to develop this report, to compile this report, the system has to throw an error. Definitely, my dear friend, because application should not be given a burden. Application, if something burden is going to be happening to the application, the entire server will collapse. Your data is going to be missing. Something like you have to reform the application from the starting. So what I do here, I'll keep a runtime for 10 minutes. If the runtime is going to be, if your compiling is happening within the 10 minutes, I will form the report and I'll give back to your presentation. If the report compiling is taking more than 10 minutes, if the report compiling is taking more than 10 minutes, then the system automatically throw a runtime error to me, where I can go and see what are all the runtime errors. There is a separate transaction code is there, okay, in my SAP, where I can see what are all the runtime errors which have come. Okay, I'll show all the things in the practical, don't worry. There is a separate transaction code is there, which is going to be called as the ABAP runtime errors. Now today, as on today, that there are totally 1,508 runtime errors we have totally. See here, totally today. Example 22nd. See here. In the application, this is my application server. You can see here. This is my application. These all the programs have been cancelled. See here. These all the programs have been cancelled because the compiling is taking a long time to do the processing of the data. It's not an easy thing, my dear friends. Totally 1,1503 runtime errors I'm seeing in the application. Why? Because the runtime which I kept it is only for the 10 minutes. If the 10 minutes is going to be crossing that system, you'll go to the runtime error. You will not generate the report and give the back to my presentation. If the compiling is happening within the 10 minutes, the report will be generated. I can see the report in my presentation layer. So can I call it as a post-mortem report, my dear friends? Can I call it as a post-mortem report? Today report I'm getting tomorrow. Today's analytical report I'm getting tomorrow. So this is the concept of where I'm going to be missing the parallelism task in my SAP. Very, very important here. So when I introduced my SAP HANA database in 2011, the first most important thing I came out with a powerful in-memory database concept. When you have introduced SAP HANA in 2011. In 2011. So when I came with a HANA, I given a caption that powerful in-memory database with multi-core processing. Now I'm coming to the exactly logic. What is the first one? You are given to the powerful multi-core processing, where I'm going to be introducing the concept called as parallelism of the task automatically. Parallelism of the task is very, very important for me. Now I'm going to be calling it the parallelism of the task. What do you mean by parallelism of the task? The meaning of the parallelism of the task is nothing but if the same report, if I want to, okay. For example, are you going to stop if the system is going to show the runtime errors like that? You're telling to your manager that, manager, so I cannot generate the report because the system is going for runtime because of huge data. So I cannot generate the report and I cannot give it to you. Either I need to split the report as a monthly and I can give it to you for the 22 months, or I can see the other option like I can generate the report based on the 5 months. I can split the report into 4 reports and I can consolidate, I can give it to you, but I cannot give you the complete one report for 22 months because of huge data. Are you going to stop the reporting system to your manager? No. Then what you're going to do? I'm sending all this data to another system. Earlier, last class, I discussed that. I'm sending all this data to the ETL process. I'm sending all the data to where? To another system, which is going to be called as a BW system. So through the ETL, I will do the transformation of the data from your OLTP to OLAP. This is my OLAP system. OLAP system. And I've done the extraction, transformation, and the loading the data to my OLAP system. Now I'll ask my BW consultants. Now you can generate this report and give the report to my manager so that my manager can be happy, because I cannot generate this report to my OLTP system because of the disk processing. I cannot generate the report. This is how we are going to be using earlier, because we don't have the analytical processing in the same database system earlier. We can only do the transaction. We can only get the report up to the limited access, not for the more months. If you want any historical data report, you have to dependent on the OLAP system only, BW system earlier. Now today, what I'm telling to my SAP HANA, very, very important. Now today we have a concept called as a powerful multi-core enables the parallelism of the task. Now same reports. You take the same report now, my dear friends. Take the same reports. Now do the reporting system in your SAP HANA database. This is my SAP HANA now. We have all the parallel tasks Very, very important. All the parallel tasks are also available. Don't worry. We have the same parallel tasking mechanism also in our SAP HANA database also. Multi-core processing mechanism is also having in our HANA database, because every database you take, my dear friends, every database you take, compulsory there is a task processing. Okay, now take the same database. But this is not my SAP Oracle database. This is the HANA database I'm going to be using. Same table you take, same BSEC table you take here. Same table. Same BSEC table you take here. Now the same query I'm running, the same, okay, the aging report I'm running in my SAP HANA database now. Same report, same data. From the January 1st of 2019 to till the date of October 31st, 2020, you execute the same reports. Now, once the report has got executed, what my query is going to do? Automatically, there is going to be called as a multitask. We can call it as a multi-core processing with parallelism. Now I'm coming to the parallelism of the task. What do you mean by parallelism? There is a concept called as parallelization and the partitioning. Very, very important. All of you have to remember these 2 points, parallelization and the partitioning. I'll tell you, okay? Partitioning, okay? There is a concept called as the parallelization and the partitioning mechanism now, which is we are going to be calling it as the parallelism of the task. Very, very important here. Now, once the query has reached to my SAP HANA database, where the query has started is parallelism, now automatically this query, what it will do, it will get splitted into multiple queries automatically. It will get splitted like this. Automatically, it will get splitted into multiple queries, and each and every query will be dedicated to each and every task processing like this. There is no locking mechanism now from today onwards, because everything is going to be happening in the parallelization part. So earlier, what is happening? The query remains as one query, and it is going to do its task mechanism by reaching to each and every processor, but not like that today. In the today's environment, what I'm going to do, once the query is reached to my database, automatically the query is going to be splitting into multiple queries. Now, each and every query will go into each and every task mechanism. Each and every query will go into the each and every task processes. And what is going to be happening now? There is no locking mechanism between one processor to another processor. There is a partitioning. I developed the partitioning between one processor to another processor. So because of developing the partition like this, now what is happening here? Because of developing the partition like this, now there is no locking mechanism. I'm extremely sorry. There is something. Now there is no locking mechanism. Now here like this, I have the partitioning between one processor to another processor like this. What is happening? No locking mechanism. Now I can see every processor is activated now. All the processors are getting reached to each and every dedicated processing system with the task mechanism. Now the time which has took for me earlier in the Oracle database, 15 to 20 minutes activity has done only for the processing of the data. 15 minutes it is happening only for the processing of the data. Now the same activity, even it is not taking me more than 0.55 seconds. Where is the C? Very, very important here. Very, very important. Where is 15 minutes? Where is 5 seconds? Tell me now. That is the understanding. That is what exactly today we have the parallelism of the task. What is the mean by parallelism? Simultaneously, every processor is getting activated with one processing from today onwards. Now every splitting is going to be activated. Now I have a partitioning. Now the same data I'm going to be getting from your database within 5 seconds. And once I do this, all the 4 table activity, now I'm not going to move these 4 tables to their application now from today onwards. The system, the database itself is going to do the compiling of the data now from today onwards. No, earlier, even though I got the data after 15 minutes, the database table, what it is going to do, it is going to push all these 4 tables to your application. Now the application has to start doing the compiling of the data. Once the compiling is completed, then it has to go and generate the report in that presentation. But now, my application will never do the compiling of the data from today. No compiling of the data. Everything, the compilation should be done in your database only. No application. See how the logic execution has been pushed to the database from today onwards. Now my application, what it will my database, what it will do, after you got all the data, now it will start compiling of all the four. This is the table 1, and this is the table 2, and this is the table 3, and this is the table 4. Like this, what is it will compile the 4 different tables in where it will compile the data in the same in the database. Once the 4 tables have been compiled and once the report has been formed, now the report will be moved to where? Now the report will move to your presentation directly, not in the application. Directly it will go to the presentation. Now you can see the sales report directly in the presentation. Now I can export the data to my Excel sheet and I'll give the report to my manager. See the difference. How important the database is going to be playing the role. The first most important thing is nothing but I'm going to be using as a multi-core processing enable the parallelism, which means the more throughput of the data, very high throughput of the data. What do you mean by throughput? Earlier the throughput is very, very low. Earlier the throughput is very, very low. 15 minutes is taking. 15 minutes plus execution totally 20 minutes. Now the throughput is coming down to seconds, not even in minutes also. The throughput is going to be coming in minutes. What is the time and what is the MB of the reports, or it is the MB or KB or it is the TP of the reports? How much time it has taken to execute the report is going to be calling as a throughput. Now tell me the throughput between your legacy database to your SAP HANA database. That is the most important observation where I found it in my SAP HANA database, following up the point where we are going to be getting with a real-time response, everything we are going to. Today's report, today only I'm getting, not tomorrow. But earlier, today's report we are generating tomorrow. It is not a real-time report for me. Any doubts in the point number 1? Point number 2. Now, before I come to the point number 2, I'll put out one diagram to all of you. Before the point number 2, just I'll put out one diagram now. Optimization. This diagram name is going to be called as optimization processing. Okay, very, very important here. Okay, so before this, let 1 second. Okay, now here I'll take the classic DB. Here I'll take the classic DB, and here I take the SAP HANA DB. Here I'll take the SAP HANA DB. Now I'll put a one diagram here. All of you see here the diagram is very, very important for us. This is SAP HANA DB, and here I'm going to be taking the classical DB. Okay, now see the 2 triangles here, very, very important. See the 2 triangles over here. Means in the classical DB, here if I see here in the classical DB here, only 20% of the execution is going to be done from the database only. Only 20%, not more than 20%, my dear friends, see here. Because the database here, if you see the database activity in the classical DB, only 20%, that is only the tasking mechanism only. There is no powerful in-memory concept earlier. We don't have any kind of, the compiling is going to be done at the application level. So the remaining 80% of the data processing is going to be happening in the application, not in the database, because the database will only give the data from the database, but the compiling should be happened in your application. Compiling should be happened in the application. So it's not the diagram somewhere. Okay, definitely I'll get the diagram to you all of you. Don't worry. Now, what is happening in the classical DB? The database processing is going to be done 80% in the application actually. 80% I'm doing all the data processing in the application. Only 20% is activated in the database. Means my database is resided in the database. I'm going to be executing the data from the database, but the execution part, always the compiling is going to be happen in the classic DB. Now, when I come to my SAP HANA DB, means what is happening here? There are 3 things we need to understand. Application processing, and the second one we are going to be calling it as DB processing. DB processing. Here the DB processing is only 20%. Only 20%. The application processing is happening about 80%. Means I'm giving a lot of job to my application. I'm giving a lot of work to my application, which is supposed to be done by the database. But I'm giving a lot of work execution of the data from the application. Now today what I'm going to do here, I'm reversing this triangle here like this. Means what is happening? Your 80 to 90% of the data compiling and the data execution is going to be happened in the database. Now see the reversal of the triangle. And only 10 to 20% I'm going to be giving here to the application. Only the application will validate the data, not the processing. It will only validate the data. Now I'm giving the application only to the validation part, not for the compiling part. So now you can see the invert of the triangle means my database is going to serve you the different purposes. Means what are the different purposes? It is going to do the DB processing. It is going to do your application processing. It is going to do all the graphical processing to execute the data. So 80% of the data, this is what exactly I call it as a limited processing by the application. So application is a very, very important for me because application is a server. Application is a server. So I should not burden my server with a data processing mechanism. So now today what I do here, all the data processing mechanism has been pushed down the logic to my application to the database. Now the 80% to 90% activity is happening in the database, not in the application. A very, very important diagram. This is very, very important. Tomorrow I'll get you one more diagram, not a worries, because I need to show all the proportionate in the diagram. Okay, so tomorrow I'll get the diagram to you all of you, not a worry to me. Okay, tomorrow I'll explain the portion. This is what exactly we call it as a multi-core processing with parallel and the partitioning. Okay, very, very. Now the second point, number 2. Today we are going to be calling SAP HANA is an in-memory database. Okay, very, very important. This is my CPU. You can call it as a CPU, core processing, okay, which you are going to be calling as application. CPU is nothing but you are going to be calling as application. Okay. So now I'm taking a database. This is my database, which is going to be called as a big database. We can call it as a big affordable in-memory database. Now here we have two databases here. One is going to be called as the in-memory database, and the second one we are going to be calling it as a parallel processing database. We have two databases now. SAP HANA is not a single database. SAP HANA is a multi-tenant database. The point number 1, SAP HANA is going to be calling it as a multi-tenant database. Means if you open the SAP HANA database, there will be several databases are going to be executed. Okay. Now this is called as my SAP HANA. SAP HANA DB. Now current version is 2.0. Earlier we have 1.0 version. Now today we are running the SAP HANA DB as a 2.0 version. Okay. Now if I go to the application, now if I go to the system, if I see here, if I click on the system and if I want to see the status here, this is the complete status of my system. What application you are running, what is the database you are using, what are all the components you have installed as a part of application. I can see complete system status. This is the complete system status. Okay. Now if I come to the status here, what DB here, if you see here, what is the database you are going to be using? My database is going to be called as a HDB. Very good. HDB is nothing but HANA database. HDB is nothing but HANA database. And what is the release you're working? The release, the HDB HANA release is 2.0. You can see here, it is a 2.0 release. Here you can see here, 2.0. Earlier, till 2016, it is 2.1. It is, sorry, 1.0. Now from 2017-18, the new SAP HANA version has been released as a 2.0. Now, yes, currently we are using as a SAP HANA as a DB. You can see SAP HANA as a DB with a 2.0 version release. Very, very important. Here I can see whether my database is the Oracle database or whether it is the HANA database. If it is the HANA database, I can see it as a HDB. If it is the Oracle database, means you can see Oracle. If it is the SQL database, means I can see the SQL database. Now, I can go to the what are all the application, what application you are using here on the top of your database. What is your operating system? My operating system is Linux. Very, very important. My operating system is going to be called as Linux. Okay. So now if I go to my SAP repository, that is SAP system, here we have a called as the details of the components. If I click on the details of the components, very, very important. These are all the components I have on the top of your database. These are the so many components I can see here. Very, very important components like SAP S4HANA Finance, like SAP different different components we have. Different components we have on the top of your SAP HANA. These all are the components. Now, if I install which SAP S4HANA release you're working, I'm working on 1909 SAP S4HANA, very, very important, which is called as the on-premise. Very, very important. Here you can see the database. Here you can see. Means your application is running on, very, very important, with SAP S4HANA on-premise, which version it is? 1909. Means 1909 is nothing but your SAP S4HANA core. Okay, the version number, what is the version number? 104. 104. How many versions we have today as an in SAP S4HANA on-premise? 1511 is the first one, 1610, 1709, 1809, 1909. Totally, we have totally 4 versions in SAP S4HANA on-premise. The SAP S4HANA on-premise, the core means S4 core, your application, last class I told, S4 core is working on 104. 104 is nothing but 1909. You can see here. So it is the 1909, you can see 1909. If I click on the installed software components, you can see here. It is the 104. You can see it is the 104 on-premise. You can see 104 SAP S4HANA Finance is running on-premise with 1909. Very, very important concept here is these all are going to be the very best. So tomorrow is very, very important class for us. We are going to discuss. Today we have only discussed about what is the parallelization and the partitioning. But what is this high affordable in memory? Tomorrow is very, very important class. Tomorrow we are going to discuss the high affordable memory and the row based and the column based.
Yeah, for on-premise, we have these many versions. What about cloud?
Cloud, we have a quarterly versions. We have a quarterly versions like, okay, in 1 year, there will be 4 quarters will be there. In each and every quarter, there is a new version is going to be. There is a difference is there between the cloud and on-premise. There is a one class is there. Will make you understand. I'll make you understand in that particular session.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which tool in SAP S4HANA Finance 1909 is used for financial planning and analysis? And your options are SAP BPC, SAP Ariba, SAP SuccessFactors, SAP Concur. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP S4HANA Finance 1909 training? Our course is here to guide you through. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S4HANA Finance 1909, your go-to tool for financial management. It's like a Swiss Army knife for handling finances, from tracking supplies to ensuring they reach their destinations smoothly. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and tackle any queries you have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget-friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP S4HANA Finance skills? Enroll on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, now we are coming about the most important thing. Yesterday, we have understood about the parallelization and the partitioning mechanism over there. Now, today, what is SAP is asking me? Now, you take an SAP HANA as a database, which we call it as an in-memory database. Very, very important. Which we call it as a big database also. Now, very, very important here. Now, this is, everybody knows about the RAM. RAM is going to be playing the major role as a in-memory. We call it as a DRAM. Now today, earlier, if we go back to the 70s or 80s, okay, so we cannot afford the RAM. Okay, so because of huge of, okay, so now the RAM has become very, very cheap. So you are taking a RAM as an in-memory database. And this RAM we are going to be taking as a database within the same HANA database. HANA database is a single, not a single database. It is called as a multi-tenant database. What is the multi-tenant database? If you open my HANA database, there are several databases are going to be working, not with one database. There are several databases are going to be working. So just now I given you one. Introduction. Okay, so that is the in-memory PPT to you. If you open this in-memory PPT, okay. In this in-memory PPT, here you can see here. So here we have one slide called as multi-tenant database. Means with SAP HANA multi-tenant database container, you can manage several databases as a one. Okay, all tenant databases share the same memory and the processor. Okay. What is the memory here? We are going to be using the concept of the memory called as the DRAM. DRAM is nothing but my in-memory database. And this DRAM is very, very near to my CPU now. This DRAM is very, very near to my CPU. Very, very. CPU is nothing but your application now. CPU is nothing but your application. Earlier, before you go for the SAP HANA as a database, where we are using the Oracle as a database or MSQL or SQL or RDBMS or DBMS database, any database you take, those all the databases, we call them as a secondary access device, which is very far to my application. Which is very far to my application means earlier in the traditional architect, my application, and this is my traditional database. This is my traditional database. So this traditional database and the data, okay, the data forming between the application to the database is very, 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 very slow process. Why? Because the far away means the database is not very near to the connecting to my application. I can see the throughput is also very, very low, and the latency is also very, very, very slow here. Latency is also very, very slow because I want the high latency with a high throughput. And these databases, normally we call them as secondary access device. Actually, Oracle or the IBM or database, anything except HANA, we call them as a secondary access device. We call them as a secondary access device. And these databases are very, very important. They are going to be calling them as a disk processing. Actually, yesterday we talked about the disk processing. Because of the disk processing, I can see there are some bottlenecks at the reporting level. There are some bottlenecks. Today, what I'm going to do here, I completely eliminated the disk processing mechanism from the DRAM. DRAM is nothing but you call it as a database RAM. We call it as an in-memory database. We call it as an in-memory DB. We call it as an in-memory DB. Very, very important here. Now, I'll go to the slide. So what it is telling here, in-memory DB is a very, very important concept here, very, very important. What the in-memory is telling with SAP HANA in-memory database, software can run advanced analyticals, okay, alongside with a high speed of transaction. With a high speed of transaction. Why? Because now today we don't have this kind of disk processing mechanism anyhow. We don't have. Today we have only the parallelization and the partitioning today onwards. Because I can see now today, because of the parallelism, I can see now the data processing means the data travel between the CPU and the in-memory is very, very fast. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important topic this is. So very, very fast. The traveling time between the data between the CPU and the database of HANA between the in-memory is very, very fast. Why? Because today we don't have any kind of bottlenecks. Today we don't have any kind of bottlenecks for executing of any kind of report. So with the accurate, up-to-date response in a fraction of a second, this in-memory database eliminates. This is what exactly the logic. This in-memory database eliminates the predefined aggregates, materialized views, and the data duplication between the operational and the decision support system. Very, very important. What is this point? What is this? What is this eliminating the predefined aggregates, materialized views, and the data duplication between the operational and decision support system? Definitely, we have to know about all these concepts. Very, very important concept this is. So what I'll do here, I will open a new file. Okay, I'll be sharing that important file to all of you, not a worry. Okay, I'll be sharing that link to you, all of you also. So I'll be opening a new one. Okay, very, very important here. So we are talking about the point number 2. We are going to be calling as yesterday we discussed about what is the powerful multi-core processor. Today we are talking about the huge and affordable memory. Okay, very, very important. Okay, now the total, very, very important. This is a complete SAP HANA database, my dear friend. This is completely SAP HANA database. And here we have a multi-tenant. One is completely on the disk processing. This is completely on the disk processing. Here we have the disk processing. but my in-memory is not a disk processing. We have two databases. One is the in-memory, another one is the disk processing. The total volume of the data in the DRAM I can store up to, what is the capacity? Okay, I can store up to 2 TB. 2 TB is my in-memory database. And here, 3 TB or 4 TB I'm going to be taking. 4 TB I'm going to be taking as a data processing database. Very, very important thing. So 2 TB I allocated for the DRAM, which we call it as for the in-memory. And for the disk processing, there is one more database is also resided in my SAP HANA. For this database volume capacity is the 4 TB of DB. Okay, totally we have 6 TB. So the cold data and the hot data. Hot data. Okay, very, very important. So what is happening? The current year data means the most recently used data, most recently, frequently using the data. Very, very important. Maybe 2 TB means I can store up to 2 years. Example I'm taking 2 to 3 years example, or 2 years I'll take 2 years of data. The current 2 years of data means 2019, 2019 and 2020. Okay. The 2019 and the 2020, I can reside the data in this DRAM, whereas the historical data you are going to be calling means apart from 2019, before 2019 means all the historical data, what I will do, I will transfer the data to my disk processing here. Very, very important. So the current year of data means frequently accessing the data for the 2 years, the 2019 and 2020. I have the data in the DRAM. And the historical data is going to be moved to the disk processing. Why? Because I don't use those data frequently. Why? Because they are rarely using the data for any kind of decision supporting system, something like for any kind of analytical reporting. I will use those previous years of data. But for the current year data, 2019 and 2020, I definitely want the data should be resided in my DRAM, where the DRAM is very near to my CPU processing, so that I can see the traveling of the data between the CPU and the DRAM is very, very fast compared with my disk processing with the CPU. Why? Because the disk processing is very, very far away from my CPU. So I cannot get the data very fast, what I'm going to be expecting from the DRAM. Very, very important. So the hot data means the data which you are going to be currently accessing, that is the 2 years of data, 2019 and 2020. This hot data is resided in the DRAM, whereas the cold data, we call it as the cold data. The cold data is moved to the disk processing mechanism. Very, very important here. So very, very important here. So I'm moving to the disk processing. So point number one, what it is telling here, the point number one is very clear to me. So what it is telling here, so if I come here, so you can manage several databases as one. All tenant databases share the same memory. Very, very important. If you have multi-tenant, if you have the one database, second database, third database, fourth database, all the databases will share the same in-memory only. There is no other approach. Okay. However, they are securely isolated from one another, and each has its own user, catalog, and repository and data logging file. Design dedicated resources to each tenant to optimize the database performance and cut cost by backing up, patching up, of recurring of all the databases. You can see these all are going to be called as the databases. See, all the databases are going to be running here. You can see this is the database, and who is going to be monitoring? My database administrators are going to be monitoring about HDB. HDB is nothing but HANA database. You can see DB1, DB2, we have several databases are running simultaneously in my SAP HANA database. So here, if I see here, while your rarely access data is moved to the disk, very, very important. Rarely means yearly once, something like 6 months once or yearly once. I'm accessing some reports. Those are the rarely. Frequently, I will not do that. Frequently means every day there is a customer aging reports, vendor aging report, or GL balance report. There are some reports are there where I'm every day in the morning, I had to, this is my duty. I have to execute the reports. I have to send the reports to my director, finance director. Okay. That is a rarely, frequently. Some of the reports I don't want it. Okay, so they are rarely accessing the year-end closing activities, something like quarterly or off-yearly. So those are going to be called as the rarely accessing the report. So why should I increase my DRAM with the rarely accessing the report? The rarely accessing the data, what I can do, I will move the data to my disk processing here, because I don't require to get it presently. It requires in a yearly once I require. So what I do here, The rarely accessing the data, I will move it to the disk processing. Whatever the frequently accessing the data you have in your current company. Every day I will execute that report. Every day I will do that report execution. Then why you're sending the data to the disk processing? You remain the data in the DRAM itself only. Very, very important. That is what exactly I call it as the hot data. It will be first stored in the DRAM, then it will be remain. So if you want to remain the data in the DRAM is the 2 TB of capacity with you. So you can store up to 2 years or 3 years of data in the DRAM. So no need to move the data to the disk processing. So when you are going to be archiving the data to the disk processing, okay, so if you feel that the DRAM capacity is going to be up to 90, the buffer is reached to up to 90% or 95%, then I move the data to the disk processing, sir. There is no limit. If you want to afford 4 TB of data, 5 TB of DRAM, 6 TB, you can offer to that, sir. There is no limit. For example, I take you one example. Okay. Now, there is a GL balance report, sir. For example, I'm taking a GL balance report. Okay. GL balance report. Okay. Okay. Now, early in the morning, what I done here, Mahesh is an accountant. Okay. Early in the morning, Mahesh has executed this report, sir. Okay. Mahesh has executed this report from, for example, from January 1st, from January 1st to till the date of October 31st. October 31st, he has executed this report. There are so many GL accounts, sir. Thousands of GL accounts are there with me, sir. I want to see all the balances for all the 1,000 GL accounts.
Yeah.
So initially, what I'm going to do, I'm sending this query from the CPU. CPU is nothing but your application, sir. CPU is nothing but your application, definitely, okay. So when I return the query and when I send this query for the execution of the GL balance report, the compiling and everything which has taken me the time is going to be up to, for example, it has taken me up to 6 minutes. Okay, it has taken me up to 6 minutes first time because in the day, 6 minutes. Now the same GL balance report, once again, it is getting executed by one of my friend, Mr. John. John is executing the same report with the same CPU capacity, with the same CPU, not with another server, within the same server. Next after 1 hour or 2 hours, whatever maybe. John again he is executing the same report with the same parameters, what I have done it. Now for the John, because already the report has already executed by Mr. Mahesh in the early in the morning at 8 AM or 9 AM. So already the mirror image was already created, means already in the back end, the report execution was already developed and it was saved in the application logic, definitely. Now the John is executing the same report once again. So the system, what it will do, again, it will not doing the compiling. So no, it will not doing the compiling from the starting because already this report has already executed by Mahesh earlier before 1 hour. Already the segregation and the compiling was already done before. So the system, what it will do, it will pick up that same compiling and it will give the report to you. Now for the John, it will not take for the 6 minutes. John, it will take only 6 seconds. 6 seconds means what does it mean that already the report execution was already done by Mahesh and already the segregation was done, the compiling was already done. So in the backend application, the report formation was already developed. Now the John is executing the same report, the system again it will not doing the compiling because already the compiling was already done in the morning. So it will pick up that file and it will give the file to you within a fraction of seconds. See, if you take Amazon, lakhs of transactions you are making in a month or in a day, thousands of transactions you are posting. There is no limit for your transactions. If you take an Amazon company, okay, something like they're giving a lot of offers in this festival season, something like in the year-end closing activity. So people used to do a lot of transactions for that. So for those kinds of sort of companies, I will go for the multi-tenant database to have the data very securely without any archiving the processor for that company. If it is a very limited data, if it is a very slow, limited data, only hundreds of numbers of transactions you're posting in a day, I'll not go for the multi-tenant database, sir. I will have, okay, only one is a disk processing, another one is in-memory database is enough for me, sir. Yes.
We are talking about the data we are frequently using, right? So it takes less time in that. What about the data like we run only once in a year, which is in a disk processing? How long does it take?
Correct. Very good question, madam. Thank you for asking this question. So we are using the disk processing mechanism. Okay. Now, whereas if the data is already resided in the DRAM, we don't have any kind of problem. But when the data we are using for the historical data from 2015 or 2016, whatever may be. So in this case, what I will do here, because the data has to be get executed from the DRAM to the CPU like this, okay? So it will go to the first, it will go to the DRAM. First from here, it will travel to the DRAM. And from the DRAM, the data will be doing the compiling with the current year of data. Then the data will be sent. Only the time lacking between the disk processing to the DRAM, it will take approximately. Why? Because this is only the internal activity which I'm performing here. It is not external activity, just like what we have done in the secondary access device. Because here we have the disk processing. So, and today we have this concept of, even though you are using the disk processing mechanism, I can see the traveling data between the DRAM and the disk processing is not a very high matter. I can tell that approximately, for example, if you are taking about 5 years of data, approximately you're taking about 5 years of data. I can challenge that it will not take more than 10 minutes, madam. 10 minutes to travel the data from the disk processing to the DRAM, and from the DRAM to the CPU. It will not take more than 10 minutes for you to do the compiling and everything. Because every day we are going to be monitoring the databases. So that is very, very important. Here, see here. If I see here, see. Every day, because every system is completely isolated from one another. Very, very important. There is no dependency is there. Actually, if there is a dependency, then definitely I can see a lot of runtime errors, but there is no dependency is there. So I need only the data from the disk processing. I will do the compiling everything in the in-memory, because in-memory we have the parallelism. It is a very, very fast. So after I do the parallelism, I'll send the data to the CPU. So every database is isolated, and I can see that the running of the databases is, as on today, we can see the running of the database, how much time it is taking, what is the total usage you are going to be consuming, what is the CPU usage, and what is the total used memory. You can see here, what is the total used memory, and what are the alerts you are going to be getting. So every day I'm monitoring my databases. So there is no problem in archiving the data back to your in-memory. 10 minutes, maximum 10 to 15 minutes. HANA database is going to be for both. If you're working on on-premise or if it is a cloud, both are going to be the same database.
The same concept.
Same concept. Exactly, sir. Earlier, the front end I'm using, what I'm going to be using, the front end I'm using as a GUI. GUI is nothing but graphical user interface earlier. Now today, the front end is going to be calling it as the Fury, sir. Fury is nothing but your front end now.
Yeah.
Fury is nothing but your friend. Your Fury is getting connected to your DRAM directly, sir. Very, very important. Your Fury is getting connected directly to your DRAM with the OData connectivity. We call it as an interface. The interface between the Fury and your database is getting connected with OData. OData is nothing but your interface. So now your Fury application will directly consume the data from the in-memory, not from the disk processing. Very, very important, sir. Earlier, you are using the GUI as a front end, not as a Fury. GUI is nothing but which is completely on the top of your application. So I can see there is a very low latency with a very low throughput. But today, nothing like this. Fury is directly consuming the data from the in-memory, not from the disk processing. Very, very important, sir. All of you. So if I come to the concept, it's very clear to me that, okay, if I come to the concept here, very clear to me here, okay, when I go to here, so why you are rarely access the data is moved to the disk, very, very important, which I don't want the data, which is not going to be used for a time period. So I can move the data to the disk processing, which is not required for me. Okay, you're frequently accessing the data remains in the in-memory itself only, even though, I'll tell you one logic here, even though I just now I told them. So Mahesh is executing the data of GL balance report from 2018 to till the date. Example, you take till the date. First time for Mahesh, it might be taken 10 minutes. But already the report execution was already done by Mahesh in the early in the morning. The same report Mr. John is getting executed, same. For John, again, it will not do the compiling because already it was already compiled and there is a report execution was already done by Mahesh earlier. So the mirror image was already created. So if John is executing the same report, it will take seconds for him to get the report back. Very, very important. For Mahesh, might be it has taken 10 minutes first time. But the second time for John, it will not take even the minutes. It will tell you should talk in a minutes. You should talk in only in the seconds, 30 or 40 seconds. That is called as a frequently accessing the data, whether it is a 1 year or 2 year, 3 years or 4 years or 5 years of data, doesn't matter for me. Because every day you are using this report. Every day you are using this report, or weekly once you are using the reports. So the report will be resided directly in the DRAM. The report will not go to the disk processing. If I'm not using the reports for 6 months or 7 months or 8 months, why should I require the report here? So I'll move the data back to my disk processing. So that's the reason here. You can see here, your frequently access the data remains in the in-memory, while your rarely accessing the data is moved to the disk. This lets you the cost effectively managing the large volume of the data without being limited by the memory size. Definitely 100%. There is the advantage is there. So your applications means your CPU. Okay, your applications can access all the data in the. This is what exactly, sir. Your banking because so now you can see here. Your applications can access all the data independently of where it is stored, and you can modify your database storage performance at any time meet your user expectation. So something like I want to bring the DB1 near to the DRAM. I want to bring the DB2 near to the DRAM, or I want to bring the DB0 to the near to the DRAM. So whenever you want to make something changes at the database level, you can make the changes. It's completely working on the cloud base, something completely working on the fly mode. So your database is now well secured without any restriction. And for example, I'll take you one example. Now I'm moving into the cloud, sir. Say example. It is on-premise. On-premise is completely dedicated landscape you have on-premise. For example, I'm moving to a cloud. Okay, cloud means completely cloud. There are two clouds are there. One is going to be called as a private cloud, and the second one we are going to be calling it as the public cloud. Okay, public cloud. Okay. Now let us assume that I have taken a license of private cloud. I have taken a license of private cloud. Very, very important, my dear friends. So what the SAP will do here for the private cloud consultants, for the private cloud client, SAP will give you the database to you. Definitely, SAP will give you the database to you. This database is going to be shared by other clients also. Very, very important. It is not specifically designed for your client. Very, very important, my dear friends. Means you are using a private cloud. Very, very important. This database is using by other clients. For example, there is a company called the ABC. There is a company called the ABC, and there is one more company called the XYZ company. So I'm sharing the same database for both of the clients, but your database is well secured. Very well secured. Your data is well secured. No need to worry. This is your ABC, and this is your XYZ. The database is going to be the same with the same HANA database. You have both the data. You have both the clients having the same database. You're sharing the same database, but I'm dividing the buckets of your database within the HANA database. Very, very important, because this is the sharing. If I move to the public cloud, then in the public cloud, complete a new database is going to be dedicated to you. Your database is not going to be shared with any other clients. No, I'm not going to be giving access to your database for other clients. It is a completely dedicated databases for you. So now the point number one is very, very important for me here. What is the in-memory is telling that why it is a very slow speed? One is parallelization and the partitioning. Second one, the most important thing is nothing but now I'm going to store the data in a column based, not in a row based. The point number two. Point number two is now I'm storing the data in a column based, not in a row based. Now I'll come to the point number two. So now I'll take one small example to all of you, sir. I'll take a small example. Let me take a one file now. Let me take a one file. Okay, I'm taking this file. I'll take one customer report, okay? Customer or a vendor report, whatever maybe, okay? I'll take one file with you all of it because this is very, very important for us to make you understand. Okay. Now this is the table, sir. This is the file. Okay. Now here we have a customer number. Customer number. This file is going to be having the customer product. Okay, so I'm taking the country. Very important. These all are very important. Okay, so okay, product. I'm going to be taking the unit of measurements. Okay, unit of measurements. And here I'm going to be calling it as, okay, now next one, customer product. Okay, I'm going to be taking the country, unit of measure, and here I'm going to be taking about the, okay. So I'll be taking about the customer hierarchy or something like, I'll take one more call. Okay, I'll take like area. Okay, right, very important. Okay, now, or sales order, I'll take a sales order here. Sales order number. Okay, for example, order number. Okay. Now there is a customer number. Okay, customer number is 101. He's a John. Customer number is a John. Okay, customer number. He's a John. Okay. Now there is a one more customer. My name. Okay, his number is 102. 102. He is Mr. Alex. Okay, he's Mr. Alex. Okay, something like. Okay, I'm giving here. Okay. So there are two customers are there. Okay, one more customer is also there, 103, and okay, we have same customer, and we have 104. Okay, like we have different customers we have. Now, very important point here. Very important point here. Now, product is nothing but I'm taking the product here. Okay, product is nothing but customer one, Mr. John. Okay, product is going to be taking either iron. Or something like I can take here like this, okay? Wheat or something like I can take another one, okay? Not iron, okay? Air condition, okay? And country, he belongs to the country US. And his unit of measurement is each, okay? Each. And what is the sales order number? The sales order number is 1001, okay? Now the second Alex also, he is purchasing the same air condition. He is purchasing the same air condition from my company. And he belongs to another country called as Italy, IT. And the unit of measurement is also each. Okay, I'm taking because each, and his sales order number is 102. Okay. Now, Mr. Third customer is purchasing, okay, television. Okay, he's purchasing a smart television, TV. So he is from the US only. He is from the US. And this is also each. And his sales order number is 1003. Okay, very good. Okay, now the last customer, okay, he is purchasing something about micro oven. Okay, micro oven. He is from the US, and each, because each, okay, maybe he has purchased about 100 quantity or 200 quantity, doesn't matter. Okay, his sales order number is like that. Okay, now if I take a table, this is my table actually. Okay, this is my table. The table name, for example, okay, there is a table called as a VBRK example. There is a table called as the VBRK. Now, very important here. This is very important. Now I'm making you understand the concept in a very detailed way. Now, earlier, what is happening? I'm storing the data completely in the row base, not in a column based. There is a disadvantage is there between the row base to the column base. In the row base, I cannot compress the data. I cannot do the compression of the data in the row base, where in the column base, I can do the compression. The point number one is nothing but compression of the data. I can do the compression only in the column base, not in the row base. So, I'll take one table, okay? So I'll take a BSEC table. I'll take one table. This is not a practical, just I'm making you understand only, not a practical. This is the table actually. BSEC is the one table in our SAP. Okay. Now, if I go to the table, if I click on the technical settings here, not a practical, just I'm making, because in the practicals, I'll explain you very detailed way, okay? Not a practical, okay? Now here, this is the table. Actually, this table is mainly for the accounting document, actually, which is a very active table. Whatever the accounting documents I'm storing, that all the accounting documents will go and store in this particular table called as the BSEC table. Now, if I go to the DB specific properties here, if I click on the DB specific properties here, we have three storage types. Now today, In my SAP HANA database, very, very important, the recommended one is going to be calling as a columnar storage. It's not a row based. See here, it is not a row based. My BSEG table, BSEG table is completely designed with a storage type called as the columnar storage. Earlier it was the row based. In Oracle or some other database, it is a row based. But now in SAP HANA database, I moved from the row based to the column based. Okay. Now here you can see the data. Now I want a report. Now my management is asking me a report. Okay, tell me one thing. I want a report. Can you pick up the products consumed? Very, very important here. The product which I sold, whatever may be the product, Mahesh, whatever may be the, I want a complete report of January to till the month of October 31st. I want a report. What are all the product you have been sold to the US country? I want only the country. I don't forget about the customers, forget about the unit of measurements. I don't know how many sales orders you have raised. I don't want everything. Can you generate a report to me and give the report to me? What are all the products have been sold to the country US? Tell me, come on, generate the report. There may be 1,000 customers are there, 2,000 customers are there. Maybe there are nearly about 50,000 sales orders have been created. I don't know, irrespective of number. My management is asking for the country US. I want the list of the report. I want the list of the product you have been sold to the country US. Okay, this is what my requirement is. Your country based. Okay. Now what I do here when I'm sending this command, when I'm sending a command in my SAP, first what it will do here, okay, now I'm sending this command here. First, what it will do, it will go to the table called as a VBRK table example. If this is only the example I'm making you understand, please, okay, don't consider it as a guarantee, okay, just to make you understand, I'm taking one table. It will go to the table called as a VBRK, and it will do the scanning of the first row. Very, very important. It will scan the first row. Okay, very good. Yes, completely it has scanned. And in the first row, there is a country called as the US here. Very good. It has found the country called as the US because my command is completely on the country level, not on the product level, not on the customer level, not on the area level, completely on the country level. Okay, first one, it has identified. So totally, what is the product you have been sold? Air condition. Very good. Now it will go to the second one. Again, it will go to the second one. Okay, now it will go and scan the second one. Okay, very good. Second row, it was scanning. In the second row, there is no country by the name US, so it is not going to be given. Third one, there is a country by the US name. Okay, very good. Give the country here. Okay, now give the option here. Last but not the least, okay, again it is going to scan the fourth row. So totally the system is getting scanned with 4 different rows. Very, very important. Country is only one. What is the country? US. I'm giving a very strict command to my system that please scan a report based on the country US only. But what is my report scanning? What is my query is going to do the scanning? Query is completely scanning on complete rows of all the, maybe there will, here I'm taking only 4 rows, but maybe there are 1,000 rows are there in the same table. So it is going scanning each and every row, irrespective of it is the country US or it is the other country. It doesn't matter. It will go because the command is only looking out for the country, only the country command. And I can see the scanning is going to be happen to each and every country level. No, this is not my requirement. No, this is not, because of this is one of the drawback here. So what we are taught here, instead of moving like this row base, why can't we move the system to the column base with the data structure design? So when I go to the data structure design based on the column base, now the system, what it will do in the same table, it will create 4 different columns, 4 or 5 different columns. One column is for the customer number. One column it will create for the product. One column it will create for the country. One column it will create for the unit of measurements, and one column it will create for the sales order. Okay, now see here. Now see here. Customer 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, because now your 4 customers are there. Very good. Okay. Customers. Okay. 101, 102, 103, and 104. Okay. Very good. Okay. 4 customers we are going to be having. Product, air condition, and smart TV and micro oven. Very, very important, my dear friends. So I'm taking only 3 products now. See here, I'm only taking the 3 products. Only 3 rows, only 3 columns. So you can see here, only 3 columns. Okay, very, very important. Okay. In one is the air condition, that is nothing but AC. Second one, we are going to be calling as smart TV. Third one is going to be called as the micro oven. Okay, very good. Now, country. How many countries are there? Only 2 countries are there. One is US. Another one is Italy. So unit of measurements, and we have the sales order like this. Okay, we have the sales order. There are totally 4 sales orders are there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, one is going to be called as like this. Now here you can see the logic here. Now you can understand the logic. 1001, 1002, 1003, and 1004. And unit of measurements is going to be the each only. Okay, so unit of measurement is going to be the each. Now tell me now. Now the same report. Now Mahesh, can you execute now? Same report. You just execute the same thing. Okay. Now I'm sending the same command now once again. What is my requirement? What are all the products you have sold to the country US? That is my requirement. Now what is the requirement? Country and the products. Country and the products. Okay. Products. Okay. Now earlier what is happening? It is scanning the first row. It is scanning the first row, and it has got the country US and what is the product? Air condition. And it is scanning the second row. In the second row, I don't find the country US, so the scanning has failed. In the third one, it is scanning the complete row and finding the US with a smart TV and the US with a micro oven. So for US, now it is generating the report. For US, we sold AC, we have sold the smart TV, and we have sold the micro oven. Okay, this is what. But now, if I'm moving from the row base to the column base, my requirement is only based on the product and the country only. So the query, what I'm going to be sending the query, it will go and scan only these 2 columns, one column and the second column. It will not touch the customer number. It will not touch the unit of measurements. It will not touch my sales order number. Why? Because my query is very strict here. My query is only recommended only for the country with the product you have been sold to the country US. And that country is only the US country, not for other country. Very, very important here. So what this query will do, first it will go and scan the product, and it will go and scan the country US. So first preference will be given to the country US, and the second preference will be given to the product. Why? Because based on the country only, I can understand what are the products you have been sold. So for the country US, what are the products I sold? Air condition, smart TV, and micro oven. So which rows, which column, which rows it has picked out? It has picked out row number 1, row number 2, row number 3, and row number 4, and row number 4. Only 3 rows. Very, very important here. Why the row number? What happened to the row number 2? Row number 2 is not related to the country called as US. It is a country related to the Italy, not to the country. So I don't want to touch this particular column here. Very, very important. So now what I'm going to do, now I am moving out from the row base, and now I'm shifting my database storage type as the column base. Now the system will have the flexibility to scan only those particular columns, and it will give the reports back to you. Now, no need to scan each and every column now, because that is not my requirement. And my requirement is only for the country US, what are all the products you have been sold for the year of 2020. So how many rows, how many columns it is going to scan? It is going to scan only 2 columns. One is the country, another one is the product. I don't want the customer number. I don't want what is the unit of measurement. I don't want the sales order number. That is not my requirement. My requirement is country and the product. Give the report to me. So why should I require? Then why should I scan the customer number, unit of measurement, and the sales? Or no, nothing. There is no logic in that. Now tell me what is the time which has took me to the scanning of each and every row, and tell me now what is the time which has took the scanning for every product in a column base. Now tell me how much time it is going to be decreased now. This is the shifting mechanism between the row base to the column base in SAP S/4HANA.
So basically it is a combination of a characteristic or specification plus the column.
Yes, I tell you, sir. We cannot tell it as a combination. It is the logic derived, which is very, very important, sir. I can tell you, it is the logic derived for the extracting the data from the database table, not based on the combination.
Because in a way we are still creating, I mean, at least in that picture, right? I mean, you had columns for yes, sales order and everything, but in a way, logically, there were different rows, right? So now we are combining that row with each of the column, right?
Exactly. We are segregating the rows into the columns, and just simple. See here, if you understand very carefully, I created two columns, sir, only for air condition, sir. See here, sir. I created two rows for air condition. But if I come into the product, I created only one column. Okay, all the ACs are going to be triggered with the one column here. And the logic, US to the country AC, like that. The logic is going to. So what are the rows? 1, 3, and 4. Why? Because in 1, 3, and 4, I find the country US. I find the country US here. I find the country US here. I find the country US. Not in the second one. And now this is the difference between the column based and the row based. Now every table in a SAP S/4HANA with the database HANA database. Now you can see the storage type is always will be designed with the storage type is going to be calling it as a column based.
Hey there, ready to master SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909 training? Our course is here to guide you through. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909, your go-to tool for financial management. It's like a Swiss Army knife for handling finances, from tracking supplies to ensuring they reach their destinations smoothly. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and tackle any queries you have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget-friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP S/4HANA finance skills? Enroll on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Before the SAP S/4HANA, SAP S/4HANA introduced in the year of 2015. Actually, 2015 is the year where SAP S/4HANA has come out with the very first release called as the 1511. Very first release called as the 1511 is the first SAP S/4HANA on-premise release. So in 2015, in the month of November, that is the year, 15 is nothing but a year and 11 is nothing but a month. Very, very important. 11 is nothing but a month. Okay. Now, in 2015, in the month of November, SAP has come out with a new generation business suite. We call it as the next generation, actually. Instead of calling it the new, we call it as the next generation business suite. So, we call it as the SAP S/4HANA is going to be called as the next generation business suite. We call it as the business suite, which is fully built on in-memory database. Now, in-memory is not based on the disk processing. Actually, in the in-memory, we have this parallelization and the partitioning. We have this parallelization and the partitioning. So the data redundancy means the data latency between the application and from the in-memory is very, very fast. Means the data movement between your CPU and your in-memory is very, very fast. The throughput is also very, very high and the latency is very, very high actually, because we don't have any kind of disk processing mechanism in SAP HANA database, because we are using a new concept called as parallelization and the partitioning mechanism. So when I go to the underlying database, we have other disk process mechanism, but in-memory is not completely on the disk processing. Very, very important. So now we have a next generation business suite. The next generation business suite name, we call it as the SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important. We call it as SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important, my dear friends. So when you go back to your SAP ECC, when I come back to your SAP ECC, this is my SAP ECC, not SAP S4 HANA. Same thing, we have a SAP front end is always called as a presentation, and there is a back end. Back end is always called your application. So this is your presentation. And this is your application. And the underlying database, this is what your underlying database, very, very important. Okay, underlying database, whatever the database we are going to build. Okay, base. Okay, very good. Now, when I call it as application here, when I take this middle part, only middle part, when I take this application, it is the ECC. What is your application code? The server application is completely on ECC. ECC 6.0 with EHP8 or EHP7 or whatever may be, enhancement packages. So this is your middleware. This is nothing but your backend. Normally the backend is nothing but your ABAP stock. We call it as the ABAP code, ABAP LAN, ABAP application. ABAP is nothing but Advanced Business Application Programming. What is ABAP? Advanced Business Application Programming. This is your backend. Your front end is always called as your presentation. Presentation is always linked with your new application called as the GUI. GUI is nothing but graphical user interface. So there will be an interface between your presentation to your application. Presentation to your application. From the application, there will be interface between your database to your application. Also, like this, there will be interface is going to be. But the middle layer is always called as your application. We call it as a backend. What is your backend? Backend is nothing but your application. So I'll write here, backend. This is completely called as your backend application. Very, very important. Front end is always called as your GUI. So when I go and see the configuration of my backend is running on ECC server. That is nothing but your business suite. This is nothing but your SAP called as SAP Business Suite. This is called as your SAP Business Suite. Now, today, what we are calling it as, we call it as the next generation business suite. Now, we are not going to be calling it as a normal business suite. We are going to be calling it as the next generation business suite, which is completely built on a new database. What is the new database from today onwards? We are using a new database, which we call it as SAP HANA database. SAP HANA database, which is 2.0. The current version of your SAP S4 SAP HANA database is live on 2.0 release. Very, very important. 2.1 is the older version. Now, current version is 2.0, and we have this interface between the SAP HANA to your SAP HANA database, which is very, very important here. Now, very, very important. Now, in the backend, this is the backend server. This is your backend. Now, what is the front end you are using? The front end always I'm using called as the Fury. From today onwards, SAP's recommendations is nothing but you can go and you can use the front end as a Fury. Fury is nothing but completely built on UI5 application. What is the new application we are working? UI5 application. UI5 application. Earlier, it was GUI. GUI is nothing but graphical user interface. Now, today, what is the new application, front end application we are using? UI5 application, which is going to be called as very, very important here, a new application for the Fury. And the backend today we have the SAP HANA, we call it as S-Core. S-Core. Here the backend earlier it is ECC. Now today the new backend application we are going to be calling it as S-Core with 104. ECC 6.0, it is S4 104. What is the 104? 104 is nothing but 1909. 1909. We saw many versions from 1511 till we are in 2020. 2020 in the middle we have the 1610, and we have 1709, and we have 1809. And we have 1909. Like this, we have totally 5 versions as of now. Today we are running with the 6th version 2020. So 1511 S4 core is always called as 100. This is 100, and today we are in 104. Today we are in the application, new application called as the 104. This is 101, 102, 103, and this is 104. So S-Core 104 is nothing but your application, and your front end is always connected to your back end like this. Very, very important. Your front end is nothing but your UI file. That is nothing but your Fury. And your back end is nothing but your S4 Core 104. So earlier your front end is a GUI and your back end is the ECC. Now your back end is the S4 Core and your front end is going to be called as the Fury. And how it is getting interface, there is a connectivity there between the Fury to your back end called as the OData service. OData is nothing but which is the connecting interface between the Fury and your application. Your backend is always called as your ABAP application. Backend is nothing but your ABAP. Now, currently you are working on the new application programming language with SAP S4HANA, which is called as the Core Application 104. So now I go to the SAP now. So I already told in the beginning of the session, okay, go to the system. So what I do here from the systems, if I click on the status, it will take me through the status screen. This is my status screen, my complete system configuration screen. Very, very important here. Now, your database is going to be called as the HDB, which is going to be called as the HANA database with a version called as the 2.0. Now here you can see the product versions here. If you click on these product versions details option, you can see here. Just come here. 104, it will be there. Okay, this is not the product version here. S4 Core 104 means your backend application is 104 release. Very, very important. What is the release? It is the 104 release. Means your 104 is nothing but your 1909. Your front end is always called as a Fury. Fury 6.1. Now today we are running with Fury 6.0. Now can I see the Fury 6.1? Go to the installed product versions. Here you can see SAP Fury front-end server is the 6.0. Very, very important here. SAP Fury front-end is always going to be called as the 6.0. So 6.0 is nothing but your front-end, and the back-end is always called as your S4 104. Earlier, the front-end is the GUI and the back-end is nothing but your ECC. Today, we have a next generation business suite called as S4 Core with 104. Very, very important. So why do you call it as the next generation business suite? Completely, we are working on digital core with a digital innovation. Very, very important now. I'll tell you what is the digital core and digital innovation, everything I will be explaining. So the first SAP S4HANA release was done with 2015 with the 1511. And later on, we participated as the on-premise customers. We have two applications. I told that I'll give the difference between the on-premise and the cloud in the coming classes, not to worry, okay? So when we are participating as the on-premise customers, we have took a license of on-premise, okay? So you are getting participated as the yearly innovation cycle. All the on-premise consultants, all the on-premise clients are participating in yearly. Yearly innovation cycle, very, very important. All the on-premise customers are participating in the yearly innovation cycle. If I'm a cloud customer, assume that I'm not an on-premise, I'm a cloud customer, then I'll be participating in quarterly innovation cycle, not as a yearly innovation cycle. It is a quarterly. What is the yearly innovation cycle? Every year, SAP, what they will do, they will come out with a new release with a new simplifications. 1511 is the first SAP S4HANA on-premise, and exactly after 1 year, in 2016, in the month of October, they came out with a new SAP S4HANA on-premise release called the 1610. 2016-10. And after exactly 1 year, 1709 has come with a new simplification. Exactly after that, 1909 has come, and 2020. Now today, we are going to be seeing the 2020. Very, very important. Actually, it has to be 2019, but SAP has renamed it as a 2020. Why? Because we are considering it as a COVID year. We are going to be considering it as a COVID year. So we don't want to change it to the 2019. So they kept it as a 2020. They kept it as a 2020. 2020 is the next, very, very important. It's a new on-premise release. It's a new on-premise release. Very, very important here. 2020 is a new SAP S4HANA on-premise release. So today we are working on 1909. If you see here, SAP S4HANA 1909. But in the coming days, definitely we are going to be working on 2020. Might be your classes are also going to experience some topics on 2020. So I tell that our batch is so lucky that you're learning 2020 and 1901 and 17. So definitely I can tell that. So today it is on 1919, but going on coming further days, okay, so you'll be learning on 2020 also. So I'll show that how the 2020 look like. So now the current SAP S4HANA on-premise is 2020. Earlier it was 1919. And 2020 application code is 105, very, very important, 105. 105 the 2020, 2019 is going to be called 104, your S core. S core is nothing but your application. Just like a ECC, how you're going to be calling as application for a ECC, S core is nothing but your application running on the back end with the front end is going to be called as the Fury. What the SAP is telling me, first one, simplified data model. And the second one is new user experience, advanced processing, choice of deployment, and multi-tenancy. You have your own choice of deployment. I'm telling that, okay, so let me continue with the point number 4. What is the choice of deployment? SAP has given you on-premise. SAP has given you the cloud. SAP has given you the hybrid. Hybrid is nothing but it is a combination of both on-premise and the cloud. New user experience is nothing but, yes, today we are working on with a front end called as the Fury. Now we are completely coming out with new user experience. Earlier, my user experience is completely on the GUI as a front end. This is nothing but your GUI. This completely I can see. Now all the transactions, postings, all the master data creation, all the document creation, everything I can do. This is the Fury. This is the GUI. Now today, I'm not using this GUI, my dear friends. Nowhere I'm going to be using this GUI. Today we have a new application called the Fury. This is the Fury now. I'll show how the Fury is going to look like. Now here, if I go to this link, if I double click on it, it will take me to the Fury Launchpad. This is my Fury. Now from today onwards, I'm using this is my Fury as a front end. Now I'll do all the transactions, all the reports, all the master records, everything I can do from the Fury, not from the GUI now. The Fury can be supported at any device. You can take a laptop, you can take a desktop, you can take an iPod, you can take a smartphones like iPhone or anything. You can take a smartphones. You can install your Fury, and the access has to be given. The role and access has to be given to your Fury. Now wherever you're there in the world, just access to your Fury app, and you can do the payments, you can do the transactions, you can generate the reports, you can do the approvals for the payment for the vendors or the customers, anything. So it is not a compulsory that you have to sit in front of your system and do the login and do the activity. No. If you carry your mobile with you, wherever you're there in the world, if there is a network connectivity is available, then you can access your Fury from your mobile and you can do all the transactions, reports, and you can do the master records creation, you can do the approvals, and you can do blah, 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 anything. Whatever the activity I supposed to do earlier in my SAP GUI, now today I can do from the Fury from today onward, which is called as the next generation, which is going to be called as the new user experience for me. Very, very important, my dear friends. This is a new user experience for me. Now today, if you take something like, okay, AC conditioner, okay, you have a central AC at your home, or you have split AC at your home. So go back to 3 to 4 years back. Okay, if you want to switch on the AC, you need to come to your home and you have to switch on the AC. So you have to wait for 2 minutes to get it, to get all the room temperature to convert it to your 18 degrees or something like, or 19 degrees or 20 degrees. But today, before I reach home, if I have a mobile in my hand, I can access my AC condition with my mobile, and I can switch on my AC before I come to my home. Within 5 minutes or 20 minutes, I'm reaching my home, so I can activate my Fury. Now I can activate my AC, so that once I reach my home, okay, so the room temperature is going to be converted to 18 degrees or 19 degrees. So there is no manual switch on or switch off from the clipboard. So technology is going to be increasing the same way. Fury is also one of the app you're going to be doing here. Very, very important. So this is my Fury. So just install the Fury in your mobile and get access Okay, so who will be providing the access and everything? Your security consultant and your Fury consultant will be providing the access to your Fury and carry your mobile. And it is not a compulsory that, okay, so manager has to come and he has to log into the system and he has to do the approval. No. If you got the information that some workflows are triggering to your inbox, you can open your inbox and you can see what approval I had to make. Okay, so that you can approve that payment, so that approval is going to be triggering. So no need to wait until your manager is going to be coming to your office. So you can talk to him and you can ask him to approve that particular payment. So now you can see here. So these all are nothing but Fury. Okay, this is how the Fury look like. These are the tiles actually. These all are going to be called as the tiles, Fury tiles. We can see these all are going to be called as the Fury tiles. So this is the user ID. Okay, here you can see this is my user ID. This is in the desktop. The same thing you can see in your laptops or something like you can see in your tabs, or if you have a mobile, you can see this kind of same activity in your mobile also. So you can create your contracts or something like you can create your banks, you can do the transaction payments, everything. These all of Fury apps are available, but it is completely on the role based. For example, take an example, Mahesh. You are a manager in my company. You are a complete finance manager in my company. So what is my role? My role is completely to approve the finance related payments, only payments. My role is completely restricted to the payments only. I'm not eligible. I'm not playing the role of creating the general ledger accounts, posting the general ledgers. No, your role is related to the accounts payable. Means you can generate the invoice and you can make the payments and you can approve the payments. Only three roles: invoice, make the payments, and approve the payments. So only three apps are going to be required for me. Not all these apps are not going to be. All these Fury tiles are not going to be required. Only three Fury tiles are required. One is invoice related, another one is the payment related, another one is approval related, because your role is restricted only up to these three roles only. So I got a Fury in my mobile. So I'll request my UI5 consultants. I will request who are the UI5 consultant, Fury consultants, to give the access to the Fury, where I can access these three apps. One is going to be called as the create invoice, make the payments, and approve the payments. So once I got the access and everything, I can do all the approvals, I can do the payments, I can do the invoice wherever. It is not a compulsory that I need to sit in front of the system and do the activity. No, you can do the activities from your mobile also. So this is how what I'm showing on my desktop. This is the desktop on my laptop. The same thing you can process through your iPad or mobile or anything like that. So this is called as a new user experience to me. Very, very important. The point number 2 is new user.
I have one question. When you say provide access, it's not security team anymore who gives access?
Security only. Security and UI5 consult. Security team will provide you the role access, and the UI5 consultant, they will provide the access to the Fury application.
And UI5 is an altogether new thing which has come up like.
Yes, exactly. UI5 is a new set of team working on the Fury side. Earlier GUI is nothing but GUI is completely controlled by your security and basis people. So today, new set of consultants are going to be working on the Fury side. They are going to be calling it the Fury consultants or called as the UI5 consultants.
Can a tile have more than one role, or is always one role?
No, one tile role can be given access to multiple users also. It is not a one-to-one.
No, I understand that when you were showing the tiles there, okay. I was wondering if one tile is equivalent to only one role, or one tile is down like three.
Oh yes, yeah, okay. Oh yes, one tile is assigned to one role. You are absolutely right. Yes, correct, sir. I'll show. For example, see here.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
For example, I'll show one example to you. One example, sir. So I'll go to the SAP Fury library. I'll go to SAP Fury library. I'll come to the Fury library. So if I go to the Fury library, just click on SAP Fury apps library. There will be something 11,000 change, I think 11,500 apps are available now as per the 2020 release. Just click on all apps for SAP S4HANA. Click on this all apps for SAP S4HANA. and click on all apps. I think 11,000 change, I think. Yeah, correct. Okay, 11,588 apps are there as of now. Now, example, I'll take one example. Okay, now Mahesh, okay, your role is nothing but, okay, I'm extending your role to another. You have to create the banks now. So we are, okay, whatever the banks we have associated for the payments or the receipts, okay, you have to create the banks. So you have been assigned one more role axis called the manage bank accounts. Manage bank accounts. Okay, right. This is the new role which has been assigned to me. This is the new role which has been assigned to me now. So what I have to do, What I have to do? So now I need to get an approval from my manager. I need to send a mail to my manager. My manager has to approve this. So once I receive the acknowledgement from my manager that that your app is approved for the installation. So what I will do that I will send an email. I will send an email to whom? I will send an email to the UI5 consultants attaching that approval mail. Attaching that approval because my manager has already approved. All the required approvals I received. So I will attach that approval mail and I'll write a new mail to my UI5 consultants telling that I want the access to this particular app to be get installed. Okay. Anyhow, I have so many access, but I don't find that particular app over here. If I go to my cash operations or if I go to my basic cash operations or liquidity management, I see several apps related to that, but I don't see the app called as a manage bank accounts. Okay. Now my Fury consultant, they are replying me back. Hey Mahesh, what is the app ID? Please, could you please tell me the app ID? Oh my gosh, where I can find the app ID for this manage house bank. So then what I can do, I'll come to this particular Fury session and here you can type here manage bank accounts. Very, very important. I'm searching for that particular app here. Click on search. Yeah, here it is. Manage bank account. Just select this one. This is the manage bank app. This is the app I want. So where I can find the app ID? Your app ID is here. You can see this app ID. Now I'll copy this app ID and I'll reply mail back to my Fury consultant. I want this app ID. Very, very important. This is my app ID. Very, very important. 1366A is nothing but my app ID. So where you found this app ID? If I go to my Google and if I give the Fury app and if I'm searching for the Fury app and this manage house bank, okay, 1 second I'll show here. See here like this. Go to all apps. Go to all apps once again, and here you will find all the apps. Okay, that is 11,558. From this, you want to search for your app called as a manage like manage bank account. This app I want. Click on search. Here it is. So, okay, here it is. Select it. Now you'll get all the details to this particular account. Whether this app can be installed on the on-premise basis or it is the cloud. Yes, it can be support for both on-premise and the cloud. You can see both of them. SAP S4HANA is nothing but on-premise and SAP S4HANA cloud is also means this app is not only for on-premise release, it is also suitable for on-premise plus cloud. Very, very important. And what is the app ID? This is the app ID. Now I need to copy this app ID and I have to reply the mail to my UI5 consultant. This is the app ID. Now this app can be supported for which device type? This app can be supported for your desktop, your smartphones, and your tablet. Okay, your tabs can also means this can be supported on your laptop, desktop, smartphones, and the tablet also. So you can install this particular app if you have a Fury access. Definitely, I can get this app can be installed on my mobile also. Very, very important. So it's a completely called as a transactional app. There will be 3 types of apps are available. One is going to be called as a transactional app, where you are going to do the transactions. Fact sheet. Analytical app. There are three types of apps that are available: transactional app, fact sheet app, and analytical app. So transactional app is nothing but where the apps are related to the transaction, like making the payments to the vendor or invoices, like general ledger payments, cash journal payments, anything you're making a transaction, those all are coming as a transaction. These two apps are related for the reporting purpose, actually, fact sheet apps and analytical. So what type of app it is? It is a completely purely called as an application app is completely called as a transactional app. It is not an analytical app. So this is your Fury ID. Now I'll mail my Fury. Okay, I'll mail to my UI consultant. Please approve. Please install this Fury tile, please, because already I have the access to the Fury. I want this app to be applied here. So I have the bank memo, bank balance. I have other apps, but I don't find this app over here. So what I will do here, I will ask my Fury consultant to install this app here, where in the basic cash management, I'll go to the basic cash management. In the basic cash, here we can see in the basic cash management, okay, I have this cash flow analyzer, manage memo records, and I have the bank balance, but I don't find that app which is going to be called as a manage, which is called as a manage bank account. I don't find this app, so I want this app to be get installed over here automatically. So the Fury consultants, after the getting of all the approvals, they will take about 5 to 10 minutes or maximum up to 30 minutes. So they will assign this particular app to your role ID, and you can access that particular role, and you can go and you can access the Fury for any kind of creating the bank accounts related to the bank payment transactions. This is very new user experience in SAP S4HANA from today onwards. So every time in the previously, when you go back to your traditional SAP ERP, so every time you need to work from the GUI, every time I need the server connectivity, either I should have a laptop with me, or I need to have, for example, okay, so I'll take one example. Now I'll take you one example. Okay, so when you're sitting in your office location, there is no need to have called as something like, there is no need to have a VPN connectivity actually, so directly VPN connectivity. But when we are working from home or something like that, definitely we need a VPN connectivity because the server is resided at your client location. I need to have the VPN connectivity between the server and your laptop when you are working from home. In the office location, we don't require any VPN because there is a LAN connectivity. The LAN connectivity is already getting connected to your VPN. But when you're working from home, definitely we need a VPN connectivity. Virtual private network connectivity should be developed. Otherwise, you cannot access to the server. VPN connectivity should be developed. Virtual private network. But now today, because you're working on the Fury as a front end, so already the Fury is already connected to your S4 in the remote virtual desktop connectivity. So don't require any VPN connectivity. Only the role access and the license version is going to be required. Another one, VPN is not going to be required for your Fury application from today onwards. So this is about new user experience. So today I'm going to be working all my applications, all my postings, everything related to my Fury. This is my Fury. You can see this is my Fury. I see so many apps are given role access. So many apps are available. But if you want a new role or the new tile, this all are going to be called as a tiles. Actually, I call them as a tiles. Actually. So if I want a new tile, just request for your UI5 consultants, send a mail request, and get the access to the new Fury tile be installed on your application. Very, very important.
So Rahul, the SPRO is still going to remain as is. So there is
SPRO still remains, sir. For all this Fury app is mainly you are using for the transaction and for the reporting only, sir. Transactions and for reporting only.
Okay.
Reporting only. But all the configuration, the master data development, everything you can do from the SPRO only, sir.
Okay.
From
so the SAP menu pretty much is replaced by Fury.
Exactly, sir. Your SAP Easy Access means the front end Easy Access. So here, if I see here the front end SAP Easy Access, now this is getting replaced with your Fury. And your configurations, everything, your configurations and everything, you are working from the SPRO only. So SPRO remains as it is only. And few of your master data has been moved to the Fury. That is very true that you have said, very true. Not all the configurations I can do from the Fury, except few like house banks, something GL master data, I can do from the Fury, but not all the things. Transaction codes are only from the GUI side only, sir. Whatever the transaction codes you are activating, for example, if I want to post for general ledger entry like F-02, for example, okay, if I come to F-02. So these transaction codes are only from the GUI side, okay, not from the Fury, okay. If you go to the Fury, you don't need to record any transaction code, sir. Directly, if you find that app and if you click on that, it will take you to the same transaction. Okay. No need to type any transaction in the Fury. No, it is not based on the transaction wise. It's completely based on the tile base, sir. It's completely roles and the tiles. For example, I'll show one example to you all of you. For example, now, sir, just same thing I'll tell you.
What about specific transactions? For that also, the tile system will be there?
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. For everything, for every transactional, for every transactions, for every kind of reporting, you have this particular tiles are well prepared. Okay. Now, for example,
if you have a custom development to be done in future,
definitely
so you would need a ABAP consultant as well as UI5 consultant, both.
No. Okay, I'll tell you. Very good question, madam. Thanks for putting this question, madam. See, for example, I already have a report earlier. I already have a report. This is the report already I have in SAP. Okay. This report name is going to be called as the custom vendor report, vendor balance report. Vendor balance report. Okay. Now this report, earlier I'm working from the GUI. From the graphical. So there is a transaction code called as, okay, something like Z. Z is nothing but a Z. Z vend balance. This is my report actually. So earlier I'm working from the GUI. Now this report I want to work from the Fury. So what I will ask my, okay, already it was developed, means it is already developed by your ABAPer. Okay, now I will ask my UI5 consultants, can you please convert this GUI report to the Fury report? Can you please create a new tile for this particular report? Earlier I'm working with the GUI. Now I want to work that report through my Fury. Not from your application, not from your central application. I want to work from the Fury side. Then in this case, the ABAP is not going to be required. Why? Because already the report was already developed by your ABAP. Only the report has to be get converted to the Fury. So UI5 consultants are only required. They will read the data table and they will create a new tile for you. They will convert this report to the Fury tile and they will give it to you. In this case, new ABAP is not going to be required. Only the UI5 consultants are going to be required for me. Example, I'll take one example. Now, this app is required for me. Okay, now tell. Okay, now who Mr. Mahesh was a user. Okay, Mahesh required this app. Okay, Mahesh is already having a user ID. My user ID is S419 SF43 is nothing but my user ID. S419 SF43. Okay, this is my user ID. This is my user ID. S419 SF43. Now, Manage House Bank is an app application where this access has to be given only for Mahesh, not for any other users. Not all the users are required, only for Mahesh. It is a completely role-based. Now, what I can do here, I'll come to this particular app, and here we have it called as the implementation information. Click on this implementation information. If I go to the configuration here, what is the role which is required here? If I come down, this is the role. This role is required. This role is only related to this particular Manage House Bank, not for all the other apps. Only for this particular app, this is the role. All right. Okay. So what I will do, I'll copy this role and I'll go to a transaction code called as, okay, first of all, I need to see whether this role is available or not. So how do I go? There is a transaction code called, just only for information, no, not a practical. Please just listen, okay? I'll go to the transaction code called PFCG. I'll go to the transaction code called as PFCG and I'll press enter. So here, I'll give that role here. What is the role? SAP underscore BR underscore cash underscore manager. Same role? Yes, same role. Okay, see here. SAP underscore BR. Okay, I'll come to this role and I'll see whether this role is available or not. Okay, just I'll click on the display. Here, this is called a display. Very much. Okay, this role is activated. I can see this role is available. This role was created in 2015 and it was activated. And I can see who are all the users. Not only Mahesh, earlier this role was assigned to other users also. So may I know who are all the users are assigned to this particular role? Now, if I click on the user tab here, oh my God, admin, DAK, ELI, MNR, oh, blah, 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 blah. So many users have been assigned to this role. You can see so many. In that, my user ID also will be there. 43, see here, 43. This is my user ID. This is my user ID. If I go to the 43, yeah, this is my user ID. So, one role can be assigned to multiple users, or one role can be assigned to multiple users, or one role can be assigned to one user. So in this case, this particular role of this managed house banks has been given access to multiple users. You can see now so many consultants have been given the access to this particular role. Okay, this is the role which is going to be required to provide the access, whether this role is. If I don't assign this role, even though I provided the access, even though I have given the access to the Fury tile here, for example, even though I given the access to the Fury tile, even though if the role was not extended to Mahesh, okay, but I'm able to see that particular app is installed. Example, I'm telling. If I'm trying to access this particular app, the system will throw an error. Role was not assigned to your user ID. So it's a complete role-based. The Fury activation tiles are completely based on the role. So what is the role? This role has to be given access to you. Otherwise, if I don't find this role access to your ID, you cannot access this Fury from the front end. Very, very important. So I cannot access any tiles from there. So this is called as a new user experience in my SAP S/4HANA. What is this? I'll tell you what is the latency and what is multi-tenancy and everything I'll tell you. What is the simplified data model? Simplified. Now you can see that a lot of simplifications have been happened in our SAP S/4HANA. Lot many simplifications are driven. Okay, so one of the simplification is nothing but, okay, so I'll just remove this. Okay, so I'll open it. So now simplifications, very, very important here. What simplifications are done in SAP S/4HANA? How do I know that? Mahesh, I am very good at SAP ECC side. I have nearly about 10 to 12 years of experience in SAP ECC. I have done lot many implementation projects, support projects and everything. I know. But now the SAP is telling me that lot of simplifications have been added in SAP S/4HANA. What do you mean by simplification? Simplifications is nothing but reducing the number of transactions. Very, very important. Reducing the number of transactions to one transaction, because earlier you are using multiple tables. For example, I'm using about 10 to 15 tables to retrieve the data from my database. Now today, what is SAP telling? I removed all the tables from your database. Now I'm going to be giving only few tables which will be referred to you. Means I simplified your data now. I much more simplified your data now from today onwards, Mr. Mahesh. So earlier the activity has to be done with 10 to 15 tables. Now the same activity you can do with one table. Like that, what are all the simplifications SAP has done? What simplifications SAP has done in SAP S/4HANA compared with my SAP ECC? Can you please help me out regarding that, Mahesh? Now you are telling that today SAP has come out with a new SAP S/4HANA 2020. Earlier it was SAP S/4HANA 1909. SAP S/4HANA 1909. Earlier it was 1909. What are all the simplifications have been done between the 1909 to 2019? Yes, definitely. Tomorrow, next release is coming, 2021. We are going to be seeing a next release. What are the simplifications have been done from 2020 to 2021? So every year, as I told you that in the previous screen, I told that yearly innovation cycle. Every year, SAP is coming out with a new innovation cycle with a lot of versions are going to be releasing. Now, today we are in 2020. So might be from 1909 to 2020, there are some simplifications, further simplifications have been happened. What are those further simplifications? Where I can find the simplification guide, where I can refer to the simplification. Very, very important, my dear friends. Very, very important. These all are very, very important for us. So what the SAP will do, they will release a one guide called as a simplification list. Every year, you will get a one simplification list between 1909 to 2019. What are all the simplifications? So you can refer to the simplification list. Simplification list of 2020, simplification list of 1909. So okay, every year SAP is going to release you one simplification list. What changes have done from 1909 to 2020? In finance, what are all the changes? In the manufacturing, what are all the changes? In the sales and distribution, what are all the simplifications we have done? So that is called as the simplification list. So if I go to, I'll give you one simplification list. Here you can see here, this simplification list look like this. This is the 1909. See here. This is the simplification list for SAP S4HANA 1919. Initial shipment stock. What is the initial shipment stock? I'll tell you now. So we all know that in 2019, SAP has came out with the 1909 release. First, SAP S4HANA has come out in 1511, but we are talking about 2019. 1901, and that in the month of September. 19 is nothing but 2019, 909 is nothing but September. In the month of September 2019, SAP has released 1909 with initial shipment stock called as SP00. We call it as a service pack 00. Very, very important. With the initial service pack 00. After next 3 months, means after next quarter, means in the month of January or February. Okay, in the month of January or February. Okay, so I think, okay, so January, I think, okay, January 2020, same 1909, SAP has came out with FSP01. That is called as the next shipment stock called as the Future Service Pack 01. So from initial shipment stock to the Future Service Pack 01, again the SAP has done some simplification in between these two things. The release is going to be the 1909 only. Release is going to be the 1909 only. So in between the 1909 September to January, SAP has released a new shipment stock called as the FSP01. Now again, after next three, in the month of May, I think. Okay, yeah, in the month of May, April, May 2020, next quarter. Okay, same 1909. SAP has came out with FSPS02. FSPS02. Future Service Pack 02. So again, I can see there are simplifications have been done from Futures Pack 01 to Futures Pack 02. Very, very important. So in a one release, there will be 3 service packs will be there. One is the initial shipment stock called as FSP00. This is called as the initial shipment stock. This is called as SP00. And after next one quarter, FSPS01 has come, and after next quarter, FSPS02 come. Now, after these 3 shipment stocks, now in 2020, in the month of, very, very important, in the month of September, in the month of October, OCT, October 2020, SAP has came out with a new release called as SAP S4HANA 2020, very, very important. Now today we are in SAP S4HANA 2020. In 1909, there are 3 service packs are there. One is the initial service pack, Future Service Pack 01, and Future Service Pack 02. Now, in October, this month only, I think in the 6th or October 6th or 7th, SAP has came out with the new SAP S4HANA on-premise release called as the 2020. Now, this 2020 was released with initial shipment stock called as SP00. Initial will be 00. SP00. And after next January, you can see FSPS 01, and in the May, you can see FSPS 3. It is not a compulsory that every year there will be two service packs. It depends upon the requirement. It depends upon the release. It is not a compulsory that every year we have these service packs or not. Okay. See, for example, if I go to this particular app, see here, whether this app is going to be supported to my 1909 or 1809 or 1709. So here, if I go to the implementation information, here you can see here, please select a delivery date. The implementation information below only applies for the app version deliver on this date only. Means whether I will need to find out whether this app can be suitable for my current release or not. So here you can see what are all the releases are this app is going to be supported. Very good. So this app can be supported for 1709 initial shipment stock, that is SP00. So this app can be supported for 1709 SPS01 and 1709 SPS02. So there are two service packs are there. After two service packs, SAP has released the new version called as 1809 in the month of September 2018. In the month of September 2018, SAP has come out with 1809. And it has released FSPS 01 and FSPS 02. After next 1 year, 1909, FSPS 01 and FSPS 02. And after next year, it has come out with 2026. So every year, every version you take, every version, the version first, initially it will be the initial service pack. And then the SAP is going to release the two service packs. One is Future Service Pack 01 and Future Service Pack 02. And you can find the difference between the Future Service Pack 01 and 02. What are all the simplifications which have been happened in between these two? So today we came out with initial service. First of all, this is the initial. In the month of January 2021, it will come out with FSPS 01, and in the May it will come out with FSPS 02, and in the month of September, October it will come out with 2021. So these are going to be called as the service pack. So this, whatever the document which I'm referring, which is called as the simplification list for SAP S4 and 1909, this is the initial shipment stock. Means it is not related to, this is the initial shipment stock related to this version, SAP S4 and 1909. This is not FSPS 01, this is not FSPS 02. It is the initial service pack with SP00. So after this, there are two. After this, there are two service packs have come, and then I need to refer the 2020.
Now, when you go for implementation, suppose like you start with 1909, then how does this FPS
directly you can take a license. So directly you can go. So for example, I'll take you one example, madam. So in 2019, I already implemented SAP with 1909 with a service pack 00, initial service pack 00. Okay. Now SAP is telling that now you can, okay, we have released FSPS 01 and FSPS 02 also. So just it is an upgrade. You can upgrade SP00 to FSPS 02. Means your system version is going to be remaining with the 1909, but you are upgrading your enhancement package to FSPS 02. It is an upgrade. You can upgrade it.
It's optional, right? Like, or it automatically happens. How does it happen?
No, it is not automatically happening. It has to be done manually, madam. In the cloud, it is going to be happen automatically, not in the on-premise.
In cloud, it happens automatically, but not on-premise.
Not on-premise, it is not automatically.
So basis has to do it.
Exactly, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
Admin consultant who are called as the basis consultant, they have to do this activity. And
so upgrade stops at FPS 02, right?
Exactly. Either you can go for APS 01 or you can go for APS 02. It depends upon.
Yeah, but then the version which is installed by the client is 1909. So they stop there, right?
Exactly. You're absolutely right, madam. Your stock is there.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. So if you are a new customer, madam, you are a very new customer to the SAP S4 HANA. Directly you can go and work with a 2020. No need to go work, no need to come with 1709, 1809, 1909. Directly you can get installed with SAP 2020. I don't know which version I'm running on. No, there will be no EHP now. EHP is only related to the ECC only.
Okay.
Now there are no EHP 7, EHP 8. EHP is only related to the ECC. Now you are in SAP S4 HANA. That is the reason we are talking FSPS 01, FSPS 02, feature service pack, everything. Now I came to the SAP. This is on-premise. Now here, if I go to the system from the menu bar, if I click on the status, if I click on the product version details, now if I click on the installed product version, now here you can see SAP S4 HANA on-premise. You can see here. Now it is with 01. See here. FP01 means you are in here. Your SAP has been installed with the feature service pack 01. It is not with 02. It is with 01. So you can see here directly. I can show the evidence here. So 19/19/01. Okay, which has come out in which month? 2020 in the month of February. So who has done this? SAP.com. The vendor is going to be called directly from the SAP.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. There is a question for you. Which module in SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909 is primarily used for managing financial accounting? And your options are SAP FI, SAP MM, SAP SD, SAP PP. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909 training? Our course is here to guide you through. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA Finance 1909, your go-to tool for financial management. It's like a Swiss Army knife for handling finances, from tracking supplies to ensuring they reach their destinations smoothly. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and tackle any queries you have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget-friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP S/4HANA finance skills? Enroll on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Concept of what is a multi-source of truth and a single source of truth. Multi-source of truth is nothing but we are going to be having a reconciliation process between all of the subsidiary ledgers to the main ledger. Multi-source means we can see the balances in all the subsidiary ledgers and finally it is getting reconciled. But now in a single source of truth, when you call it as a single source of truth, you are going to be extracting all the balances from single table. Whether it is the GL level or whether it is the controlling profitability and whatever, okay, the 5 components. Now I'm going to be seeing the balances at a common distribution level, which is going to be calling it as the ACDO table, ACDO table. Now, if I go into the structure of ACDO table, as I discussed yesterday, it is a line item level table. We all know that it is a line item level table. What is the line item? Line item means it contains both debits and credit accounts. And every line item should have a header information. Without the header information, there is no document which is created. Very, very important. All the debits and credits I can see in the line item level. That is the ACDO table. But what happened to the header? Where what is the date? What is the company code? For which document you have created? What is the currency? Everything that I can see in the header. So there is a common header table we are going to be using called as the BKPF. Now, BKPF is only one single header table on the top of your ACDO table. Very, very important here. Okay. So when I go into the SAP here, so if I use a transaction code called as S11, if I use a transaction code called as the S11, and if I press enter, and here the ACDO table is going to lie in the database, not in the application, not in the presentation. So I'm selecting the database table and I'm giving the table called as ACDO table, ACDO table. Very, very important. And click on display. This is the ACDO table, ACDO table, the structure. So today we are going to learn the structure only. Okay, very, very important topic today. So if I see this is a transparent table, very, very important. And if I go into the technical settings, if I click on the technical settings, and if I go to the DB specific properties, here we have a called as a DB. DB is nothing but database specific properties. I can see it is a completely called as a columnar storage. Any table in SAP, now in SAP S4HANA, completely purely structured as a columnar storage only. Very, very important. Now just go back. And I can see there are totally 484 fields are available, and it is also, okay, we can also do the extendable, okay, we can also do the custom extendable. That is nothing but we can add some more fields if required, depends upon the custom extendability. And you can see these all are going to be called as the field names, okay. If I open this ACDO table, these all the fields are available. You can see these all of the fields are available. Company code, the description of the field is going to be called as the client. What is a RLDNR? RLDNR is nothing but ledger in the general data. What is this? R Bookers. Bookers is nothing but a company code. Every field we can see here. Now, I'm posting some transactions in SAP. Definitely, whatever the financial transaction, I'm talking purely from the finance side, not from the sales and distribution, not from the procurement or anything. For example, I'll take you one small example now. I'll take you to the one small example. There is the purchase processing is there. That is nothing but material procurement cycle. Okay, we call it as a P2P. Normally, we call it as a P2P. P2P is nothing but procurement to payment. Okay, that is nothing but procurement to pay. We receive the raw material from the vendor, we will consume the raw material, and we'll make the payment to the vendor. That is what exactly. So, what is the first step? We are going to raise a purchase order. We are going to raise a purchase order. Yes, I want some raw material from the vendor. Very, very important. So, have you raised any purchase order? Yes, raise the purchase order. So once you raise the purchase order, in the purchase order, you are clearly telling that how much quantity of the raw material you required, and what is the unit price for each and every quantity. That all the things who is the vendor, everything. So this is the purchase order. Means purchase order is not a financial transaction. We all know that purchase order is not a financial entry. Purchase order is purely called as a purchasing document. We call it as a purchasing document only. No financial entry will be there. So it's purely called as a purchasing document. No financial implications are there. Very, very important. Okay. Now, after 1 or 2 days, now the vendor is supplying the material to me, because already I had given the delivery date in the purchase order on the date of 29/10/2020. The vendor has to supply the material to me. Very, very important. Now the vendor is supplying the goods to me, means you are receiving the goods from the vendor. Okay, whatever the goods you have ordered, I'm receiving the goods from the vendor now. Very, very important. Okay. Now that in SAP we call it as the goods receipt. We call it as the goods receipt. Okay, so I went to the showroom. I ordered some home appliances like television or refrigerator or AC conditioner. I given I just raised an order and I came back to my home. After 1 or 2 days, okay, so the logistic people, they have supplied the material to my house. Okay, so the AC, whatever the order I have done, I got the order. That is nothing but you call it as a goods receipt. Now the trolley is sitting in front of your house. The logistic people, they are supplying the goods to your at home location. Now you have received the goods. The goods receipt is nothing but material received against the purchase order. Okay. Now, when I receive the material, how much quantity of the material I received, I'm tallying with my purchase order. I received the 10 quantity. I received the 10 quantity at a price of $10 per one quantity. 10 into 10, it is going to be the 100. So the total is going to be called as $100. The total is going to be called as $100 because 10 quantity per unit, it is going to be the $10. So 10 into 10, it is the $100. Very good. It is only the receipt. So how much quantity you are received and what is the unit price? 10 unit price. 10 into 10, it is going to be the 100. Now here, what is happening? A financial document should be generated here. Why? Because it is a goods receipt. There should be one accounting document should come. Accounting document. I don't know how much material he has supplied to you. I don't know. But whatever the material he has supplied, Okay, what is the total quantity of the goods he has supplied and what is the unit price he has supplied? That is what exactly I want. So when I see that accounting document normally, so what is happening? My inventory account means your raw material account. Inventory of raw material account will become the debit, and there is a one offsetting account. We call it as a GRIR, clearing account. I tell you when we go to the integration, definitely. Okay, clearing account is getting created. This is the financial transaction. And what is the total amount? 100. So I'm going to be giving here, okay, $100 credit and $100 debit. Okay, this is what my financial transaction. Very, very important here. This is my financial transaction. And this financial transaction is completely called as the goods receipt. So when I go to any PO, just making you understand about the ACDO table, please, very, very important. So this is the PO, actually, this is the PO number. What is the material? This material I'm ordering, how much material you're ordering, 10 kgs you're ordering. Per unit, it is going to be called as the 500 into 10. So 5,000 is the total amount. Okay. Have you received that material? So I received, okay. So I received, okay, I received, okay. When you are received on 16/7/2020, I received the material for the total quantity and the amount is going to be called as the 5,000. Why? Because 10 into 5, it is going to be the 5,000 INR. Okay. Now, this is the material I received and this is the quantity of the goods I received. Okay. Now, what is happening here? Now, what is the accounting document? Inventory of raw material account debit to the GRIS. So this is called as the actual transaction. We call it as the actual. This is not the planned one. No? This is completely purely called as the actuals. So there is a one document number was generated for this particular document. Okay, now what is the document number? If I go into the document number, this is the material document number. If I go into that, there is an accounting document number will be generated. Okay. So this is my accounting document number. I'll show that. I'm trying to explain you not it. Okay, this is my accounting document number 501003. This is my accounting document number. So this is my accounting document number, and I can see the raw material account debit to GRIS. There is a difference is there in the price difference. The price difference will go to the $2,000. Okay, this is my transaction. If I open this transaction, there are 3 line items are there. Line item number 1, line item number 2, and line item number 3. So where these line items are going to be stored, these line items are going to be stored in now ACDO table, ACDO table. Now I'll go to the table now. Okay, see here. So same transaction I'm coming, ACDO table. Now where this transaction will go and store, this transaction will go and store in the table called the ACDO table. Okay. Now I'm coming to the ACDO table and I'll click on this. Okay, it contained table because I'm going to the table content. What are all the transactions have been stored in this ACDO table? So I'm clicking on the content. So why give the company code, ledger, and everything? Why? Because okay, so now company code is Sony. Sony is nothing but my company code. So I'm giving all the parameters now. Okay, see here. Now I'm giving the company code, and fiscal year is 2020. Yeah, 2020. Financial year is 2020. And what is the document number? This is the document number. Okay, this is the document number. Now, where I can see the document number, I'm coming to the ACDO table and I'm giving this document number here. Now, now I'm coming to the table I'm seeing here. Now, if I open this table, okay, if I click on the execute, I given the reference of 501003 document number. See here. Now, see here. Yes, I see. This particular document was stored in which table? ACDO table, ACDO table. Very, very important. I can see there are 3 line items are there. 1, 2, and 3 line items. See here. 1, 2, and 3 line items are there. And here I can see here. Very, very important here. So by which reference? What is the reference document? Everything I can see here. Very, very important. I can see this is the line item level document. This is a completely purely called as a line item. If I select only one line item, okay, first line item. And if I click on display, I can see all the details here. See here, I can see all the details. If I see here, I can see all the details. This is my purchase order number. Okay, so this is my reference of my number I'm going to be seeing. Oh, this is the purchase order number you can see here. This is the reference number. I come and see here the reference number here. So I can see everything, the details here. If I come down, I can see all the details here. What is the, in which currency you made and what is the total amount. And what is the total amount? 3,000. 3,000, correct or not? Okay, 3,000. See here. First, because I'm selecting the first line item. The first line item is 3,000 only. Okay, 3,000. Okay, I can see 3,000. I can see all the details here. So I can see complete details about the transaction here. And what is the document type? Document type is WE. Document type is going to be called as the WE. And where I can see the document type, if I go to the header here, you can see the WE is the document type. I can see all the details here. Okay, this is my purchase order number. So this here you can see the purchase order number with the reference of the purchase order means this is a complete table. I can see the details about the vendor number, customer number, everything I can see in one table from today onwards. So now what is happening? Earlier in my SAP ECC, I need to refer to the table with the different tables. Now I'm going to be consolidating everything into one table called as the ACDO table. So earlier, what I need to refer the vendor tables and the customer tables and everything. Now, no need to refer all the tables, only one table, which will give all the financial data in ACDO table. So very, very important for us. So that's the reason I call this. Now, that's the reason I call this ACDO table is the single line item level table for all the financial accounting actual documents, not the planned one. Not the planned one. Actuals. What do you mean by actuals? Which are impacting to your financial accounting, which will have an impact on the financial accounting for the preparation of P&L account and balance sheet. So plan data we never consider. Plan data I don't want to consider in this ACDO table. But the planning one, because normally we'll do the planning, GL planning for the forecasting report, for the cost center planning, cost element planning, internal order planning. Like we have different types of planning profiles we have. So all the plannings I will never do in the ACDO table. All the planning should be done in another table. All the data should capture in ACDOCP table. P is nothing but a planning table. Very, very. P is always called as the planning table. No, this data will never go into the planning because this is the actuals. Because always we are going to be treating as actuals. That's the reason I can see this is the ACDO table, is the actual line item level table. Now I can see so many fields in the actual table. I can see all the data which is corresponding. So there are 485 fields out there. But if you want to extend, we can also extend the fields with the custom fields. Whatever the fields you want to extend, I can also do the extension. So now, okay, so these all are basic actually to know about all these things. Okay, it's a very, very important that before we go and sit in the picture, okay, if I'm watching a movie, first the titles are very, very important. Who is the hero and who is the villain and everything. So these are the part of introduction. These are very, very important. Okay, so if I understand this concept very clearly, then going further, whatever the transactions we are making in SAP, that will be very, very easy.
So on the PO side, right? So when you click on the goods receipt and it popped up with the accounting document and a material document, right?
Correct.
So that material document number was different than accounting document number.
Exactly, right? Sir. So, material document number means, I'll tell, very good question. So for example here, sir, so when I come to this, okay, so very good observation, sir. I'll tell you here. So once I receive the goods receipt from the vendor, sir, vendor means there will be two documents will be generating, sir. One is going to be called as the material document number. Another one we call it as the accounting document number. Okay, material document and accounting document. So okay, material document never reconcile with my financial accounting. Why? Because material document only talks about the quantity of the goods you have received, sir. Only the quantity of the goods you have received. No, it will not talk about the price. Material document never talks about the price. Material document is only for the reference for the MM people, not for me, not for the FI consultant. So when I open this material document number, okay, when I open this, so it will tell about how much quantity of the goods you have received. I received about 50 quantity of the goods, 50 kgs of iron or 50 kgs of aluminium, whatever maybe. That's all. This is only reference to the MM part, not to me. But whatever the material you have received, very, very important, is the quantity of the valuation of the price is as the same as your purchase order price. Because when I go to the purchase order for 1 kg, it is going to be, okay, it is going to be $500 USD for 1 kg. For 1 kg, it is a 500. Like that, how many kgs you are ordering? I'm ordering 10 kgs. I ordered about 10 kgs just now, obviously. So total should be the 5,000. Total should be the 5,000. Total should be the 5,000 for me here. So yes, you have received the total quantity of the goods. Very good. You have received the total quantity of the goods. I don't have any. So total quantity means 10 quantity. Sorry, 10 quantity. Here you received about a total 10 quantity of the goods. Okay. Now, tell me now, what is the price you got it from the vendor at the time of goods receipt? Whether it is the same as the PO price, or whether the vendor has sent the goods receipt more than the PO price or less than the PO price. Tell me, because I want that accounting document. So system will generate one more document called as an accounting document. This accounting document is very, very important. That accounting document tells about what is the inventory amount and what is the GRIR clearing account. So this accounting document is going to be linked to my ACDO table, whereas this material document will never update to my ACDO table, because the ACDO table only contains about the financial actual business transaction. This material document is not a financial entry form.
So and that probably goes to a different table, right? The MAT doc.
That will go to the different table.
Okay, about the accounting documents, only financial document, accounting document, material ledger document has been created. What about controlling document? And even here,
because controlling
material
was not
ledger
activated.
document number is
Then
different.
I tell you, because controlling was not activated for this company code.
Okay, and what about this document number, which is different for material ledger? How it goes in BKPF?
Which one, madam? Which one you're talking, madam?
For material ledger, ACDO table, where will it have this document number?
ACDO table will not have this material ledger document. ACDO table will have only this document number 501003.
Okay.
This material document number only tells about the valuation of your current process. Okay, so I'll tell you. For example, if I go to the material ledger document, so here, if I see here, everybody, so this is called as my material document number. If I see here, this is the material document number. Material document number is different with my financial document. This is the financial document number. So material document number will never integrate to my ACDO table. No, because the material document number always talks about what is the quantity of the goods. So 10 quantity of the goods you have received. So what is the material? This material SRM 7 is the material I received. So material document number only talks about the quantity of the goods, whereas the 10 quantity into what is the price, that will be updated in my accounting document. Accounting document is very, very important for me, not the material document number. So this accounting document, I need to see whether the postings has done to which table. The posting always will go to my ACDO table, ACDO table, very, very important. So that is the difference here. The material document number is different and the accounting document number is different. Now I'm coming to the material ledger. What is the material ledger? Okay, material ledger is nothing but, okay, the document which will show about valuation in how many currencies I can do the valuation of the material. Okay, in which currency you have done the valuation. So here, this is the item number, this is the material number, item number, and this is the material you have received. And here, the quantity, the total changeover quantity is the 10 quantity, and the value is going to be the 10. So the value currency is going to be in the INR only. INR means the material you're going to be doing the valuation in currency called as INR. And if I see the material price analysis, so this is the material ledger document. So it will never update to my ACDO table. So see here. So this is my goods receipt document number. This is the purchase order number. The total quantity of the goods you have received, the changeover value is 3,000 and it is received in the INR. Now, if I change the price, if I change from company code to the group currency, my company code currency is INR. INR, see here, INR means Indian rupees. I can do the valuation of this material price in another currency also. That is a group currency. Group currency is nothing but my USD. If I change the group currency, you can see here the change. See, 9.40. $9, 9 into 9. Okay, this is the USD. Means you're doing the material valuation. This material valuation for this particular plant, you are doing in another currency. Valuation is going to be done in the group currency. Now you can see the valuation was done in the USD, not in INR. So now my USD is going to be called as a 9.40 USD dollars.
Material ledger information also goes and populates in ACDO table, right?
Material ledger?
Material ledger tables have been removed, and the details of material ledger also goes and sits in
actuals. Actuals will go to the, yes, you're absolutely right. It will go to the ACDO table. Only the actuals. Whatever the transactions you are making in the material ledger, that particular part will go to the ACDO table. Very good. Yes, madam. I'll show that one also. I'll explain you that one.
Okay.
I'll explain.
Yeah.
Okay, now for example, here there is an accounting document, sir. Okay, this, okay, I don't know. Okay, now when I open the accounting document, okay, now I'm opening that accounting document. So what is the link means? Every accounting document with the reference of your purchase order. So you can see the purchase order number, sir, here. Here you can see the purchase order number. So this particular document means this particular document you have generated, and I want to know the reference for which reference document the document has come in. You can see the reference here. So purchase order number. So this purchase order number is going to be displayed at the line item level. See, sir. This is the reference.
Okay.
Now, same thing, if I go to the ACDO table also, see here. If same thing, where is my table here? Same thing, say I'm giving the same table, the same document number, and I go to the ACDO table. Now, if I select any line item, now here you can see the purchase order number. Yeah, see, here you can see the purchase order number. See here. Purchase order number is getting updated. And here you can also see now material, what is the material and which plant and who is the vendor, from which vendor I'm going to be supplying, and what is my chart of accounts, who has done this transaction, everything I can see here. Everything in a detailed process, I can see what is the assignment number and when, what is the document date and the posting date I can see here, and what is the fiscal year variant, in which period you have done the transaction, everything. And you can see the standard price is the 9.0. Okay, what is the standard price? Material price. Okay, and how much quantity of the goods you got, what is the valuation of the goods you got, what is the quantity, 10 quantity only, not 10 quantity, what not you want, tell me now, every price, the total price of the valuation is going to be the 5,000, but you receive the goods receipt, for only for 3,000, you can see the 3,000, everything, trading partner, what is the company code, what is the controlling area, what is the business area, what is the account number, vendor reconciliation account number, what is the unit of measurement? Unit of measurement is the kgs. In which currency? INR. What is your another currency? USD. So I do the material valuation in the USD. I can do the material valuation in the INR. Very well. This is material ledger document number. And here you can see what is the reference document number. Reference document number is the MIRO. Okay, so see here. The goods received document number. Where is my, okay, here. If I go back, this is my FI document number. And what is the reference document number? 5003. This is my material document number. See, I can see that material document number also going to be displayed here.
Yeah.
What not you want, tell me? Every document, everything I am going to be seeing here. What is the company code? What is the document number? What is the line item? Everything I can see here. So single entry screen, every detail I'm seeing. Earlier, the same information I used to refer for multiple tables. Vendor tables, customer tables, pivot tables. I need to refer to the BSEC table. I need to refer to the BKPF table. Why not? I need to do the multi-tenant database. So what I'm going to do, it is going to be called as a multi-source of truth. We are going to be calling it as a multi-source of truth. Earlier, the controlling data, I need to go and see in the controlling. Earlier, the material ledger data, I need to go and see the material ledger. And I see the general ledger table. So everything I need to refer different data structure. But today, what I'm telling, no need to refer anything. I'm going to be giving you one single table. Now you can get all the data from this single table called as the ACDO table from today. What not you want to tell me? Every report, any report you are asking about the financial transaction, just refer to the table called as the ACDO table. You will get all the data from the ACDO table. And ACDO table is extendable. Okay, so what is extendable? So for example, if I go to this table, so we have the fields of 485 fields we are going to be saying about. Okay, so something the fields are going to be called as 484 fields are there. Now, there are some includes are also there in the table. If you see, this is called as includes. So we have see the dot include. This include is completely reference to the ACDOC underscore SA underscore 00. And what this include is going to be calling as? Include is going to be calling as universal general entry, transaction, currencies, and units. Okay. Okay, now when I go to this include, double click on this include. Okay, this include is completely called as a group of transaction for the currency unit. Okay, very good. Okay, now just select and here double click on this data element. We have a data element. Okay, the data element here is one. For example, we are selecting it the initial. Okay, initial value. Double click on this ACDO. Yeah. Yeah. So if I go to this include, okay, include of, there are so many other fields are also this in this include. If I open this structure, very, very important. Actually, this is the one table. Actually, ACDO table is the one table actually. But in the table, again, we have some includes are also there. So if I go to this include, I can see some fields are also there. See, I can see some fields. Okay, this is the includes we have. So if I double click on this is a single table. Again in the table, this table is contains about 400. Already we have the 484 fields are already available. And if I go to this include and double click on it, it is taking me to, see, it is taking me to the include. Oh my God, in this include, I can see there are again 64 fields are available. Again, the 64 fields are available. So now I want to add one of, for example, I want to add something called as a transaction type. Okay. Transaction type, CO business transaction or CO business transaction type, anything, because 64 fields are available in this include. Okay, so 64 fields are available in this include. Already this blue color one are already added. This blue color one already added to the ACDO table. Whatever the black color, okay, the black color again in this include, again we have sub includes also. See, again in that there is one more sub includes are also there. You can see. So I want to add some fields. Okay, so I want to bring some fields, something like I want to add this transaction type. Okay, where you want to add this transaction type? This transaction type is called as a RMBCT. This transaction type, what I can do here, I want to add. There are totally 484 fields are available. I want to add in this particular common table. Okay, what is the transaction type? Here I'm adding the transaction type. See here, transaction type. So these all the blue color one or the added one. These all are going to be called as the added one. So which are going to be coming from the include side. So these you can see these all are the blue color. And whatever the predefined one, these all are going to be called as the predefined one in the standard table. Like this, we have so many includes are also there. You can see this is one of the includes. We have so many includes are there. So there is one more include. Currency key. This is referred to the currency keys. So these are the currency keys. Which currency key you want to see in the table? So I already added. We have already added. These all the currency keys are already added. Okay, now just come back, come down. There one more include is also there. This include is the unit of measurement side. So basically, so we have added that basic unit measurements and everything. Which fields you want to remove, you can remove also if you don't want. Okay, now these are all the fields I can see in the ACDO table. Okay,
so when we are installing it for the first time, is this comes as a vanilla setup, or is this something that we do
exactly? No, it's coming as the vanilla, and the further requirement we are going to be including all these things.
Okay.
And there is a supplying notes are also there. If you want to have all the include should be included with the detailed also, we can also show like this, what I'm showing on the desktop. Now you can see one more include is also there. That is nothing but additional account assignment like cost center, cost elements. These all are the includes which are going to be coming. These all the fields are coming from this particular include. Okay. So like this, we can see so many includes are also there. Includes related to. So now you can see here. Okay. Now this is in the black color. So this include was not extended for any field. Okay. Why? Because it was not activated. If I go to the include of this value fields, why this value field is not coming actually? How many of you worked in the COPA earlier, account-based COPA and costing-based COPA? Anybody has an idea?
I have on the cost side.
Okay, sir. Sir, okay. Whenever we are working on the cost-based profitability analysis, we are taking the data structure as the characteristics and the value fields. Am I right, sir? For the account-based COPA. When you come to the for cost-based COPA. I'm sorry, for cost-based COPA. For the account-based COPA, we are not going to be referring any kind of value fields. Am I right? We are only taking the characteristics. So now, why this was not extended? Why? Because value fields never get extended to the ACDO table. Why? Because ACDO table is reconciled with your account-based COPA, not with the cost-based COPA. In the account-based COPA, we don't have these value fields.
Okay.
But SAP is very clearly telling that earlier. Okay, now earlier you are okay. For example, I take you one example, sir. Now, okay, now you are already working in SAP ECC. This is my SAP ECC server. Okay. Okay. This is my SAP ECC server, 6.0 ECC server. In this SAP EC server, already I activated my COPA. COPA is nothing but profitability analysis at a costing based. I activated the COPA with costing based. Okay. Now, SAP's recommendation here is whenever you're converting your system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, this is my SAP S4HANA system. This is SAP S4HANA system. So in SAP S4HANA, what is the SAP's recommendation? Only recommendation. It is not giving the mandatory that now I'm recommending to go with the COPA with COPA, COPA with account based. Why? Because I streamlined your process. I'll tell you when you go to the COPA, I'll explain you more detail. Now, when I've done the system conversion, when I've done the migration, when I've done the brownfield implementation, when I've done your system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, it is not a greenfield implementation. I'm talking about the brownfield implementation. In the brownfield implementation, I'm talking about the system conversion. So when I'm going to be doing the system conversion, already in the ECC, I activated the account based to COPA. Now, in the SAP S4HANA, SAP's recommendation is go to the account-based COPA rather than using the costing-based COPA. Because I redefined everything in a detailed way in the account-based COPA. So I'm recommending to go for the account-based, but still the clients are not satisfied. Still, they want to activate the costing-based COPA in the SAP S4HANA. They want to work with the costing-based. I don't want to work with the account-based COPA. I want to, even though you are converted from ECC to SAP S4HANA. I see a lot of advantages in the account-based COPA, but I want to use the costing-based COPA and the account-based COPA simultaneously here also. Okay, now. Okay, I will activate both of them. Okay. Now, I want to activate both of them, account-based and the costing-based. In the costing-based, we see something called as the characteristics and value fields. Characteristics and value fields. Okay, value fields. Whereas in account-based COPA, we don't have the value fields. We'll only see the characteristics only. Okay, we'll only see the characteristics. There are no value fields. Now, this table, whatever the table you are looking at, okay, so this table actually, now you can also, if the client wants to use both cost-based COPA and account-based COPA simultaneously here. So now, what I can do here, whatever the value fields you're going to be using that are not considered under the account-based COPA, but I want to activate the costing-based also. Now I want to show these value fields also in the ACDO table. In that case, this include has to be get extended. If you're not using the costing-based COPA, then this include is not going to be extended anymore. Only when you want to see the value fields in the same ACDO table, then I can extend this include. Otherwise, not required for me. That is the reason I see this include was not extended as of now. It was not activated. It is still in the black color. You can see all the remaining are in the blue color, but except the value data which is flowing is under the black. So if I go to this include, if I double click on this include, I can see a lot of value fields here. Okay, see, these all are going to be called as the value fields. Value fields talks about the quantity and the price. Only quantity and the price, not other than this. Okay, see, these all are going to be called the value fields. So, because in my project, we are not using the costing-based COPA, so that is the reason I'm not extending this include at all, because I'm using the account-based COPA. Now, if I come down, little bit down, this is for the cumulative quantity. This is for cumulative, okay. This is for cumulative value fields. Okay, this is for the value fields. Okay, I don't want, and this is for the cumulative amounts. Cumulative means consolidated. And there is one more include for the characteristics. I'll show that. Okay, this is for the quantity. This is for the mandatory fields for the GL. If you want anything, this include is also there. 1 second, please. 1 second. And this include is for the value for the subledgers. And there is one more include actually for the only for the COPA. Only for the COPA, there should be one more include should be there. This is for asset accounting. This include is purely for asset accounting. This include is for the FI asset accounting line item level table. This include is for the material ledger. Madam, you're asking about the material ledger. Here is the material ledger includes, madam. If you want to see, this is the include we are activating for the material ledger. Okay. What is the price control and what is the valuation type? What is the local price? Everything. Now you're talking about whether the material document number is going to be integrated in the ACDO table. Yes, I can show all the price and everything. And this is about this is CO fields, and I'll be coming now to the include of COPA. Now you can see here last but not the least. Okay, so you can see the COPA also. I think it went off or something. Okay, let it be. Okay, so I'll show that. Include related to the logistics. Include related to here. Right. This is what exactly I'm looking out for. Okay, so COPA fields are also going to be included. So if I double click on it, now you can see these all are going to be called characteristics. You can see these all are going to be characteristics will never include the quantity and the price. So what is the billing type? What is the division? What is the sold to party, shipped to party? Everything I can say. These all are going to be called as a characteristics. These characteristics are available for both cost-based to COPA and account-based to COPA. But if you want to work only with the cost-based to COPA, I'm activating the includes of the characteristics and the value fields also. But if you're activating only the account-based to COPA, I will activate include only for the characteristics, not for the value fields. So like this. We have so many includes we have so many includes we can see here. This is the structure where the ACDO table is going to be available now. This is the complete structure of ACDO table. What fields you don't want, tell me. I can remove the fields. What fields you want to? So it can be extendable up to 600 to 600. I think now in 2020 or 79 it can be extended up to more fields. I'll give the current picture. Okay, I'll give the current picture. So like this, I can go and add on the extendable fields over here. This is how we are going to be completely understanding about the ACDO table. Now, how this structure was designed, how this ACDO table will be working, we have to go into the detail.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it's not at this time subject. Can you give us like some? I see the technical. What your explanation was very good on COPA costing based versus account based characteristics, value, and characteristics. And what is like? Can you give us some business example? I mean, why will they pick account based COPA versus costing based, or if it's not related right now, we can postpone it till next time.
No, I'll tell you. It's so simple, sir. So I got a revenue, sir. I got a revenue. I got a revenue of $1 lakh USD. Example. I got a revenue of $1 lakh USD. Do you consider it as a net revenue, sir? No. So
I don't know.
You will never consider it as a net revenue. So
yeah,
what
it's
is the
gross
profitability?
Revenue. Yeah.
It's a gross revenue only. You will never consider it as a net revenue. So what is the profitability analysis? Profitability analysis is led to determine the revenue based on the contribution margin. You can determine your net revenue and the contribution margin. What is the contribution margin? So contribution margin is nothing but, okay. So before I go and analyze my revenues, first of all, I need to go and analyze my cost component split. Cost component. For a manufacturing of the cost component split, we call it as a cost component split. For manufacturing of a product, I need a raw material. So what is the total overheads on the raw material? What is the production cost? What is the total overheads on the production cost? And that will give that COGM, that we call it as the cost of goods manufactured.
Right.
What is the total cost of the goods manufactured? Tell me now. Okay, so yes, that's the total. Okay, now the total cost of the raw material is five. Okay, the $50,000 USD. So what is the raw material overhead? Okay, tell me now. What is the production? Tell me. What is the production overhead? So if I combine everything, overheads on the production and the raw material, the total cost of goods manufactured is nothing but $30,000 USD. Okay, now very good. You got that. Now, okay, you got the production cost now. You got the production cost. Now tell me now, before you deliver it to the customer, can you please tell me what is the total administration cost, admin cost, and the sales overheads? And the sales overhead.
Some percentage.
Some percentage on the marketing. That is nothing but admin and the sales overhead. So if I come to the, okay, I got the cost of goods manufactured. based on the raw material overhead and the production overhead, and I'm also include my admin and the sales overhead also. Now, after you include the admin and the sales overhead, what I'm going to get? I'm going to get COGS, cost of goods sold.
Yeah, COGS.
Before I add the admin and sales overhead, I am only considering the cost of goods manufactured. But the goods you are selling it to the customer, now I need to include the admin cost and the sales overhead. Now I'm going to be getting the cost of goods sold. Now the total cost of goods sold is nothing but, okay, it is the 1,50,000. Example, 1,50,000. So in this 1,50,000, I got a revenue of $1 lakh USD. Now I want to do the profitability analysis. What is the contribution margin at the time of COGM? What is the contribution margin at the time of COGS? And finally, I will get a net revenue. Finally, after I remove everything, I'll get a net revenue. The net revenue is only 15,000 USD. Means out of 1 lakh USD, the total net revenue is only 15,000 USD. So how do you determine this net revenue? Based on these characteristics and the value fields. So based on what are all the characteristics you are going to be using? I'm using the customer. Customer is one of the characteristics. What is the product? Product is one of the brand is one of the area, country. This all will come as a. I want to do the profitability analysis based on the market segmentation. So those what characteristics you are taking? Tell me what characteristics you are taking. I prepared for my examination today. I passed out my certification. Hey Mahesh, tell me what books you are referred. Yeah, I referred this many books. So these are the characteristics. How much time you spend it on? I spend it on daily 5 hours. So 5 hours is nothing but your characteristics. Can you tell me what are the costs you are involved in each and every book? Book number 1, it is $50 USD. Book number 2, it is $200. So total cost you are going to be including under the value fields. Means how much quantity, how many books you have referred, Mahesh? I referred 5 books. 5 is nothing but a quantity for me. So can you tell me what is the price of, what is the total price you have invested on the total on the certification? The total price is about $500 USD. So now you're recognizing your revenue now. Okay, so how much revenue you got? Tell me. So value fields plus characteristics. So both include, we tell about the total net revenue. But when I come to the account-based COPA, I don't want the value fields. Why? Because in the account-based COPA, characteristics are going to be enough. Why? Because I'm completely reconciling your balances with your GLs. I'm taking not the value fields. I'm going to be taking the general ledger account. So now the account-based COPA will only concentrate on the characteristics, not based on the value fields. I'm going to be doing the market segmentation. So whatever the characteristics and value fields you took for the market segmentation, I can include those into this particular COPA fields, and I can do the extendability so that my report will be increasing with the more fields so that I can see all those characteristics and the value fields in the output reports.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay. So this is how, that's only I explained about the technical content about the, I covered only the out structure of the ACDO table. We have not gone into the internal part of the ACDO table. Just I explained about the outer structure, how the ACDO table is designed in our SAP S4HANA. But what is the data architecture? I want the data architecture of SAP S4HANA with ACDO table. I want to understand in a very detailed way about how this table is going to be designed and what are all the fields from the financial accounting side, what should I consider, and what is the 6-digit field line item numbering, what is the 23-digit, and what is the architecture? Can you please tell me the architecture now? Okay, why? Because if I go into the notes, this is the simplification list. Already, the simplification list already I given it to you. I already pasted in your assignment tab. You can refer to that. So if I go here, if I go to the chapter number 8, financial accounting. So now we need to start the data modeling changes in financial. We have to start this. This is very, very important for me because till now we have understood what is the technicality, how the data structure was designed, but we are not understand about the concept of the data model of the ACDO table. How this universal general entry is going to be significant changes have done when you way to the transactions are going to be stored. Yes, we have to see in a very detailed way. Then we can understand the concept of ACDO table. And here you can see here now the total record that are stored the data is general ledger, controlling, material ledger, and asset accounting, accounts payable and accounts receivable by period you have been removed as an index table that are designed to optimize certain selection. So I'll tell you all these things in the tomorrow's class is very, very important for us from the finance point of view. Fundamentals are very, very important. Without knowing the fundamentals, I don't treat them. Okay, I learned SAP S4HANA, but I'm asking some basic questions. Tell me now, what is the debit account and the credit account? I am not from the MBA background. I'm not from the big company. I'm not a MS. I'm not, so I don't know the accounting. Then why you learn the SAP S4HANA? Tell me now. So here I'm going to teach you the concepts of financial accounting in a very detailed way with the accounting concepts. So there should not be any kind of inconsistency when you are sitting in front of the interview or when you're doing the practicals or when you are assigned in a real-time project. So you have to handle the project with monopoly, with a single hand, and not with a support with other people. So you are my students, you are not like other students. So I want my students to be acted in a project with a great priority resources, not like a layman.
Hey there, ready to master SAP S4HANA Finance 1909 training? Our course is here to guide you through. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S4HANA Finance 1909, your go-to tool for financial management. It's like a Swiss Army knife for handling finances, from tracking supplies to ensuring they reach their destinations smoothly. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and tackle any queries you have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP S4HANA finance skills? Enroll on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So we are discussing about the universal general entry table. We saw about the technical properties only. We saw about the technical properties of ACDO CA table and includes and everything, how the ACDO table is designed for SAP for the line item levels, saving the database table. Okay. Now, let me come to the point here. Okay. Now, point number one, what it is telling at the functional point of view. Now we have to discuss about the most important thing about the functionality. The new, very, very important, these all points are very, very important. Okay, the new journal entry consists of a header called as the BKPF. Yes, we all know that. Okay, so now today onwards, there will be only one header table and we have a single line item level table. As we discussed last week, okay, so there will be a separate header table for each and every component, like GL will have a separate header table, material ledger will have a separate header table, and each and every components are going to be having a different line item level tables. Now what we are going to do? Now we are going to remove all the corresponding line items and we are bringing only one line item with one header table. That header table name is always called as the BKPF, and the line item level table we call it as the ACDO CA table, like DotCom table. Okay, that we know that the point number one is very clear to us. Okay, there is no clarification which is required on the point number one. And the second point is also very, very important, and this is the certification question also. Okay, what is the second point number two? There are rare cases where entries in ACDO CA are written without a document header. My dear friends, any document you take in SAP, whether it is sales related or procurement related or whether it is the finance related or asset record related, any document you take in SAP, a financial document I'm talking, definitely there should be a header information and there should be a line item level information. Definitely. Okay. Otherwise, I cannot call it as a complete document. For example, if I go to FB03 transaction, one accounting, okay, one line. Okay, so for example, I take this document. The document number is 19000011. I'll take this particular document number. So this document was posted with the domestic vendor and the sales. Okay, something like we have debited one vendor account and we have created this is the line item level information. And every document should contain the accounting information also. That is the header information also. Because header information gives them more clarity on what type of document it is, when the document you have created, for which document, which company code, in which currency you have posted. The header information is also very, very important for me. Every document you take in SAP, there should be a header and the line item. But SAP, in rare cases, something like it is telling that we don't have a document with header information, but we have a line item level information. Very, very important. In which cases? One is during the carry forward. What is a carry forward? A carry forward is nothing but, see, for example, now we are in 2020. We are in 2020. We are going to complete our financial transactions by December 31st. December 31st. Okay. We are going to close our financial year called as the 2020, and we need to go for a new accounting year called as the 2021. 2021. So before you post any actual transactions of 2021, you had to do the balance carry forward. You had to do the balance, whatever the profit and the loss we have got it after we do the audit and after the income tax submission. We have to do the balance carry forward from the 2020 to 2021. Because it is a prerequisite. As a year-end closing activity, it is one of the prerequisite. So until you don't do the balance carry forward, I cannot start my transactions in 2021. Very, very important. This is very, very important to all of you. So when I'm doing the balance carry forward, there is a separate transaction code is there in SAP, how to do the balance carry forward. I'll show in the month-end closing activities and year-end closing activities. So when I do the balance carry forward to the 2021, if I go to my ACDO CA table, ECDOCA table is going to have this document number. This document number always will be the prefix with B followed with number. So B is nothing but a document which started with B is nothing but it is a balance carry forward document numbers in SAP. Very, very important. Any document prefix with B followed with number, those documents are always called as balance carry forward document. So any document in SAP definitely should have a line item. Very, very important. Any document, if I see, it should have a document header and it should have a document line item, definitely. But in this case of document, when you do the balance carry forward, the document will not have the header information. No, this document will not have any kind of header information. It will only have the line item level information, which are going to be stored in which table? ACDO CA table, because there is no header table at all. There is no header table itself. Okay, so BKPF is not going to be triggering. If it is a transaction, when I'm debiting some accounts and when I'm creating some accounts, definitely you should have a header. But this is only the balance carry forward. This is not a complete, this is not a transaction. You're doing the profit and the loss, the retained earnings. With the retained earnings account, we are going to do the profit and loss are getting carried forward to the next year. It is not a transaction, it is only the balance carry forward only. Whether it is a profit or loss. So in this case, the system will not have the document header. The system will only process with the line item level table. So if I go into the SAP, go to the table, how to see the tables, how to see the SAP tables, go to SE16N transaction. Always go to SE16N. Very, very important. Go to SE16N and press enter. And here, give the table called as ACDOCA table, like DOCA table. All of you, please, very, very important. This is very, very important. Give the table called as ACDOCA table and press enter. Now, here I'm giving the company code. Example, I'm taking one company code called as the 1710. Example, I'm just taking an example of 1710. So I'll take a fiscal year of 2020. I want to see the document numbers which starting with B. B is nothing but a balance carry forward. Okay, B star. I'll put a B star. Here we have a document number. And I've given the financial year 2020 and I'm taking the default SAP best practice company code called as the 1710. Earlier in SAP ECC, we have a 0001 and 1000 SAP AG best practice company code. Okay, in SAP S4 HANA, we have a SAP best practice company code called as the 1710. Now, I just filtering only those documents which are starting with a B. Okay, so prefix with B and I'm just executing. I'm just doing the online execution. This is the online. Now here you can see there are 3 documents are there. Here I can see there are 3 documents are there here. These documents are going to be prefixed with B001 and everything. We can see here there is only one document number with B prefix with, and the transaction is going to be called as the balance carry forward. Very, very important. You can see the balance carry forward. The transaction type is the 900 and very, very important. You have done the balance carry forward to which year? 2020. From 2019 to 2020. balance carry forward what was done. And here, just go to the right hand side, and the balance carry forward transaction amount you are done in the local currency, that is the USD. And here, which is the account, very, very important. These are the three accounts where the balance carry forward was done. And what is the amount? So one account with the 10,000, 2,000, and 8,000 in the local currency. Very, very important here. I can see here. So here the minus symbol is there, credit, credit. So 2 plus 8, it is going to be the 10,000 debit. 10,000 is the debit, and you can see 2,000 and 8,000 and both are going to be the credit. Now the balance is equal to the debit is equal to the credit, and I can see the complete transaction. And the three line items are there in this particular document number. So these two line items are the credit line items with the 2,000 and 8,000, and this line item with the first line item is going to be called as the debit line item. There are totally three line items with the document number 1. So I can see this document in ACDO CA table. If I want to see this document in BKPF, for example, I'm going to the BKPF table now. Same, I am going to the SC16N, and I'm going to be giving the BKPF, and here I'm giving the document number, the same document number I'm giving in the BKPF table, and I'm giving the company code 1710, very, very important, and I'm giving the financial year as the 2020. I'm giving the financial year is the 2020. Very, very important here. So I'm giving the same document number in the header. Actually, what is the normal? If any transaction you are posted in SAP, any transaction you take, forget about this balance carry forward for many, but any transaction, whether you're posting a general expenses or you're taking any transactions in SAP, every transaction will have the document header and the document line item. The document number, okay, for example, I'm posting this transaction, salaries, account, debit to cash or bank account. Cash or bank account credits. So I debited the total amount of $10,000 and I'm credited the total amount of $10,000. Here, if you see here, 10,000 and 10,000. Now, after I posted, a system has generated one document number for this. Document number, for example, 100 was posted. This is nothing, 100 was posted. Okay, this is what the accounting number, document number. If I open this document number, very, very important, this document number field, actually we call it as a document number field. If you see here, this is the document number. For example, if you see here, this is my document number. Example, I'm taking one document number. Example, I'm taking, this is an invoice document number. Okay, so this is my document number. So this document number is available where in the header. Okay, this is my document number. Okay, click on, this is the header. The header. Here you can see the document number. Okay, so here you can see the transaction with the document number, and where is the document number is available in the header. This is my header. So 19000011 is the header information. Very, very important, my dear friends. So if I go to the table, I'm given the document number as a B00001. Okay, I know that this is the header. We are in the BKPF called as a header. Now, if I click on execute, the system is telling me no values are found. No values are found. It is a completely error message. Why? Because it is a document carry forward line item level table, very, very important, which the information is available in the ACDO table, but this document number is not going to be available. Very, very important. Means this field, Belnar, BELNR, Belnar is nothing but the field name in this particular table. We call it as a document number. So this Belnar is available. The document number field is available in both. Both means the document number field is available in both ACDO CA table, that is the Belnar is available in both ACDO CA table, and at the same time I can see the document number is also available in the BKPF. So when I want to see a document, very, very important, my dear friends. These points are very, very important when we all are working in a real time. Very, very important, I'm telling. Okay. So when I'm writing a logic, so the Belnar field means document number, BELNR. Okay, and here also there is a Belnar field is available, BELNR. Means whatever the carry forward documents I have starting with the prefix with the B, the carry forward documents I can see only in the ACDO table where the Belnar field is getting updated with the B series. With the B series. B all 0 something like B00000001 example. The same Belnar field is also available in the header field. But when I'm trying to give this Belnar information in the header of my BKPF table, like B00000001, the system is throwing an error for me. Why? Because as I told you that the carry forward of the documents will not have the header information in the Belnar field. No. Why? Because it is the carry forward. The carry forward document will never have the header information, but I can see the line item level informations are going to be stored in the ACDO table. Now I'll take this transaction. Okay, now I'm pressing enter. I'll take this transaction. So this is not a balance carry forward. This is a normal transaction. Now if I copy this document number and if I'm replacing with carry forward document number, if I give here, see here. So this is the Belnar field. This is the document number field. This document number Belnar is available both in BKPF and in the line item level table called the ACDO table. Now if I execute, I got it. The same document number, if I give here in the ACDO table, I got it. See, I got it. Means, what does it mean that? This is not a balance carry forward document number. This is a normal. This is a normal transactions always will have the header and the line item level information. Okay. So in the rare cases, in which cases the document numbers are not going to be available, in one case where during the balance carry forward, the document numbers are not going to be available. And at the second point, any doubt in the carry forward? Anybody has any doubt here now?
So Mahesh, a quick question. So in the number range setup, right, do we set the B number range by ourselves or is it system?
No, it is a default. It is a default. Okay, where the number ranges are going to be set it out. Because it is a yearly, month and one-time activity. Okay, so all the balance carry. So I'm using a separate transaction code in my SAP. So what is that separate transaction code you are using in SAP? There is a transaction code called as FAGL GL_GVTR. Okay, there is separate. One second. If I come to the asset accounting, periodic processing, year-end closing. So here we have a call as FAGL GVTR. Okay, this is the transaction code I'm using. This is called as the transaction I'm using for the balance carry forward. So once you execute this transaction, so I want to carry forward to the next year. So what is the carry forward? I'm giving all my balances of my company code 1710 should carry forward to which fiscal year? 2021 fiscal year. So after I execute this transaction, automatically what we are going to get a document number generated. The document number always with the prefix with B. B is nothing but balance carry forward document number, which I can see the document number only in the line item level, but not in the header level. That is what exactly the point here.
Because I think document number in ECC is pretty much like a transaction ID. You know, transaction number.
Exactly,
yeah,
sir. Exactly.
The carried forward is a like summary item.
Exactly, it is a summary of your transaction complete. Okay, so I got a profit or I got a loss. Okay, complete. If I go to the year-end closing activity, I got this much of 30,000 or 1 lakh USD dollars as a profit as a revenue. So I need to carry forward to the next year. Okay, so that is nothing but summary of all your transactions. And there is one more important point here is, okay, in what cases? One is at the time of balance carry forward, and the second one is going to be called as the corrections during a migration activity. What is the migration? It's a brownfield implementation. Now, when I go into the SAP here, so you have two systems. Earlier, you are an existing customer to my company. You are not a new customer. You are already an existing customer to my company, so to my SAP. So what is your existing customer? Already I started my journey of SAP in 2010, way back in 2009 or 2010. okay, in 2010, okay, I already started the journey with SAP with which version? SAP ECC. SAP ECC with 6.0. I am already an existing customer. So now you want to start a journey with SAP S4HANA now, okay, with on-premise, not as a cloud, with the on-premise. Okay, so now I want to start a journey with SAP S4HANA. Either it is the 1909 or 2020, whatever maybe. Okay, now I want to start the journey. I want to shut out. Okay, I want to come out from ECC and I want to go with SAP S4HANA. So what I can do, you took a license. Very good. Very important thing is you took a license, and here is a presentation, is application and the database, and here also presentation and application and the database. So in both the cases, your database is going to be the SAP HANA database only. SAP HANA database, so no doubt in that. Okay, now very good example. Okay, now earlier your application is on SAP ECC with 6.1. This is a business suite application. We call it as a business suite application. Very, very important. Now, what is my understanding here? I want to start a journey with SAP S4HANA. Very, very important. So I took a license. So what I'm going to do, it is not a greenfield implementation. There are two projects we need to understand. One is going to be called as a complete greenfield implementation, where you're going to start your project from the scratch, from the phases we are following. And the second one, we call it as a brownfield implementation. Second one, we call it as a brownfield implementation. So we call it as a brownfield implementation. It is not a greenfield implementation. In the brownfield implementation, what you're going to do, you're going to do the system conversion and the migration. Very, very important. System conversion and DB migration. DB means database migration. And DB migration. So it is not a greenfield implementation, my friend. If it is a greenfield implementation, means I am a very new customer to the SAP. So till now, I have not worked with any product of SAP. So I need to start my career with SAP S4HANA. Very, very important. I want to start my journey. So you're following some methodologies, and there is a follow. We have to follow the roadmap. So there are some pages you have to follow. It is the activate methodology. So I'm using a greenfield implementation. It's a scratch from the scratch. But it is not a greenfield. Already you are there in SAP from way back from 10 to 12 years. Already you're working with SAP. So what I do here, the same SAP ECC box, what I can do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA. It is called as a brownfield implementation. Normally we call it as a conversion and migration project in SAP. It is called as brownfield implementation project. So in this brownfield implementation project, SAP is giving one tool called as the SUM tool. Okay, SUM. Okay. SUM is nothing but Software Upgrade Manager. We call the tool name as a Software Upgrade Manager. Very, very important. All of you, please remember that. SUM. SUM. So my basis consultants, my admin consultants, what they're going to do, they are the responsible consultant to do the system conversion from ECC to SAP S4HANA. From ECC to SAP S4HANA. Same. This is called as a brownfield implementation, where I'm doing the system conversion from ECC to SAP S4HANA. So after you do the system conversion, same box, I'm not going to taking a new box. The same box, I'm converting from one application to another application. Just like I have a laptop with me. Earlier, I'm working with Windows XP or Windows Pro. Now I want to go with Windows XP to Windows 11. So I'm not going to purchase a new laptop. I'm right. I'm not going to take a new laptop. Same laptop, but I'm upgrading the version of Windows from XP to 11. Same thing. Because it is a new enhancement, a lot of simplifications are done in the new Windows. So now I want to start my journey with SAP S4HANA, not with SAP ECC. So I'll do the system conversion. System is nothing but your application conversion. We call it as from ECC application to SAP S4HANA application. New application I'm converting. After you do the conversion, very, very important, what I will do the data migration here. I will do the data migration for the new data architect, data migration. all my documents and my line item, all my documents and my balances and everything, I need to transfer to the new data structure, because earlier I have the old data structure in SAP S/4HANA. I see a lot of simplifications have been done. There is a new data structure was brought out. So I need to do the data migration. So here, this is the example I'm taking. So after I do the conversion, I'll get a new navigation path like this. Conversion of accounting to the SAP S/4HANA. So here, what is there? I will do the data migration. See, after your system has successfully converted from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA, successfully converted. After I do the conversion, I need to do the data migration. Very, very important. This is one of the steps I have to do. So in the data migration, I need to do the transactional data migration. I need to do all the migration from the complete migration and everything. I had to complete this. Okay. So once I complete this migration, documents and the balances and everything I'm bringing to the new data structure now. I'm not going to disturb your balances. If I go and see the balances, earlier, whatever the balances I have in SAP ECC, if I tally the balances, I should have the same balances, because I'm taking a snapshot of all my balances. I'll take the snapshot of GL balances. I'll take the snapshot of vendor balances. I'll take the snapshot of customer balances. Like this, I'll take all the snapshots before I do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. So I'll keep these snapshots in a separate folder. And after I do the conversion, what I do here, I will do the data migration. After you do the data migration, I'll take this I'll take the snapshots and I'll compare the balances. The balances should not vary. Same balances I would like to see in SAP S/4HANA. Even there should not be a minute balances variance between ECC to SAP S/4HANA. So once I do the data migration, I do all the corrections, I do the data migration. So in some cases, when you're doing a corrections, as per the new data structure, a new document number is going to be generated. A document number is going to be generated when I'm doing the corrections in the data in the process of migration. A new document will be generated. Very, very important. So these new documents are not posted one. These are the correction documents actually. These are the correction documents. So these correction documents will have only the line item level information, not has the header level information. Because I'll take you one example, sir. I'll take all of you, I'll take you one example. I'll go to the SAP ECC. In SAP ECC, where if I go back, for example, June 1st. Okay. I'm talking in SAP ECC, not in SAP S/4HANA. On June 1st, I posted one entry. Okay, what is that entry? Salaries account debit to example. Okay, salaries account debit to cashier bank account credit. Bank account credit. This is the transaction I posted. When on June 1st. Now today, you have completed the system conversion. Means today is nothing but today I'm doing the data migration. Okay, so today is 30th 10 2020. I'm doing the system conversion. So what I can do here, because of the new data structure in my SAP S/4HANA, so I need to do some corrections at the document level. The document number was already generated in SAP ECC. What is the document number? The document number was already created for the document number is the 101 was already created in SAP ECC. Posted. Okay, already this document number is already posted in SAP ECC. Now the same document number, because of some data structure changes in SAP S/4HANA, I need to do some corrections in this particular document. Corrections. Very, very important. After I do the corrections, I'm not going to change the document number. The document number will remain same in SAP S/4HANA also. So if I go and see the balances in SAP S/4HANA 01/06/2020, I have the same balance here also. Don't worry about that. But due to the data structure changes in SAP S/4HANA, I would like to do some corrections at the line item level. Something there, because otherwise, if I don't do the correction, the system will not accept me to do the complete migration. So once you do the corrections in the document level, those corrections are going to be recorded in a new document number. Okay, the original document number will remain as it is. New document number. So the new document number is not a transactional document actually, because these are the correction documents only. That is not a transactional document. So the new documents which are generated at the time of correcting the document, those documents I can see in the ACDO table, but those documents will not have any information of the BKPF because those are the corrections. Because those are the corrections which are mandatory for me before I complete the migration as the system. It is a source stopper because those are the errors. I need to do the corrections, not in the amount. No, at the document level, I'm doing some corrections. At the data structure level, I'm doing the correction. Your amount, your line items, everything will remain same. So those corrected documents, information, those corrected documents will not have any information related to the BKPF, and those have only the document level of ACDO table. So in two cases, one is at the balance carry forward level, and the second one is at the time of corrections during the migration. I can see some documents in ACDO table without any header information.
It's very clear, but I have a comment to make. So if we have in ECC 1000 documents, right?
Correct.
And then we'll have 1000 correction documents in S4 HANA.
Correct.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. You're absolutely right. But I'm not. But one thing, sir, I am not going to change the amount and the line item.
Right,
only the corrections related to the data structure level. Only the technical properties are going to be changed, but not the documents.
Right. Yep. You got it. Yep.
If I change the amount and the line item, then there is no meaning.
One to one.
Exactly, sir. You're absolutely right.
How would you verify that that document or transaction is moved from the prior system or your system? Like for balance carry forward, we can verify with when we add B, basically when we type that.
Very good question, madam. So here in the point number 3, if I go to the point, there will be some artificial document numbers are going to be assigned. These are the documents. See, corresponding line items have a artificial document numbers. So the corrected documents are going to be prefixed with B for balance carry forward, and A is for corrections. A document, any series which are starting with A, these are nothing but correction documents. B is for the balance carry forward. It's a very, very important and very, very important, not only from the certification point of view, for very, very important at the time of any clarifications to the client. So what is the name? The corresponding line items have an artificial document numbers beginning with the letters. So A stands for artificial document number for corrections, and B stands for artificial document number during the balance carry forward. This point we are discussing from the starting. Okay, what is this point here? Table ACDO contains all the fields needed for the GRC. There are some includes are also there. 485 fields are available as the standard. We can expand the fields. We can also do the coding blocks. We can also do the custom coding block, and we can also include some Z fields. So, for example, I tell you one example now. Okay, so. Okay, you're telling yesterday, okay, there are 600, okay, 485 fields are already available. 485 fields are already available. Now, Mahesh, okay, there is a one field, Z field is available. Okay, something called the Z. Okay, this is the custom field. This is not the standard field. Z location field, location, something like, okay, Z location field. So, I can see the standard fields are available about 485, and you can also go and expand up to 600 to 650. That we can see about that. But what happened to the Z fields, Z transactions, something about the Z field? So if I want to add this Z field to the existing ACDO table, can I do that coding block? Definitely you can do that. Okay, you can add the Z transaction, means you can also add the Z fields to the existing ACDO table, means not only the standard fields are available. If I go to the ACDO table, I'll go to S11. I'm giving the database table as a ACDO table and clicking on the display. So I'm not only seeing the standard of 484 fields apart from these are the standard fields actually. So these are the native, these are going to be called as the native fields which are providing. But what happened to the custom, which I'm going to be, what happened to the Z custom fields? Okay, those custom fields are also I can include in the list of ACDO table. I can create a separate include for them, and I will also include those particular Z fields into this ACDO table. Very, very important. So that is going to be called as the custom code blocking. Actually, we call it as. So there is option is there in our SAP here. Okay. Okay. It's a technical. Okay, so anyhow, I'm going to explain you more detailed in the coming classes. Okay, we have a lot of syllabus we have, so every point is going to be covered in a very detailed way. Okay, we are going to discuss in a detailed way. So it is a very early to know about all these things, but I'll explain you in the going further. I can take you all the templates and the program and everything, and how these custom code blocks are going to be done in the document. Okay, I can explain you now. Okay, so now, so what is this telling? So it is telling me that ACDO table contains all the fields which are needed for the GL, controlling, asset accounting, material ledger, and corporate. Totally 5 components, not more than 5 components, including the Z fields are also going to be expanded. So very, very important point. Earlier, every field, every component is having a different data structure. So I am going to be designing a different table for each and every component. So there is a lot of redundancy of the data is good. Redundancy is nothing but duplication of the data. I see the same data in one table and I can see the same data in another table also. Lot of duplication. Because of the duplication, my data volume is also increasing in my database. So why do you require all this kind of duplications and redundancy of the data, everything? So because of that, some tables have been exhausted in my SAP and the new table has come, which is called as the ACDO table. Okay, so this is the table of ACDO table. Field contains all the fields which are needed for the GL, controlling, corporate, material ledger, and the profitability analysis. Now this is very, very important class. Okay, multi-gap capability through RLD NR dimension. What is that multi-gap capability? Multi-gap capability. Very, very important. I do my businesses in US. Okay, so I have a lot of. Okay, so this is my US. Okay, so for example, I'm taking a US. So my company is a complete manufacturing product. Okay, so I'm doing a lot of manufacturing, and I too have other business areas in Germany. I too have other business areas in India. I too have other business areas in Australia. Like that, I have a different business areas. Okay, so Germany is nothing but D. In SAP, we call it as a DE. DE is nothing but a Germany. US is nothing but United States. Okay, US here, and in India we have a separate. Okay, India I'm taking IN. And in Australia, we have a businesses, we are running all the businesses. So very, very important. Okay. So if I see at the country's localization level, every country will have its own financial principle. Very, very important. Very, very important. I have my own accounting standard for my P&L account and balance sheet. For my financial statement, I need to draw my financial statement according to my standard accounting principle. What is the standard accounting process we are going to be using for US? We are using the process called, we are using a accounting principle called IFRS. IFRS is nothing but my accounting standard we are going to be using in US. When I come to the Germany people, they have their own accounting standard called as the local GAAP, LGAP, local GAAP, general accepted accounting principle. They have their own local GAAP. According to the India, we have our own accounting standard called as IND-AS, IND-AS, India's local accounting principle. According to the Australia, they have their AU GAAP. Okay, we call it the Australia GAAP, AU GAAP. It's a very, very important. It's a very, very important. Now, what I'm going to do here to address all my local accounting standards, what I'm going to do in SAP, what I'm going to do, I'm creating a separate company code because all my transactions has to be recorded in a company code. Company code is, we call it as a legal entity. Company code, we call it as a legal entity in our SAP. Without a company code, I cannot post any transactions in my SAP. No debits, no credits, nothing, because the company code is very, very important for me, where we call it as a legal entity. So I created a separate company code for my US. My company code is called as US 10. And here my company code is going to be called as the DE10. I have a different company codes for each and every country. Okay, AU10. Very, very important here. Now, I do all my transaction postings. Every transactions are getting for US related. I will do the postings to my US company code. And for Germany, Australia, India, every company code will have a legal entity. Now we have a concept called as ledger approach and accounts approach. LEDGER, ledger approach. So what I'm going to do, my recording system, my financial reporting system is completely on IFRS. So I'm using a ledger approach. I'll tell you accounts approach also, don't worry, okay? I'll take care of both of them. So what I'm going to do, SAP is providing me one ledger called as the OL. SAP is providing me one ledger called as the OL. OL is always called as the leading ledger. Leading ledger, which is called as the parent ledger also, we call. In normal terminology, we call it as the parent ledger. So this is the standard leading ledger. What I do here, this ledger, I will assign it to my accounting standard called as an IFRS. Why? Because my complete local reporting system for US is completely based on the IFRS standard. No other standards I'm going to be using. IFRS. There are some sections are going to be derived. There are some rules and regulations are going to be derived in the IFRS. So I need to follow the IFRS accounting standard only. Very, very important. So this ledger, whatever the postings I'm making, whatever the transactions I'm going to be recording for my US 10 company code, all these transactions are going to be recorded to my OL. This is called as the ledger. Because if I want to see any balances, if tomorrow, if I want to see any balances going further, okay, so I need to give which ledger. Okay, so if I go to the table content, okay, here we have a ledger. See here, this ledger. So I want to see all the balances of my ledger. So okay, so OL I'm giving. Okay, so on my company code 1710 company code, which year? 2020. 2020. Example, I'm giving a 2020 here. So all my transactions are going to be updated to which ledger? What that is going to be called as the OL. OL is nothing but we call it as the leading ledger. It is also called as the parent ledger, where all the settings are going to be done for the OL. All the required parameter settings are going to be set to the OL, and this ledger I'm defining to my company code called as the US 10. And to the ledger, what I'm going to do, I'm assigning the accounting principle. Which accounting principle? IFRS. Now this ledger is assigned with IFRS accounting principle. IFRS. This is in SAP terminology, we call it as the accounting principle. We call it as the accounting principle. In normal layman level, we call it as a accounting standard. We call it as the accounting standard, but in SAP we call it as the accounting principle. So my leading ledger, and this leading ledger was assigned to my company code US 10. And for the leading ledger, what is the accounting principle you are assigning? Because I'm using IFRS. Now I'll come to the D, German. The leading ledger is going to be the same. Company code is different. OL only. OL. This is my leading ledger. Okay. And here, what is the accounting principle you are assigning to this leading ledger? Because at a company code, this leading ledger is defined for my company code. So what is the accounting principle you are assigning here to the same leading ledger? Another, okay. That is L gap. Same thing, L gap. This is my accounting principle. Accounting principle for you, Germany. Okay, now, same thing I'll do it for India and for Australia. So there is only one leading ledger. You cannot have a multiple leading ledgers for each and every company code level. So why? Because the leading ledgers are assigned to the company code. So every company code is a legal entity. So there will be a secure data for each and every leading ledger at a company code level. So leading ledger is only one. You cannot have multiple leading ledgers. Only one leading ledger should be defined at a client level. Very, very important. But even though if you have a multiple company codes are there, one ledger is getting assigned. By default, I can see the leading ledger is getting assigned to all the company codes. But the transactions you are posting at a company code level. If I want to debit and credit any transactions related to the US, those transactions I'm updating to the US company code only, not to the Germany, not to the Indian company code, not to the Australian company code. If I want to record any transactions related to the Australia, I will use only the Australian company code, not other company codes. So this leading ledger you are assigning to the company code level. This leading ledger you are assigning to the company code. Very, very important here.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. In SAP S4HANA Finance 1909, what does cash management integrate with? And your options are supply chain management, human resources, financial operations, customer relationship management. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section. Good luck! Hey there, ready to master SAP S4HANA Finance 1909 training? Our course is here to guide you through. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S4HANA Finance 1909, your go-to tool for financial management. It's like a Swiss Army knife for handling finances, from tracking supplies to ensuring they reach their destinations smoothly. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and tackle any queries you have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly valuable. The best part? It's budget-friendly. This fantastic opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to level up your SAP S4HANA Finance skills? Enroll on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.